Her only reply was his determined back as he strode out. I knew exactly where he was headed. Andrew had a secret obsession, a girl from his high school days he'd never been able to have. In our past life, on our wedding day, his obsession, Sophia Lane, had tried to take her own life. He blamed me for it all. During every fight, he'd glare at me like he wished I were dead. It's all your fault. You killed her. You're the one who deserves to die. He wanted me gone, and eventually, I did die young in a car accident. Now, here we were, both reborn. From my past life memories, I knew Sophia was currently caught in a scandal storm, with compromising photos of her private life leaked on Twitter. The stress had worsened her depression, and she was planning to slit her wrists to prove her innocence. So the moment he left the ballroom, I knew he was desperate to change history. Too bad I had no intention of letting him. Even though I'd wasted my life in our loveless marriage last time, I'd still gone through with the ceremony. Grandma Parker had praised my virtue and gifted me 3% of Parker Corporation stock as part of the dowry. The wedding went off without a hitch, solidifying the partnership between the Parkers and the Moores. This time around, Andrew was too busy with Sophia to care about our relationship, so I had to take the initiative. When I arrived at his villa, I saw my luggage tossed on the front lawn from a distance. Andrew stood at the door, staring down at me coldly. That look sent a chill through me. In our past life, when our marriage fell apart in middle age, he'd looked at me the same way, spitting vicious words. Every second with you is like swallowing a cockroach. You're disgusting. The memories flooded back. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Looking at Andrew's cold face, I felt nothing, no anger, no sadness. But the Moores were a respected family in high society. Having my luggage thrown out right after the wedding would be a disgrace. My family's maid stepped forward. Mr. Parker, what is the meaning of this? Before he could answer, a sultry woman stepped out from behind him, sneering at me. Miss Moore, I've never seen someone so shameless. Andrew publicly left the wedding, and you still think you're Mrs. Parker? Pathetic. This was Sophia's replacement, his mistress, Mia. In our past life, she'd constantly bullied me, flaunting Andrew's favor. I'd endured her out of respect for our families, only to embolden her. This time, I wouldn't tolerate it. Sophia was still alive. What right did a cheap knockoff have to bark at me? I glanced at my maid, who nodded. She marched over and slapped Mia hard across the face. Who do you think you are? You dare speak to our miss like that? Then she shoved Mia to the ground and kicked her. Mia shrieked, Andy, help me. It hurts. I scoffed, ignoring Andrew's expression. I grabbed Mia's chin and studied her face. Some replacement. She doesn't even look like Sophia. I slapped her twice more. Are you speaking to me as a Parker servant? Or as Mr. Parker's mistress? Andrew snapped, Emily, that's enough. No, it wasn't nearly enough. He'd tortured me for years in our past life. I intended to collect every debt. I rubbed my wrist casually. Is this the Parker family's idea of commitment? He frowned, silent, calculating. He knew the Parkers' success last time had relied on the Moores. In our past life, he'd kept mistresses hidden because he needed our alliance. This time, confident his upcoming investment would succeed, he'd brought Mia into the villa openly. But the deal wasn't closed yet. Who could guarantee no accidents? Andrew, this is a business partnership. I, Emily Moore, am not a doormat. Choose the alliance. Or your mistress. His face darkened. He looked from me to Mia, now sobbing on the ground, and finally conceded. We struck a deal. He'd maintain the facade of marriage, keep Mia out of my sight, and transfer 2% more stock to me. In return, I'd turn a blind eye to his affairs. He agreed easily. With his past life knowledge, the stock meant nothing to him. What he didn't know, I'd been reborn too. I promptly replaced every servant in the villa with more loyalists, just like last time. Soon, news reached me. Andrew had rescued Sophia and installed her in Bellevue Manor, a notorious luxury apartment complex for mistresses. Strangely, he hadn't cleared her name online. After 2 lifetimes together, I knew his game. Bellevue Manor was a gilded cage. He wanted to break Sophia into becoming his mistress. How noble, just as sleazy as ever. But Sophia wasn't one to bend easily. Rumor had it she'd been fighting with Andrew non-stop since moving in. Well, why not help them along? A week later, Andrew and I arrived at a gala arm-in-arm. Mr. and Mrs. Parker make such a handsome couple. Congratulations on the marriage. Andrew raised his glass with a smile. Thank you, but the Smiths are the real power couple. Just then, a commotion erupted. I set down my glass with a smirk. Showtime. The crowd rushed over. In the center of the ballroom, a drunk man was dragging Sophia Lane by the arm. I secretly glanced at Andrew, his jaw was clenched. Angry. Still cares. The man slurred, you think you're some saint? Everyone knows you're a slut. Acting innocent with me now? I ought to teach you a lesson. Sophia struggled fiercely. Let go of me. Have some respect. The man leered. You weren't so shy when we met before. What, trying to rebrand as a virgin now that your sex tape's viral? The crowd tittered, eyeing her chest and legs suggestively. Sophia bit her lip, tears pooling as she turned to Andrew for help. His face was ice. He balled his fists, ready to intervene, but I grabbed his arm. Andy, don't. Not in front of everyone. Think about our families. I clung to him, voice trembling with fake desperation. For my sake, for the Parker-Moore partnership. He ignored me, prying my hand off. He kicked the drunkard aside and shielded Sophia. Touch her again, and you'll regret it. The man scrambled up, yelling, Who the hell are you? I just wanted a drink. Andrew cut him off. She's under my protection. Mess with her, and you're messing with Parker Corp. The mention of Parker sobered him instantly. He knelt, babbling apologies. Mr. Parker, I had no idea. I'm sorry. I thought she was your mistress. The crowd gasped. His mistress? But his wife is Miss Moore. Look, there's Mrs. Parker now. Watching her husband protect another woman. Isn't that Sophia Lane? The porn star? She's his high school crush? Poor Miss Moore. Heard he has tons of mistresses. She's in for a rough ride. My eyes welled with tears as I stared at Andrew. He glanced at me coldly, then pulled Sophia toward the exit. I watched them leave, grabbed my clutch, and slipped out, wiping my tears as soon as my back was turned, a smirk tugging at my lips. Andrew Parker, after 2 lifetimes, you still can't outplay me. Back at the villa, I ordered his belongings thrown into the yard and his study trashed. News of the banquet spread like wildfire. Grandma Parker called immediately, demanding I return to the estate. By the time Andrew stormed home to find his sanctuary destroyed, I was already en route to the mansion. As I stepped out of the car, I pinched my thigh hard, forcing tears to my eyes. Grandma Parker took one look at my distressed face and patted my hand. That boy has gone too far, she growled, reaching for her phone. I'll make him apologize, bring that Sophia girl here and make her kneel. I pretended to hesitate, voice quivering. It's okay, Mom. Our marriage is a business deal. Sophia was his first love. I understand why he'd choose her. I sniffled. I just wish I could make him love me back. Her expression softened. Emily, you're the only daughter-in-law I recognize. Tomorrow, you start at the company as vice president. He'll learn to respect you. She handed me a set of diamond earrings and a key to the corporate suite. I thanked her profusely, hiding a smirk. Silly old woman. How long will you keep playing the doting grandmother? After a few days at the mansion, I returned to find the villa fully renovated. Draping my coat over a chair, I sneered at Andrew. No invite for your little girlfriend? I thought she'd want to see your new home. He scowled. Emily, watch your tone. I laughed. My tone? What about the tone of every gossip column in the city? Parker heir publicly defends mistress over wife. Classy. His face flushed. Don't push me. I slapped him hard across the cheek. Don't push you? You humiliated me in front of everyone. Our deal was, keep your sluts out of my sight. You broke it. Now you'll pay. He touched his cheek, speechless, knowing he was in the wrong. Suddenly, his expression shifted to faux contrition. Babe, let's not fight. I made your favorite chicken soup. He pushed a bowl toward me. Peace offering? I stared at him, recalling our past life, how this same innocent act had fooled me for decades. In my first life, I'd loved Andrew fiercely, pouring everything into Parker Corp, transforming from a socialite to a CEO. But he'd hated my success, demanding I surrender my role. When his mistress showed up with a child, I realized he'd been cheating for years. On our way to sign the divorce papers, I died in a car crash. But my spirit lingered. I followed Andrew home, overhearing him and Grandma Parker plotting my accident. He tampered with the brakes, she said, stirring tea. And the miscarriage? Your little pills worked perfectly. You gave me no choice. She refused to give up her shares. Quiet. She was family, and you treated her like a threat. Family? I'd given my life to their company, only to be called a threat. I watched Andrew cry at my funeral, then burn my belongings. The next day, he moved his mistress into our bedroom. That night, as they lay together, he suddenly screamed, pointing at my ghost. She's here. She knows about the baby. Grandma Parker hissed, it's just guilt. The pills caused the miscarriage, she'll never know. My unborn child. I trembled with rage, unable to touch them, to scream. If only I could go back. Now, I have that chance. This time, Andrew Parker and his mother will pay, in ways they can't even imagine. Andrew pretended to enjoy dinner with me, then left in a hurry. No need to ask, he was off to comfort Sophia. Though I feigned indifference, one of my maids whispered. Mr. Parker poured himself a glass of scotch before leaving. My teacup froze mid-air. In our past life, he'd spiked my prenatal vitamins with abortifacients. This time, with Grandma Parker handing me corporate power to keep me compliant, he must be panicking. His old trick, hallucinogenic drugs in my food, to make me go mad quietly, with no questions from the Moors. What he didn't know, every servant in this villa reported directly to me. The pills he'd planted? He'd be taking them instead. I nodded at the maid. Double his usual dose from now on. Then I asked, how's the Moore family's plan progressing? She smiled. Ready to execute at your command. But Mississippi Lane requested a meeting. After weighing the risks, I visited Sophia when Andrew was out. He'd installed her in a penthouse at the city's most exclusive address, proof of his devotion. She was lying on a chaise in a silk dress, reading Austen, looking every inch the delicate ingenue. No wonder he'd obsessed over her for decades. Emily, you came, she said, rising quickly. This wasn't our first meeting. The day I was reborn, I'd sought her out, back when Twitter trolls were slut-shaming her for old modeling photos, orchestrated by Andrew, of course. Society judges women harshly. A man with a good physique is praised, a woman with curves is asking for it. Beauty is a liability, not an asset, especially for actresses. I'd cleared her name, told her the truth about Andrew, suggested a fake death to escape. Her mother had been my mother's best friend, after all. I just hadn't known Andrew would be reborn too. I removed my coat, studying her. Have you decided? She poured tea, steadying her hand. Yes. He trusts me now. It won't be long before I have the evidence. Her grip tightened on the cup. Every wrong they've done, they'll pay double. I hesitated. Sophia, this could destroy you too. Are you sure? She nodded sharply. Absolutely. When I learned Andrew was reborn, I'd weaponized his love for Sophia, positioning her as the vulnerable damsel to spark his protective instincts. But now, we needed one final push. The next day, Grandma Parker texted us to dine at the mansion. Perfect timing. I messaged Sophia, make sure Andrew takes you out today. She sent back a location, a luxury jewelry boutique. When I arrived, Andrew was holding a diamond ring up to Sophia's finger. His eyes widened at the sight of me. He stepped in front of her, shielding her like a knight. I nodded to my bodyguard, who dragged him to the floor. Emily, what the hell? Let me go, he snarled. Ignoring him, I grabbed the ring from Sophia's hand and backhanded her across the face. She gasped, tears springing to her eyes as she looked to Andrew for help. His face turned purple. You bitch. Don't you dare touch her. Onlookers crowded in, phones filming. I slapped him next, calm as ice. Shouting already? Did I hit too softly? You think the Moors will let you buy engagement rings for your mistress? The crowd murmured, cheating heir, scorned wife, public spectacle. This would be trending on Twitter by nightfall. I struck him again. He stared, shocked, then lunged for me. Emily, I'll kill you. Parker Manor's butler intervened. Master Andrew, the mistress insists you return home immediately. She asks if her orders no longer matter. At the mention of Grandma, his rage faded. Fine. But you didn't have to attack us like a damn shrew. Sophia interjected weakly, it's my fault, please don't fight. Shut up, Sophia, I snapped. Mistresses should know their place, in the shadows, not parading around like a wife. The crowd tittered. Andrew's ears turned red. Before he could retort, Sophia swayed and collapsed into his arms. He scooped her up, growling, if she's hurt, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. As he stormed off, I called after him. Regret? Let's see who's begging for mercy by the end, Andrew. I watched his retreating back, smirking. This game of chess, he still thinks he's the player. Little does he know, he's been a pawn from the start. As soon as Andrew left, I dissolved into tears and rushed back to Parker Manor. Before I could speak, the butler interjected. Madam, Master Andrew won't be joining us. Grandma Parker clutched her prayer beads, scowling. What could be more important than the family? The butler glanced at me. He's at the hospital with Mississippi Lane. Her fury intensified. Ungrateful wretch. Fetch him, by force if necessary. And that's Sophia. She hissed, teach her a lesson. No gutter rat climbs into the Parkers. I feigned magnanimity, though inwardly scoffing. Mom, please don't stress yourself. Andrew is just nostalgic for high school. He'll come around. She slammed the table. Sophia isn't fit to polish your shoes. I won't allow it. She sighed, softening. I worry for you, Emily. You're too good for him. Liar, I thought. You just hate the Lanes. Decades ago, Grandma had loved Sophia's father but lost him to another woman. Bitter after marrying a philandering Parker heir, she'd nursed a grudge against the entire Lane family. She couldn't bear seeing Andrew fixate on Sophia, not when she'd suffered so much to secure the Parker legacy. To keep me quiet, she showered me with compliments and let me pick jewelry from her vault. I chose the most expensive diamond necklace without hesitation. Then, I feigned reluctance. Mom, maybe Andrew should have the VP role back. After recent events, I feel unqualified. She snorted. Nonsense. You have my full support. Who dares question you? To my reluctant acceptance, she handed over full operational control of Parker Corp. My act must have convinced her. I did seem devoted to Andrew. Minutes after returning to the villa, Sophia's text arrived. Got it. I smiled at my maid. Tell the Moores, it's time. The final act was about to begin. The Parker-Moore alliance had boosted Parker Corp's profits exponentially. This year's annual gala was a spectacle, attended by CEOs from Wall Street to Silicon Valley. I wore an emerald silk dress, every inch the poised socialite. Sophia, now the company's face, arrived on Andrew's arm. Grandma paraded me around, greeting guests, when Andrew finally showed up, just as we were about to take the stage. The ballroom doors burst open. A pregnant woman was dragged in by two middle-aged person. Sophia and I exchanged a glance, smiling subtly. Grandma snapped, "Who are you? Get out." The man roared, "Your son knocked up my daughter. Now he's dodging responsibility. We want justice, or everyone here will know what a scumbag he is." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Andrew shot to his feet. I've never seen her in my life. The man scoffed, pressing play on his phone. A grainy recording played, Andrew's voice, clear despite background noise. The kid is none of my business. You think you can blackmail the Parkers? Get an abortion before I make you disappear. The man paused the audio. That's your golden boy, isn't it? 10 million to bury this, or I'll send it to every news outlet in the city. Grandma snarled, how dare you extort us? The woman retorted, you think you're better than us? Your family is rotten to the core. Andrew lunged, slapping her across the face. Her husband charged, fists flying. The two men brawled as guests scrambled back. Seconds later, reporters swarmed in, cameras flashing. Grandma clutched her chest, gasping. I steadied her, feigning concern. Mom, are you? Before I could finish, Andrew collapsed with a thud. The husband stood over him, a broken champagne bottle in hand, blood pooling on the floor. Grandma wailed and fainted. I called 911, watching the chaos with a smirk. Perfect. The Parker dynasty, built on lies and greed, was finally crumbling. And I, Emily Moore, would be the one to bury it. The gala ended with police sirens. Andrew and Grandma were rushed to the hospital. Parker Corp scandals trended for days, stocks plummeted, and the board grew restless. But I stayed calm. Andrew had a few stitches on his head, but his distress was mostly due to the pills I'd been feeding him, hallucinogens he thought were for me. Karma, as they say. When Grandma woke, I rushed to her bedside. How's Andrew? And those filthy people, where are they? I bit my lip, feigning helplessness. He's awake, but traumatized. The doctors say it's from the blow. And the family, they've agreed to drop charges. The baby will be aborted. Her face darkened. We should be suing them. How dare you? Mom, the press has destroyed our reputation. The stocks. I sighed. The company is in chaos. At stocks, she paled, handing me full emergency authority. I accepted immediately. The next day, Andrew lost his mind and drove off, chasing Sophia, who was leaving town. It was all staged. Even drugged, his obsession with her was useful. Soon, I got the call. Andrew's car had crashed into a truck on the highway. The guardrail saved his life, but his leg was crushed, likely amputated. Grandma blamed me instantly. Why let him drive? Who authorized this? His maid said he was rushing to the airport for Sophia, I stammered. At Sophia, she cursed, that family is a plague. Then the doctor emerged. Andrew was alive, but a vegetable, unlikely to wake. I burst into tears. Grandma fainted again. As she was wheeled into ICU, I straightened my silk dress. What she didn't know, the Moores had bought this hospital weeks ago. Staff were all my people. The Parkers were now prisoners in their own safe haven. When board director Lee visited, Grandma was still in ICU. What do we do? The stocks are free-falling, he panicked. I glanced at the butler, who stepped forward. Madam is the only one who can save the company. The mistress already granted her control. Lee hesitated. The butler pressed, with the master and mistress incapacitated, she's our only hope. And she's carrying the heir. At heir, Lee nodded eagerly. Emily, we need you. I pretended to waver. But my pregnancy. For the baby's future, you must take the reins. Perfect. The Parker-Moore marriage had always been a takeover strategy. With allied board members and Grandma's shares, seizing control was easy. After restructuring, stocks hit rock bottom, but I owned the majority now. When Grandma learned the truth, I visited with a surprise. How are you feeling, Mom? I asked, arranging flowers. She sneered, you'd prefer me dead. Not at all. You need to meet your grandchild. Her brow furrowed. Grandchild? I touched my stomach, smirking. I'm pregnant. Your bloodline continues. Crafty as the Moores, she hissed. Not as crafty as you were with the Lanes. Just then, Sophia entered. See how Andrew obsessed over me? Just like you obsessed over my father, I said. Grandma recoiled, screaming, whore. Like your mother. Sophia slapped her twice. Watch your mouth. You killed my parents, stole our company. I have proof on this phone. Want to see jail in your old age? Grandma paled. Cooperate with the board, I said, or we hit send. As we left, her screams followed us. No escape, we held all the cards. And the pregnancy? A fake. I'd paid Mia's family $10 million to let their newborn pose as mine. A son for the Parker legacy? Cheap at twice the price. Days after the board meeting, Andrew woke up. No surprise, his vegetative state was staged. But his legs were truly gone, he'd never walk again. I visited with a bowl of chicken soup, the same recipe he'd used to drug me. Remember this, Andy? The soup you fed me when I was pregnant? His eyes widened, horrified. I smiled darkly. Why did our baby die after I drank it, He scrambled back, knocking the bowl over. How do you know about the past life? Who are you? I slapped him. You're not the only one reborn. Leaning in, I hissed. You're a monster. Sophia hates you, your mother destroyed her family. And now? I run Parker Corp. He snarled, you're not a Parker. You can't. I yanked his hair. Everyone thinks you're brain dead. You're never leaving this room. Ever. As I walked out, he collapsed to the floor, screaming, I'll make you pay. The door shut, silencing him. The next day, Sophia handed police evidence of Grandma's crimes, fraud, embezzlement, even murder. The scandal broke, and public outrage was vicious. On the day she was arrested, the sun shone brightly. Word came, Andrew had gone insane, screaming about ghosts and past lives. Sophia and I sipped tea that afternoon. Aren't you tempted to remarry? She asked. I laughed. Why? I have a son, a billion-dollar company, and no husband to boss me around. I can date whoever I want. She shook her head, grinning. Fair enough. Thanks for everything, Emily. I raised my cup. To new beginnings. The train was about to depart. My fiancé, Jake Wilson, blocked our path insistently. Determined to wait for Amanda Moore, the entitled princess who was washing her face by the river. This was the last train to the state-owned textile mill. If we missed it, we'd be stuck in the countryside. At the final moment before the train moved, I gritted my teeth and signaled to our group to haul Jake onto the train. We managed to enter the factory and become proud textile workers. But Amanda missed the recruitment, forced to stay in the village and marry a widowed farmer. She had 2 children in 3 years. During her last childbirth, she died in a difficult labor. After her death, she was even given an arranged posthumous marriage. Jake showed no emotion on the surface. But on our wedding night, he choked me with a rope. His eyes bloodshot. He hissed venomously. It's all your vicious heart that cost Amanda the chance to work in the city. She suffered so much in life, how dare you live well? When I opened my eyes again, I was back at the moment the train was about to depart. Watching Jake's back as he stared toward the river. I let go of his hand. This time, let him reap what he sowed. What's your hurry? Rushing to your graves? Anyway, I hold all the acceptance letters. Try getting on the train without them. Jake stood with a defiant jaw, feigning indignation. But without the acceptance letters, we couldn't even board the train. Hearing the argument, I felt dazed. The despair and terror of death still hung over me. Under the scorching sun, several young men in our group argued fiercely with Jake. Someone tried to grab the letters. Jake's face contorted into a sinister grin. A matchstick between his fingers. Push me further, and I'll burn these letters. No one gets to go. Everyone turned pale with fear. Getting a factory job in the city was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in our time. Jake, are you insane? Wait for Amanda if you want, why drag us down? Yeah. Give us back the letters. Amid the accusations, Jake remained unmoved. His eyes turned cold and menacing. As someone lunged forward, he struck the match. Come closer, and we'll all go to hell together. Everyone froze. No one dared move. Jake snarled. You're all so selfish. We're from the same village. Practically family. How can you abandon Amanda? Amanda's letter is with me too. What would happen to her if we left? As the mayor's son, Jake held some authority in the village. Before our journey, the mayor had entrusted the letters to him, and we'd agreed to let him keep them. Now, everyone regretted it deeply. Someone tugged at me. Lila, go talk to your fiancé. If we wait longer, we'll miss the train. I lowered my eyes. When had Jake ever listened to me? The only person he'd ever cared about was Amanda Moore. My father had been a war hero. The day I was born, news of his death arrived. My mother, overwhelmed, died in childbirth. I was raised by my grandfather until he passed away too. Then I was taken in by the mayor's family. To outsiders, the Wilsons seemed kind for adopting an orphan like me. But after dying once, I saw the truth. The Wilsons had taken me in to seize my inheritance, our family home, land, and the war hero's orphan pension. Jake eyed me coldly. What? Lila? You want to stop me too? No. You're right. We shouldn't abandon Amanda, I lied. Hiding my hatred. Our peers immediately protested. Lila. Be reasonable. Don't take his side just because he's your fiancé. Yeah, can you take responsibility if we miss this chance? Their scolding only made Jake sneer. He glared at them. Shut up. My dad fought to get you these spots. Complain more. And none of you go. Jake waved the letters. Smug and taunting. Noticing my silence, he added. Lila knows better than you. Take her example. I scoffed inwardly. Jake loved to take credit. The factory spots had nothing to do with the Wilsons. Most of us were children of war heroes or families with significant public service sacrifices. Only Jake and Amanda had gotten in through connections, my father's. To be exact. Jake, as the hero's future son-in-law, had been granted a spot by the committee. Amanda had claimed to be my father's goddaughter, with the mayor vouching for her. In my past life, I'd stayed silent. This time, things would be different. The sun baked the earth. Everything scorching hot. In the distance, the train's whistle shrieked like a death knell. One of our group, Mike Johnson, cracked. His father, a coal miner, had died in a mine collapse to secure this opportunity for him. Jake, give me the damn letters. Mike lunged forward. Jake stepped back. Struck another match. Screech. The flame neared the manila envelope. Just as the paper's edge began to char. Jakey, here I am. Amanda trotted over. Rolling up her jeans. Her pale face flushed. She even pulled out a compact mirror to primp before us. Undeterred by our glares, she smirked. What's the rush? Trains don't grow wings. Jake quickly tucked the match away, offering her the envelope like a trophy. Now we can all go to the city together. Mike clenched his fists, seething, as Amanda took the envelope. Her fingers lingered on Jake's hand, and she winked at him. How had I been so blind before? These two had been sneaking around behind my back all along. I'd actually believed their just brother-sister act. The train whistle blared again. Mike snatched the envelope and shouted. What are you waiting for? Run. We bolted toward the train. Jake held Amanda's hand as they ran. Passing me. Amanda pretended to notice me for the first time. Lee? Why so slow? Still mad at Jakey? Trying to sabotage us? Mad about what? I said coolly. But luck wasn't with us. The train doors slammed shut. As it pulled away, the world grew eerily quiet. My voice, calm as still water, broke the silence. I haven't visited my grandfather's grave yet. Maybe this train wasn't meant for us. The train vanished, its rumble fading. Some girls began to sob. Mike and the others stared at Jake, livid. Someone grabbed Jake's collar. You piece of shit, happy now? And you, Amanda, had to primp. Didn't you? Your face too ugly to show unwashed? Amanda paled, shrinking behind Jake. I didn't mean to. Jake Wilson glared at me venomously. Lila. Stop with the sarcasm, no one wanted this to happen. Sarcasm? I laughed. The sound echoed eerily on the empty platform. Mike even turned on me. Lila. Your fiancé caused this, don't you bear some responsibility? Yeah. We trusted you to let Jake hold the letters. Their fury needed an outlet. I nodded. I understood their irrationality and wouldn't provoke them now. Meanwhile, Jake had already taken several punches from the guys. He stayed tough, not uttering a sound. But when Amanda was shoved by some girls, Jake snapped. He pulled a pair of scissors from his pocket. Snarling, lay a hand on her, and I'll gut you. At his deranged look, the group finally calmed. Amanda wept dramatically, nestling into Jake's arms. As he soothed her, he barked at us. Relax. Even if we missed the train, I'll find another way to get you to the city. Hope lit up everyone's faces. Jake smirked confidently. A military convoy passes through here in a few days. With our acceptance letters, they'll let us tag along. That's when I knew for sure Jake had been reborn too. In my past life, there had been such a convoy. Amanda had tried to hitch a ride then. But she'd lacked a letter. Someone murmured. How do you know? My dad's the mayor. Is it weird he hears things? Jake tilted his chin up, wiping blood from his lip. Plus, the South Southern Military District Commander is an old buddy of my dad's. Just drop his name, they won't say no. Hope surged again. Some even started buttering Jake up. Only Mike refused to back down. Don't get cocky. We wouldn't need the army if you hadn't messed things up. Jake shot him a cold look. Amanda pouted, her tone sickly sweet but threatening. Mike, don't you want to go to the city anymore? Mike turned red, speechless with rage. I chimed in with a smile. The military has a mission. They might not let us approach. Amanda flinched, instinctively grabbing Jake's hand. Jake glared at me. Murderous. Stop spouting nonsense. Quit raining on our parade. We'll see, I said with a half-smile, turning back toward the village. The sun stretched my shadow long. In my past life, I'd tried so hard to drag Jake out of the countryside, never realizing he'd been manipulating me all along. This time, they'd taste what it meant to suffer. Back in the village, I caught the mayor yelling in his yard. Seeing me, he frowned. Lila? Why are you back? We missed the train, I said flatly. The mayor's face paled. He dropped his hoe and sprinted toward the station. Watching his back, I scoffed. This time, Jake and Amanda wouldn't be going anywhere. My first move was mailing a letter to cancel my engagement to Jake. I detailed everything, his obsession with Amanda, her fake goddaughter lie about my father, all of it. 2 days later, the day before the convoy arrived, I got a reply. It stated they'd investigate thoroughly and revoke Jake and Amanda's spots if my claims were true. Satisfied, I burned the letter. By the flickering candlelight, my face shone with vindication. We gathered at the station as planned. Under the scorching sun, the train tracks gleamed blindingly white. People paced anxiously on the platform. Amanda leaned on Jake's shoulder, shooting me a taunting smile. Lee, why ignore me? Still mad at Jakey? Keep it up, and he might leave you behind. I stared at her coldly. She'd stolen her spot using my father's name and now had the audacity to gloat. Jake sneered at me. Stop scheming, or you can leave right now. I laughed bitterly. So arrogant, for now. I wondered how they'd react when they learned their spots were gone. I'm not going anywhere. I have my acceptance letter. You. Jake's gaze turned icy. Amanda twirled her hair, feigning innocence. Lee, don't upset Jakey. Women should be gentle, men are our providers. After all. She pressed closer to Jake, the picture of a delicate damsel. I couldn't resist retorting. Even President Roosevelt said, women hold up half the sky. Are you disagreeing with a great leader? Amanda went pale. That was a charge she couldn't afford to face. Tension thickened. The others watched like it was a show. Jake shot me a warning look, then gently wiped Amanda's sweat, a gesture so intimate it made everyone uneasy. In this era, even married couples rarely showed such public affection. Jake stared me down, his eyes blazing. Insult Amanda again. And when I talk to the commander, I'll make sure he reconsiders your spot. I laughed out loud. Did Jake actually believe his own lies? Before he could finish, a military green truck rolled into view. Everyone perked up, waving and shouting. Gone was Amanda's fragility. She straightened up and raced forward faster than anyone. Jake followed close behind. I lingered at the edge, watching them shove past Mike and others to reach an officer. Sir, we missed the train. Jake held out the letters. My father's an old friend of your commander. These are all war heroes' kids, let us ride with you. He emphasized war heroes' kids, shooting me a threatening glance. He feared I'd expose him. Before the officer could respond, Amanda chimed in, tearful. My father was John Smith. He died in the war. We have our letters. Please let us join you. For my father's sake. Her performance was so convincing, if you didn't know better. You'd swear John Smith was her real dad. The group glanced at me. To outsiders, she was indeed my father's goddaughter. Though disgusted, no one spoke up now. John Smith was your father? The officer's eyes lit up. Amanda nodded, tears clinging to her lashes, though a flicker of calculation crossed her eyes. Jake stood behind her, chin raised, confident they'd won. Yes, she sniffled. I grew up on his stories. I've dreamed of seeing the city where he's buried. It was true, my father hadn't been buried at home. He rested in the military cemetery with his comrades. The crowd murmured emotionally. Some soldiers wiped their eyes, moved by Amanda's devotion. The officer saluted her solemnly. Just then, I finally spoke. Amanda, are you really John Smith's daughter? Amanda's face paled, instinctively clutching the acceptance letters. Jake stepped in front of her, glaring at me furiously. Lila, stop being unreasonable. Is this the time to be jealous? The lead officer eyed Amanda skeptically. She shot me a venomous look before reluctantly saying, I'm not John's biological daughter. I'm his goddaughter. Jake seized the opportunity to pull out the mayor's forged certificate. Sir, this is an official letter from our mayor. Please check it. Some peers chimed in. Yeah. Amanda got her spot as a war hero's goddaughter, we all know that. Just let us board. Please. Amanda grew up close to the Smith family. It's true. But in reality, Amanda had never been close to my family, only to Jake. I wasn't surprised by the group's behavior. They disliked Amanda but feared her downfall might jeopardize their own chances. The officer frowned. He reviewed my documents, then turned solemn. Ma'am, please board the vehicle. Jake tried to snap at me, but the officer cut him off. I've never heard of John Smith having a goddaughter, the officer said. Jake and Amanda exchanged panicked glances, stammering incoherently. Better not be lying, the officer warned. That's a felony. I smiled at them from the crowd. The others avoided eye contact, finally questioning the goddaughter story. No one in the village had ever heard of it. I can confirm the mayor wrote that certificate, I said. Everyone stared, shocked I was vouching for them. Jake and Amanda lit up with relief. I hadn't confirmed Amanda's claim, just the certificate's origin. Satisfied, the officer let them board. As the truck pulled away, Jake and Amanda wore smug grins. I kept a poker face, but inside, I seethed, letting them off the hook too easily. Better to let them taste success first, then pull the rug out from under them. In the city, everyone gawked at the sights. Amanda clung to Jake's arm, squealing, Jakey, I want that perfume. Sure. Let's. Jake froze. He wasn't the well-off factory man from his past life. He had no money. Jake turned to me, you pay. Excuse me? I scoffed. Because you almost got us kicked off the truck, he snarled. Before I could retort, Mike pulled me aside. Enough, we need to report to the factory. Don't waste time. The others chimed in, and Jake reluctantly dropped it. Amanda played peacemaker. It's okay, Jakey. I don't need it. This only made Jake more protective. He shoved me roughly, behave. As they walked past, Amanda smirked at me. Sucks to be you. At the textile factory, Amanda rushed to submit her letter first. As she passed, she whispered, your dead daddy's still useful. Tell him thanks for me. We'll see if you still feel that way, I gritted out. Amanda flaunted a new watch. Jakey bought this for me. Know where your annual pension went? To keep me fed. He says I deserve luxury, you deserve scraps. Hatred surged in me. No wonder Amanda always looked well-fed while others starved. She'd been living off my war hero pension. The factory manager inspected our documents, brow furrowing deeper. Amanda laughed at my tense expression. Jake shot me warning looks, but he couldn't stop what was coming. Reporters crowded the factory entrance. Amanda pushed to the front, flipping her hair and forcing a brave smile for the cameras. Hi. I'm Sarah Smith, John Smith's daughter. The crowd gasped. John Smith, the hero who killed a dozen enemies and blew up a tank? A hero's daughter. How inspiring. Amanda sniffled. Fake tears in her eyes. I've dreamed of coming here to honor my father's legacy and serve our country. Jake stood beside her. Chest puffed up. My dad, the mayor, fought tirelessly to get Sarah in. Without us hitching a ride with the military, these war kids' dreams would have died. His glare toward me was clear, one word. And I'd regret it. Mike clenched his fists. But others held him back. Think of your mom in the village, they hissed. Mike froze. Defeated. A reporter thrust a mic at me. Are you also a war hero's child? Yes, I said, staring at Amanda. She shoved me back, pinching my arm fiercely under the radar. She wanted all the limelight as John's daughter, not just a goddaughter. Jake pulled me aside, whispering threats. Stop causing trouble. I'll marry you. I promise. Once we're settled, we'll file for marriage. The reporters looked confused by the drama. Amanda quickly lied. Sorry. My cousin gets shy around crowds. The reporters lost interest, and I stepped back to watch. Keep digging, I thought. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Amanda preened for the cameras, spinning tales of poverty and resilience as a hero's daughter. Just then, the factory manager stormed out, face livid, flanked by security. I smirked. Showtime. The manager's gaze locked onto Amanda and Jake. Voice firm. Follow me to my office. Please. Amanda's smile faltered. She clutched Jake's hand, trembling. Jake panicked, instinctively glancing at me. I smiled sweetly back. A dread settled in Jake's gut. But he forced calm. Is something wrong? Sir? Are you misunderstanding us? Our papers are legitimate, you can't. Legitimate? The manager slammed the letters on the desk. You forged documents and posed as war heroes' children. Amanda and Jake went deathly pale. The crowd erupted in gasps. Reporters raised cameras, scrambling for shots. Amanda shook her head wildly. No. I am. I'm his goddaughter. That counts as family. Jake wiped sweat. Still lying. This is slander. Sir. The manager cut him off. The military district has investigated. You two had an affair. Abused your mayor father's power for spots. Despicable. At military district, Amanda collapsed. Legs weak. I just wanted to move to the city. I didn't mean. Jake spun to me, roaring. Lila. You did this. You set us up. I hid behind a reporter, feigning fear. I couldn't let strangers steal my father's legacy. Reporters erupted again. You're John Smith's real daughter? Disgusting. They should go to prison. Just then, police entered. You're under arrest for forgery, defamation of a hero, and more. Come with us. Amanda broke down, wailing. It was Jake. I had no idea. Jake stared, horrified, as Amanda threw him under the bus. Amanda. Are you insane? She avoided his gaze, crying. He forced me. He obsessed over me. Made me come with him. Even I froze. Stunned. Mike spat, slut. Jake snapped. The love of 2 lifetimes had betrayed him. He lunged for her. But police held him back. As they dragged him away, Jake shouted. You can't arrest me. My letter's real, I'm Lila's fiancé. I shook my head, smiling. Jake. Why would I marry you now? You love me. You always have. He clung to me desperately. I shoved him off, that was before I died. The engagement's over. Jake's pupils dilated. Others didn't understand died, but we did. No. I didn't mean to kill you. I was angry. He rambled. Broken. Reporters swarmed. Microphones in their faces. Why impersonate a hero's child? Is the affair true? How do you justify hurting a hero's family? Amanda screamed as police hauled her away. Don't take me. I don't want to go to jail. Jake stared blankly as they cuffed him. Sirens blared. carrying them away. The crowd cheered. My peers approached. Silent support in their pats. This was just the beginning of their punishment. The chaos settled. Mike and I joined the factory. By day, I worked in the workshop. By night, I compiled evidence by lamplight. For years, the Wilsons had stolen my pension, occupied my home and land. They'd raised me using my own money while renting out their house for profit. I documented every corruption of Jake's mayor father. 3 months later, the workshop supervisor called me to his office. A uniformed old man sat inside. I recognized him from Grandpa's photos, General Carter. My father's mentor. Uncle Carter, I said. In my past life, he'd favored Jake because of me. My recent whistleblower letters had reached him. He looked up, eyes soft with guilt. I've read your reports. Layla. You've suffered. I choked up, I just want justice. He nodded. Tears in his eyes. You're right to demand it. I trusted the Wilsons to care for you. I was wrong. With his authority, the investigation concluded swiftly. The Wilsons' crimes, pension theft, illegal property seizure, were exposed. The mayor was fired and imprisoned. With General Carter's help, my home, land, and money were returned. At last, my heart stilled. 10 years later, I was a renowned entrepreneur. Invited back to the village. I spoke to young people about perseverance. The new mayor was honest, hardworking. Villagers greeted me warmly. I toured the town. Mud brick houses had become modern villas. A public square bustled with laughing children. Afterward, the mayor pulled me aside. Hesitant. Should tell you, Jake and Amanda got back together after prison. I raised an eyebrow. Their faces were already fading in my memory. How are they? I asked, almost curious about strangers. The mayor sighed. Jake's a wreck. Drunk all day. Beats her. Rants about being a factory big shot. Pals with generals. Pathetic. Amanda nags non-stop. They fought so bad 6 months ago. She miscarried. I nodded. Indifferent. Once, I'd hated them with every fiber. Now, just echoes of a past life. The next day, at dawn, I wandered alone through the village. As I reached the West End, 2 familiar yet faded figures came into view. Jake Wilson and Amanda Moore. Jake looked haggard, hunched back. Streaks of gray in his hair. Clothes yellowed and threadbare. Gone was the cocky factory man from my past life. Amanda stood across from him, hands on hips, screaming. Her clothes were wrinkled, dirty, reeking of neglect. Her voice pierced the air. Regret it now? Heard Lila's back. And you're obsessed? Too late, she wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Shut up. Jake shoved her off, eyes flashing with rage before dulling into resignation. I know I don't deserve her. Scumbags like me deserve to rot with trash like you. Oh. Poor Jake, so pathetic she dumped you for a loser like me. They traded insults. Blind to me watching from afar. Suddenly, Jake looked up. Our eyes met, and he froze. Amanda followed his gaze, face draining as she staggered back. Layla. Jake stammered. I nodded faintly, turning to leave. Amanda gritted her teeth and charged after me. Jealousy burning in her eyes. Happy now? You ruined my life. Your greed and lies did that, I said, staring her down. Before she could retort, Jake yanked her back roughly. He shot her a warning look, then turned to me, face crumpling with regret. Layla. I was wrong. These years have been hell. I'm so sorry. Divorce Amanda? We can start over, I'll treat you right this time. Before I could respond, Amanda slapped him hard. Jake retaliated instantly, sending her flying. Blood pooled between her legs. Another miscarriage? I gasped and ran to fetch help. As I left, Jake stood there indifferent, even kicking her as she wailed. Good riddance to that bastard. I know you've been screwing the old widower for rice, kid's not even mine. Her screams and his curses echoed through the empty West End. By the time the mayor's team arrived, I was already gone. I heard later the baby hadn't survived. When the old widower heard, he stormed over, sobbing, and fought Jake. They tried to kill each other. Jake, weak from alcohol and laziness, lost badly, even got his genitals crushed in the fight. Back home, I sat in the yard, staring at my book. The old hatred and pain felt distant now. No pity for Jake and Amanda, they'd earned their misery. I'd clawed my way out of that darkness through sheer grit. My future stretched bright ahead. A breeze rustled the leaves, like Grandpa and Dad whispering their approval. I stood up, tears falling, finally at peace. After my family was destroyed and I became homeless, I hadn't had a full meal in ages. When Ethan Carter announced the termination of cooperation with the Wilson family, many businesses that followed trends quickly distanced themselves from us. During Ethan's siege of the Wilsons, those who had once smiled at us eagerly became Ethan's lackeys to curry favor with the Carters and gain a share of the spoils. My dad couldn't bear to watch the empire he'd built collapse and jumped from a high rise. My mom, already bedridden, followed him soon after. After all assets were liquidated, I ended up on the streets. Finding a job based on my abilities shouldn't have been hard, but no one dared hire me with Ethan Carter publicly targeting the Wilsons. Eventually, I had to scavenge for recyclables to survive. But even that wasn't enough to satisfy Ethan's vengeance. He had men follow me, snatching the cardboard and bottles I'd struggled to collect. Once, when I fought to keep what little means of survival I had, they shoved me into the street. A speeding car knocked me down, and my head slammed into the curb. As blood blurred my vision, a dark figure knelt before me. "Does it hurt?" It was Ethan's voice. Somehow finding the strength, I grabbed his hand. Why? I needed to know before I died. We'd been childhood friends, and I'd helped him secure his position as head of the Carter family. Why destroy the Wilsons? He pried my skeletal hand off him, his voice almost nostalgic. "Remember Sophia? When you forced Sophia to leave, I wanted to ask why too. You made me lose the love of my life. This is what you and your family owe me and Sophia." Sophia? The name drew a blank. When Ethan saw my confusion, he angrily ground his foot into my hand. I curled up, too agonized to scream. "Recall now," he snapped. "Sophia Moore. Just like this winter, my Sophia left alone and never came back." Sophia Moore. Ethan's former assistant. So this was his version of undying love, and he blamed it all on me. I wheezed, "Ethan Carter, you're a goddamn idiot." He kicked my head in response. As snow fell harder, a trail of red stained the white ground. "It's freezing out. Take an extra jacket." The phantom pain lingered as I shivered involuntarily. "See? You're cold," Mom fussed, draping a coat over me from the maid. I stared at my vibrant dad and gentle mom, afraid to blink lest this be a dream. We were en route to the Carter family's birthday gala for Mrs. Carter. The Wilsons and Carters had always been close. The Carters valued our small, drama-free family compared to their own complicated dynasty. Previously, they'd joked about wanting me as a granddaughter-in-law. In my past life, it was at this very gala that Mrs. Carter announced the family's plan to arrange a marriage. Now, I watched the bustling crowd. This wasn't even a milestone birthday, just an excuse to gather for the real event, our public engagement. A group of girls teased me, some with thinly veiled bitterness. "I thought the Carters were pushing for you and Ethan? Why's he doting on that assistant?" Following their gaze, I saw Ethan speaking intently to a petite woman, his eyes soft with unusual patience. How had I never noticed his favoritism toward Sophia Moore before? The Carters only invited family, close friends, and trusted partners to such events. Yet here was Ethan, bringing a low-level assistant to an occasion where everyone assumed we were as good as engaged. His overtly familiar behavior was a public humiliation. Ethan had just joined Carter Enterprises that year, under immense pressure from the board. Of course he'd fall for Sophia's gentle confidant act. In my past life, I'd later learned he'd already protested the arranged marriage to his family, but his wishes meant little next to family interests. Instead of confronting his family, he'd taken out his anger on me. What a coward. A friend whispered, "Don't worry, no assistant can compare to you, Chloe. You and Ethan are childhood sweethearts." I shook my head, feigning indifference. Now that I saw through Ethan, he seemed like nothing but a pretty-faced fraud. Good riddance. Our stares must have caught his attention. Ethan turned, and the gossiping crowd fell silent. No one dared offend the Carters openly. He murmured something to Sophia before approaching. Chloe. He looked polished in his tailored suit, the epitome of sophistication. The whispers around us turned to flattering greetings. Though the Wilsons were newly minted elites, my parents' history gave us standing. Both orphans, they'd been sponsored by the Carters' charity. My dad, a former research titan turned tech CEO, and my mom, a renowned university professor, earned the Carters' respect despite our humble origins. Ethan and I had known each other since kindergarten. As kids, he'd run away to my house during rebellions. I'd bribed him with candy to forge my homework when I was lazy. Like everyone else, I'd never imagined our futures diverging. But today, at this family gala, he'd brought Sophia, a woman who carried herself nothing like the confident daughters of our social circle. She kept her head down, spoke in whispers, like a Dickensian ingenue afraid to breathe too loudly. When she saw Ethan approaching me, Sophia trailed awkwardly, eyes downcast. Miss Wilson, she murmured timidly. If I hadn't lived this before, her trembling lashes and vulnerable act might have fooled me. We'd grown up together, but love couldn't be forced. Still, one should know priorities. Ethan was the Carter heir apparent, but he wasn't the only contender for power. To outmaneuver his cousins, he needed alliances. In my past life, I'd pitted Sophia and tried to reason with Ethan. This merger is crucial for both families. You can pursue love later. Once you're in charge, no one will dictate your marriage. But Sophia had turned my practical advice into a weapon. I may not be your equal, Miss Wilson, but I'm not some mistress you can brush aside. Ethan and I love each other openly. How dare you suggest I hide? Ethan had resented me ever since. Now, seeing them together, I stepped back sharply. The crowd froze, eyeing the three of us with curiosity. Chloe? Ethan's tone was tight as he registered my don't touch me stance. Sophia more widened her watery eyes, lip quivering as if on the verge of tears. So pathetically convincing. Had I done anything? She wanted to paint me as a bully abusing power? I regarded them with amused scrutiny. Sophia was a dedicated actress, indeed. To sabotage Ethan's arranged marriage with me, she'd embedded herself in his life. Turns out, Sophia was the first love of Ethan's cousin, Derek Carter. To help her lover seize power, she'd willingly played the subservient assistant to Ethan. I'd stumbled upon them later, in a shadowy corner of an exclusive club, Sophia wrapped in Derek's arms, weeping dramatically. I've sacrificed so much for you. You must never betray me. Ethan already resents the Wilsons because of me. When can I leave? I can't stand staying with Ethan while longing for you. Such masterful acting. Ethan genuinely believed someone loved him unconditionally, braving gossip for their pure relationship. Once, I'd asked why he cherished Sophia so deeply. He'd smiled softly. Besides my mother, she's the only one who doesn't fawn over my status. My father has illegitimate children. My grandparents have too many grandchildren. Even you. He'd spared no thought for my feelings. We're only close because we grew up together. Would you still care about me if I weren't a Carter? I was baffled. If you weren't from the Carter family, we'd never have crossed paths. In our world, connections are defined by social circles. How else would we meet? With Sophia, it's different. She never tries to please me. It's like we've known each other forever, comfortable and natural. You don't get it, Chloe. Losing her would haunt me for life. After the club incident, I'd protected his ego by not revealing the truth, only gently urging him to rethink Sophia. But Ethan was so naive. How could a stranger align with him so perfectly? As the Carter heir, countless women would flatter him. Sophia was no exception. My silence and scrutiny now embarrassed Ethan. Chloe, he warned, voice low. Funny. I'd tolerated his antics before for the arranged marriage, but now? I owed him no patience. Before I could retort, Sophia stepped forward, feigning a bow of apology. Ethan stopped her. Chloe, don't go too far. This was the joy of knowing the whole truth, watching them unravel. Is ignoring people the Wilson family's idea of manners? Our argument drew stares. Sophia cowered behind Ethan, but triumph flickered in her eyes. I scoffed. And is this how the great Ethan Carter hosts guests? Treating invitees like servants? I'd hinted at Sophia's betrayal before, but he'd dismissed it as jealousy. Later, Sophia had fled to Europe during the fiercest inheritance battles, never to return. Everyone thought it was a forgotten chapter, until Ethan, after seizing power, destroyed the Wilsons. They called him ungrateful. No one guessed a lowly assistant had driven his vengeance. My sudden defiance irritated Ethan. Before he could retort, a servant interrupted to announce the gala's start. I turned to join the crowd, leaving him fuming. "Don't take the Carter's favor for granted," he hissed. I love Sophia. That engagement talk was just old people's chatter. So he'd known about the announcement today and brought Sophia to humiliate me. In my past life, I'd been too meek to see his assistant was a statement, a dismissal. Mrs. Carter adored me. Seeing me, she clasped my hand and beamed at the crowd. "I've never had a granddaughter, but Chloe is the daughter of my heart. Having her as my granddaughter-in-law would complete my life." Glancing at the tense Ethan, I smiled sweetly. "I'd rather be your granddaughter, Mrs. Carter." The room froze. Ethan stared, first relieved, then stunned, as if my refusal were unthinkable. News of the Carter Gala spread fast. Ethan's public display with Sophia became gossip fodder. Some criticized my impulse, claiming I should have handled the assistant discreetly. But the whispers about Ethan's affair put both families in the spotlight. My public rejection of the engagement only fueled the drama. The Carters' expressions that night were priceless. Rumor had it Mr. Carter had given Ethan a harsh family reprimand after the crowd left. With Patriarch Carter still in charge and eyeing a direct handover to grandchildren, Ethan's self-sabotage had thrown the inheritance race wide open. My parents were furious. "How could you reject the match in public? If you disliked him, talk to us first. What will society think? Embarrassing yourself and us in front of elders, how will you find a good match now?" Men with mistresses were charismatic, women showing displeasure were jealous or unladylike. I stared defiantly at my dad. Usually composed, he glared back. My mom, a university professor, took my side. Ethan acted inappropriately. Chloe was right to refuse. Dad sighed, glancing at Mom. "I don't oppose the rejection, but doing it publicly. Tomorrow, you'll apologize to the Carters with me." I stiffened, then relented at apologize to the elders. The Carters had always treated me like family, especially after sponsoring my parents. My reincarnation-fueled impulsiveness had overshadowed that. Even Mom agreed once she realized the stakes. The next day, we visited the Carters with gifts, only to find them entertaining a guest, a lean, elegant man in wire-rimmed glasses, strikingly handsome. He met my gaze as we entered. "Meet my grandson Caleb Reed," Patriarch Carter boomed, cheerful as ever. Was supposed to introduce him at the gala, but his flight was delayed. Finally made it to see his old granddad. Caleb Reed. I'd heard of him. The Carters' only daughter, Amelia Carter, had been their darling, until she'd eloped to Hong Kong with a commoner, defying the family. Years of estrangement followed. Caleb's sudden return reeked of inheritance politics. With the Carters' bias toward Amelia, Caleb might just upset the apple cart. If the goal was a strategic marriage, why not choose someone more reliable? I was right. The Carters had plans too. Claiming they needed to discuss business, the elders sent Caleb and me to tour the garden. We exchanged a knowing look at the transparent excuse, "Smart people communicate without words." We strolled off together amiably. In my past life, I'd barely met him, only glimpsing him at my ill-fated engagement party with Ethan. After that, Caleb had returned to Hong Kong. The next I heard of him was after the Wilson collapse. Apparently, the retired heir had reappeared to seize power. If only he'd acted sooner. A strategic partner with ambition and wit is invaluable. With shared goals, we forged an alliance swiftly. Meanwhile, Ethan was still lost in his romantic drama with Sophia. He assumed my closeness to Caleb was petty jealousy. At the peak of the inheritance battle, he'd vanished to amusement parks with Sophia, heedless of mockery about prioritizing love over legacy. Perhaps the media's Carter Prince hype had convinced him he was untouchable. Ethan had been a campus celebrity for his looks, so when paparazzi snapped photos of their Cinderella date, the story went viral. Blogs praised their soul-deep love beyond status. Love isn't about bloodlines, it's about connection. Chase true love, Ethan. What's wealth without freedom to choose your partner? Screw arranged marriages. Support the prince and his Cinderella. Their fans' enthusiasm only entrenched their delusion. I could barely contain my laughter. Ethan was so easily manipulated. A few whispers, and he'd charge headfirst into self-destruction. Was this your doing? Caleb asked over lunch, now deep in Carter Enterprises' inner circle. I slid him a slice of watermelon with a grin. Me? A schemer? Please. Ethan has more enemies than I can count, I'm just one of many. I arched a brow. Besides, you have more motive than anyone. Caleb merely smiled, ever the polished gentleman. His return had declared war on the other Carter heirs. Unlike the pretend brotherly love of Ethan's cousins, Caleb owed the Carters no loyalty, he was here to win. Ethan's public romance infuriated his parents. To my surprise, Mrs. Carter, usually disdainful of me, begged me to reclaim Ethan. Her smile was strained, a mix of pride and desperation. The Carters had 4 children, Ethan's father, the eldest, Caleb's mother, the estranged daughter, and 2 younger sons. As the heir apparent, Ethan had long irritated his uncle's families. Now, his aunts were spreading tales of his foolishness at every social event. I declined reuniting with Ethan but agreed to reason with him, though we both knew it was hopeless. Why would he listen to me when he ignored his own parents? Ethan smirked when I visited, assuming I'd come to beg. Don't cling to that old engagement talk. I'll never give up Sophia. Sophia batted teary eyes at him, then shot me a triumphant glance when he wasn't looking. Done with the soap opera? I interrupted. I'm not here to reconcile. Your mother asked me to talk sense into you, consider it a favor. Don't flatter yourself. Ethan's face paled. Chloe Wilson. I delivered the message. Goodbye. To recover from that ordeal, I met Caleb for dinner. Ethan's a lovesick fool. He'll self-destruct without us lifting a finger. Caleb wore a tailored suit today, adding an air of sophisticated danger. Sightseeing among normal people? I teased. He merely smiled. Ethan's antics had alienated Carter executives. Mr. Carter had even considered legitimizing his illegitimate son to save face, sparking a marital crisis. Unfazed, Ethan doubled down on his love above all mantra. Then, the bombshell, the Wilsons announced a new engagement with Caleb Reed. Overnight, Caleb became headline news, the long-lost grandson, heir to the Carters' favorite daughter. The elders were thrilled, only Ethan was blindsided. He stormed into my office, livid. You're serious about this? Dead serious. I met his gaze coolly. Let him feel the weight of losing the Wilson alliance, the same alliance he'd always taken for granted. Online trolls called us soulless pawns, praising Ethan and Sophia as love's martyrs. I scoffed at Caleb, love without money is just Hunger Games. He poured tea with unshakable calm. Public opinion is noise. Our partnership is about results, not theater. How did he stay so unflappable? While I seethed at hate comments, he remained above the fray, like a deity indifferent to mortal squabbles. Ethan warned Caleb was a snake, but I asked the real question over drinks, you won't stab me in the back once you're in power? Caleb paused, then smiled faintly. When I take Carter Enterprises, you'll run it alongside me. Ethan spoke with casual confidence, as if the empire were already his to divide. Ambitious men did have a certain charm. True to form, Ethan attended Carter Enterprises' new product launch with Sophia, turning the event into their personal stage. Cameras ignored the prototypes, focusing instead on their romantic gestures. The news cycle flooded with their photos. He kissed my hair. Blame them for your husband's delicate health. No wonder Patriarch Carter bypassed his sons to train grandchildren. History was repeating itself, but this time, the Carters would have a Reed at the helm. Reeling from the confrontation, Ethan turned to alcohol. Not that I cared, Caleb and I were swamped with work and dating rituals. Where to eat tonight? I asked as we left the office. Our conversations had devolved into delightful mundanity. Before Caleb could answer, a speeding van careened toward us on the highway. My last memory was his arm shielding my head. I woke in a hospital unharmed. Caleb was worse off, concussion, fractured left arm, all from taking the brunt of the impact. The drunk driver confessed quickly, but I'd seen the van target my side of the car. Under interrogation, he implicated Sophia. I'd suspected Ethan, given his past cruelty, but these two were a matched set of cowards. Sophia was indeed pregnant. After the hotel incident, Derek had discarded her, but she clung to the pregnancy as her last leverage. When Caleb tipped off Ethan, he'd forced her into an abortion. Desperate and vengeful, she'd aimed for me, collateral damage in her crumbling life. See? I teased Caleb, eyeing his sling. Meddling in family drama gets you hurt. Let her have the baby, and none of this happens. He smiled faintly. Accidents happen. All that matters is you're safe. You're already fragile, now you're extra crunchy. When Sophia's plot unraveled, she tried to kill Ethan in a murder-suicide. He survived as a paraplegic, she broke her leg. I avoided visiting, but Mrs. Carter begged me to see him. One look in Ethan's eyes told me, he'd been reborn too. Sorry it took me so long to see Sophia's betrayal, he rasped. After you died, she and Derek stole the company, but even they couldn't handle the Carters. Caleb won in the end. He laughed wildly. You think you chose Caleb? He's always 10 steps ahead. You'll never outplay him. Leaving the hospital, I hesitated to answer Caleb's call. Was Ethan trying to sow doubt? Look left, his voice said. There he was, parked at the curb, hazard lights blinking. Before, I'd have called it intuition. Now, Ethan's words niggled, did Caleb know me too well? You okay? He noticed my silence as the light turned red. Focus on driving. I glanced at his newly healed hand. Why do you love me? He sighed. Haven't I shown it enough? I stared at him until the light green. He smiled. I'll spend a lifetime answering that. Wait, was he implying? No, surely not. Reincarnation was too fantastical, even for us. He kept his secrets, I let it go. Our past lives held enough pain. After taking over Carter Enterprises, Caleb worked tirelessly, then became a dedicated stay-at-home dad. Contrary to rumors, he didn't hoard power, every Carter heir found their place. The elders approved, even when he gifted me his shares before marriage. After so much strife, peace mattered more. Years later, I eyed my reflection in the mirror. No more kids. I mean it. I'm not a damn farm animal. Caleb laughed, bouncing our baby daughter. Agreed. One princess is enough. Our sons peered over his shoulder, whining to hold their sister. Be gentle, I warned, grabbing my briefcase. No fighting while I'm gone. Stepping into the morning sun, I smiled. This was our happily ever after, flawed, fragile, but fiercely ours. Today is my engagement party with Mark Johnson. Too bad I can't attend. I died last night. Fell from the top of an abandoned building, killed instantly. That's when Mark was rushing to save another girl. Mark frowned as he called me, his face darkening with each busy tone. If Emily doesn't answer soon, we're calling off the engagement today. Fine by me. Dead people don't answer phones. My mom and brother hovered nearby, all forced smiles and nervous glances. Were they worried about me? No. They were terrified of offending Mark, their golden ticket. My brother Michael's dream house and down payment were on the line. Mom snapped, that brat, can't even answer her phone. Did she drop dead or something? Funny she should say that. In the corner, my best friend Sarah Miller gently tugged at Mark's sleeve. Mark, do you think I'm found out I called you for help last night? Is she mad at me? Her eyes welled up. I feel so bad, but I was so scared. Mark's brow furrowed as he soothed her, it's not your fault. I didn't tell her. Sarah's eyes shimmered with tears. I hope Em doesn't misunderstand. She's my only friend. I almost laughed. Another person ruining the word friend. If she cared about misunderstandings, why call Mark alone last night? Yesterday, Mark and I were driving back from the suburbs. He took a call through his earphones. I could barely make out a woman's voice, panicked about someone following her. The weepy tone sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Mark's voice turned surprisingly gentle. Don't worry. I'm on my way. After hanging up, he hesitated. I need to handle something. It's not on the way. Can you Uber back? It was a question, but his tone was final. I stayed put. What's so urgent I can't come with? Is there someone I shouldn't meet? This was the first time I'd challenged him. Mark, my boyfriend and boss, wasn't used to my defiance. Annoyance flickered across his face. Emily, we're getting engaged tomorrow. What are you so afraid of? I opened my mouth, then closed it. I wasn't afraid. I just hated being lied to. As I stepped out, a light rain started. I turned back for an umbrella, but Mark peeled away. He must have been desperate to reach that girl. He didn't care if I could get a ride or got soaked. The area was desolate, just a few abandoned buildings and flickering streetlights. Crouching by the road, I swiped through Lyft and Uber, but no drivers were available. Anxiety crept in, followed by danger. A middle-aged man emerged from the shadows, pretending to wait for a ride, but his eyes lingered on me. Staring at the empty, pitch-black road, I felt sick with dread. I wanted to run, but my ride hadn't arrived. I wanted to call the police, but what could I say? He hadn't done anything yet. My hands shook as I dialed Mark. Mark, can you come back? I can't get a ride. I didn't mention the man, he was standing right beside me. Mark tried to sound patient. There are a dozen apps. Just request one. The rain chilled me to the bone. I was almost in tears. I can't. Please just come. Mark snapped, Emily, I have real things to do. Stop being so obsessive. The man edged closer. In a panic, I blurted, if you don't come, I'm skipping the engagement party tomorrow. Silence. Then ice-cold fury, don't threaten me with that. Before I could process his words, the line went dead. That's when my phone was ripped from my hand. I ran, but he was too strong. He dragged me into the abandoned building, my calves scraping raw on the concrete. Trapped on the 7th floor ledge, I begged, take my money, my cards, anything. He leered, yellow teeth bared. My wife used to wear skirts like that. You sluts love tempting men, don't you? He was a maniac, out for blood, not cash. What had I done? Just worn a dress. I'll carve up your pretty face, he hissed, advancing with a switchblade. See how sexy you are then. Cornered, I stepped back, and fell. One moment, searing pain. The next, weightlessness, floating above my shattered body. Down below, my face was unrecognizable. No surprise, after a 7-story fall. Then, I drifted to Mark. In a dim alley, he held a girl close, stroking her hair. It was just a coincidence, Sarah. No one's following you. She looked up, tears gleaming. It's happened so many times. I can't help being scared. Even though I'd suspected her voice on the call, seeing this still shocked me. My best friend Sarah. Betrayal tasted like acid. Mark flicked her nose affectionately. Still as jumpy as when we were kids. He pulled back quickly, as if remembering something. Kids? I frowned. Hadn't they met just months ago? Wait, you didn't tell Em you called me, right? Mark asked, releasing her. No, I knew she'd overreact. She's so insecure. Sarah paused. I called on instinct. I'm glad you still have the same number. Though I never told her we were high school sweethearts. Mark's face was shadowed, unreadable. We're getting engaged tomorrow, Sarah. Let's leave the past in the past. Sarah paled, biting her lip. Mark just frowned, unmoved. I floated beside them, numb. Watching Mark walk Sarah to her apartment building, I almost fooled myself into thinking he still cared for me. But reality struck again, sharp as a blade. As Mark turned to leave, Sarah suddenly dashed forward and hugged him from behind, arms locked around his waist. Marky, I can't forget you. Please. What do I do? Her tears fell onto his shirt. In an instant, Mark spun around. She initiated it, I'm sure. Their lips met fiercely. Mark, always so controlled, so composed, looked utterly consumed. I'd never seen him like this. In that moment, even as a ghost, I felt like an intruder. Then, a robotic voice echoed in my head, Host, your mission has failed. You will be erased. In a flash, memories flooded back. I was on a mission inside a tragic romance novel. The goal, win the male lead's love and become his wife. A system glitch had erased my original memories, making me believe I was the protagonist, Emily Smith. But I was just a host. Only death triggered my real memories. I laughed. I didn't fail. Just wait, system. The system remained indifferent. I pressed, give me a month. If there's a chance, let Emily live again. And if you fail? Do whatever you want with me? The system agreed, clearly amused. I glanced back at the alley. Mark had pushed Sarah away, frowning. Emily's helped me a lot. And my grandma adores her. I can't break off the engagement. This seemed to wound Sarah. Her face reddened. You have no idea what I've done for you. You hate me so much, but I had to befriend Emily just to get close to you. I thought you were just dating her to please your grandma, that it was meaningless, just a placeholder. I never thought you'd actually propose. So that's why. No wonder Sarah had clung to me from day one at the office, baking me treats, staying late, volunteering for chores, all smiles. When she'd said, can we be best friends? I've never had anyone, I'd felt sorry for her. Because the real Emily Smith grew up in a patriarchal family, starved for love. I'd lived her life. As a child, while other kids played, I bathed Michael, fed him, entertained him. If he so much as stubbed a toe, Mom would slap me when she came home from gambling. Useless girl. Why did I even have you? Any free time had to be spent studying, my only escape. After college, during my internship, Mom demanded, you make $3,000. You keep $1,000, send $2,000 to Michael. She ignored my $800 rent. Mark had been my lifeline then, letting me advance my salary, lending me money. That warmth blinded me. When he asked me out, I said yes. And because of my lonely childhood, I'd eagerly accepted Sarah's friendship. But back then, Mark had hated her. Is this company's hiring standard a joke now? He'd snapped at HR, demanding they fire her. We don't pay people to do nothing. Sarah had begged me to intervene. Sarah's new, but she's trying, I'd pleaded. As Mark's girlfriend and assistant, and his first employee, having spent 6 years building his company from a tiny office, I had his ear. He'd relented, but his disdain never faded. He'd bark at her for botched reports, toss her work in the trash, tell her to get out. Sarah would apologize through tears, humiliatingly submissive. Now I saw, hatred and love are two sides of the same coin. I'd been naive, thinking Mark just disliked an incompetent coworker. I never knew they'd had a passionate romance abroad, or that Sarah had dumped him, or that he'd held on to that grudge ever since. Now she was back to win him over. There had been signs, if I'd looked closer. Mark, who hated sweets, eating Sarah's cupcakes. Texting her on rainy days to ask if she had an umbrella. Sending her home early when we worked late, your report's a mess. Go home. Emily can fix it. Never mind that I was on cold medicine. He'd even reassigned my first project as a project manager to Sarah. But this is my chance to transition, I'd protested. It means a lot to me. Mark had brushed it off. You're great as my assistant. Why change? Then he'd pulled me close. Let's get married. You'll have everything I own. Why stress about work? I'll admit it, I craved a family, a home, a child to love, something I'd never had. Mom had pressured me too. I've told everyone you're getting married. Don't embarrass me. Took Mark long enough to commit, thought he was just using you. The engagement date was set before I could think. If last night hadn't happened, I'd be at the party now, smiling through congratulations. Maybe not happy, but alive. Wasn't that enough? As a ghost, I floated above the chaos, watching through detached eyes. Minutes ticked by. No sign of me. Michael muttered, Em's such an idiot. If she ruins this, where's my down payment gonna come from? Mom shushed him, glancing at Mark. He leaned against the hallway wall, brow furrowed, chain-smoking. Sarah kept her distance. When my phone went to voicemail again, Mark grabbed a champagne bottle from a cart and smashed it. What more does she want? We're engaged. I want nothing, Mark. I'm dead. I felt Emily's emptiness. They all blamed me. No one wondered if I'd gotten hurt. If I'd needed help. If I was lying somewhere, alone. Just then, 2 hotel staff whispered to each other. Did you see the news? There's a body at Golden Bay Beach. Horrible. Found last night, they say. Family hasn't ID'd her yet. Sarah froze at the words. Could it be M? Mark, sharp-eared, scoffed. Impossible. She wasn't at Golden Bay last night. I sneered. Idiot. The killer staged the scene, dumped me in the ocean, but the tide washed me ashore. She said she'd skip the engagement if I didn't pick her up. Just being dramatic. Mark fired off a text when I still didn't answer. Emily, be here in 10 minutes. No show equals engagement off. We're done. Sarah peered over his shoulder. Mark, there are so many important guests today. What if M doesn't come? Mark took a drag, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at her. If she's a no-show, you take her place. Sarah pretended to hesitate, but triumph flickered in her eyes. Mom and Michael snarled under their breath. That ungrateful bitch, she'll let another woman steal her man. 10 minutes later, instead of me, Mark got a call from the police. They needed family to identify a body. Mom hung up, face ashen, lips trembling. They want us to ID a body. It's M. She's dead. Silence. If ghosts could eat popcorn, I'd be munching away. The expressions below were priceless. Shock on Sarah's face, followed by relief. Michael scowled, probably calculating how much he'd lose if his rich brother-in-law moved on. Mom collapsed, drained. No. We video called yesterday, and she was fine. For a moment, genuine maternal grief shone through. She turned on Mark, voice trembling. You were with her last night, weren't you? This from the woman who'd once fawned over him. Mark stared at my mangled body, uncomprehending. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. She got out of the car mid-ride. I circled back 20 minutes later, but she was gone. I thought she'd left. Ah, so he'd tried to find me. Too bad I'd been attacked minutes earlier. Mom blurted, Mark, how could you leave her alone? Michael yanked her back, glaring. Don't piss off the cash cow. Mom swallowed her words. See? Even in death, her love had limits, Michael's future came first. At her words, Mark's eyes flickered to Sarah, sharp as a blade. Was someone really following you last night? Sarah dropped her gaze, fake tears welling up. Of course. Why would I lie? She twisted her left thumbnail, a tell I knew too well. Classic setup. The system chimed in, amused. Host, no one here gives a damn. Think you can still fix this? I smirked. Cheaters don't repent overnight. Patience. A week later, Mark returned to work, business as usual. Even better, after 2 months of negotiations, the Han Group finally signed the annual contract. When a sales rep handed him the papers, Mark didn't look up. Have Emily review the numbers. The rep hesitated. Mark looked up, cursing under his breath. He loosened his tie and buzzed for coffee. His new assistant brought a cup. Mark took a sip, grimacing. Is this how I like it? Yes, sir. I followed Emily's exact steps. I don't know why it's different. He still hadn't adjusted to her absence. Just then, the administrative manager knocked, carrying a photo frame. Mr. Johnson, these are the team-building photos. Emily said you'd want one in your office. Mark glanced at the picture. Why isn't she in it? You forgot, sir, Emily skipped the retreat to handle Han. Lin Huan. Sarah almost botched the deal, but Emily spent a month negotiating to save it. She was at Han that day. Mark was silent for a beat. Photoshop her into the photo. The manager blinked. Sir? Add Emily's face to the group photo. Do I need to spell it out? Rolling her eyes inwardly, the manager nodded. Mark opened his third left drawer, revealing stacks of my old sticky notes. Mark, take your meds in an hour. Review file number 2 first. Don't be mad, okay? With a tiny doodled smiley face. Hundreds of notes, reminders I'd stuck on his desk. Hard to erase 6 years of constant presence. His face darkened as he found a pale blue note. You left me yesterday when you were mad. Please don't do that again. Being abandoned scares me. When I was a kid, Mom would abandon me midway during car rides whenever she got angry, making me walk home alone. It left a lasting trauma. The day before I wrote that sticky note was one of Mark's lowest moments. During a rough patch at the company, he'd gotten wasted at a client dinner, desperate to secure a deal. I couldn't stand seeing him red-faced and incoherent, so I stepped in and drank several glasses for him. When I was a kid, Mom would always abandon me mid-drive when she got angry, making me walk home alone. It left me with lasting trauma. The day before I wrote that sticky note was one of Mark's rock-bottom moments. During a company crisis, he'd gotten hammered at a client dinner, desperate to close the deal. I couldn't stand seeing him slurring and flushed, so I stepped in and took several shots for him. The client, impressed by my generosity, threw an arm around me to pour more. I stiffened. Mark's face turned pitch black. He dragged me out of the room, furious. "Since when do you need to drink? Go home." I refused. "We're this close to signing. Don't blow it out of pride." We argued all the way home. I stormed out, crying by the road as he drove off. Minutes later, he reversed, yanked me into a hug, and apologized profusely. Don't cry. I swear I'll never do this again." But he broke that promise the night before our engagement. Mark stared at the note for so long, his eyes reddened, tears finally spilling over. After that, Mark stopped going to the office. He drank himself numb in bars night after night, scrolling through my photos on repeat. I scoffed, "Who's he performing this grief for?" Suddenly, his gaze snapped in my direction. My ghostly form tensed. Did he see me? "Mark, stop drinking," Sarah cooed, slinking up to him. Her eyes pooled with fake concern. M's death was a tragedy, but life goes on. She'd been edging closer to him, hinting she could fill my void. Mark's drunk gaze turned icy. "Whether M's here or not, I'll never be with you." "Why?" Sarah recoiled. "Because I love Emily." Even Mark looked stunned by his own words. The system muttered, "Human love is as fickle as a faucet, huh?" I sighed, "Regret only hits when something's gone. It's called human stupidity." Sarah paled. "You can't have feelings for me anymore." Mark stared into his glass, smirking bitterly. "You kissed me the other night, remember?" "I felt nothing." Sarah snapped, "But her family only sees you as their ATM. She didn't love you genuinely." His eyes darkened. "Maybe her love wasn't pure. But I hate even more that she's gone. Since when did I see him as an ATM?" I wondered. Had his growing coldness made him think I only wanted his money? Sarah shrieked, "She's dead. I'm alive." Mark slammed his glass down, red-eyed, and grabbed her throat. "If it weren't for you, I never would have left her that night." Gasping for air, Sarah pleaded, "Let go." He released her and staggered to his feet. "Clean out your desk tomorrow. I never want to see you again." Mark hired a chauffeur and raced to his grandmother's countryside estate. Mark's grandmother, a devout Buddhist with mobility issues, had always been warm and nurturing. Every time I visited, she'd hold my hand and ask, "What would you like to eat, Em? Grandma will cook it." At my own home, Mom only ever said, "See what Michael wants and make it for him." But now, Grandma scowled at Mark's drunken state. "What do you want, stumbling in here like this?" In front of the woman who'd raised him, Mark collapsed, sobbing. "Grandma, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left her." She struck him with her cane. "You fool! Emily was an angel. You took her for granted, and now you're crying over spilt milk." Mark groveled, "You know spiritual practices, Grandma. Can you bring her back? I'll treat her right this time." She laughed bitterly. "Alcohol rotted your brain. The dead stay dead. Stop clinging to superstitions." But Mark knelt in the shrine room, kowtowed repeatedly, as she'd ordered, his forehead bleeding on the stone floor. I'm sorry. Please come back." I watched coldly. If not for the system, the real Emily would have died alone in that abandoned building. "System," I said, "regret is cheaper than grass." But at least he did love her. The system nodded. "Granted. You'll be reborn." My soul was sucked into a dark vortex, consciousness fading. I woke in Mark's car. Checking my phone, the date read, the night before our engagement. Glancing out, we were approaching the abandoned building, its lone streetlights flickering. Then Mark's phone rang. My heart pounded. Was history repeating? This time, I wasn't getting out. He could leave if he wanted. It was Sarah, of course, feigning distress. But Mark's tone was icy. "If you're in danger, call the police." "I'm not coming." He hung up and turned to me, softening. You're awake, Em? I frowned. This wasn't how it went before. The system stayed silent. Mark drove in silence, knuckles white on the wheel. At my apartment, he said, tomorrow's finally the big day, Em. Something about him felt different. The next day, the engagement party went off without a hitch. On stage, Mark vowed, I'll spend the rest of my life making you happy, Em. I smiled politely. Who cared about forever? Afterward, his phone buzzed nonstop. Finally, he stepped aside to answer, face paling. Sarah's threatening suicide. I need to check on her, he croaked. All right. In my past life, her stalker was fake, but this time, she'd actually been assaulted by real attackers. Karma? I smiled sweetly. But our party isn't over, Mark. He swallowed. I'll be quick, I promise. You know Sarah's not the type to throw away her life, I said. Mark looked startled. Let me explain when I get back. I shook my head. He snapped, Em, you're usually so kind. Why be so unreasonable now? Because in my last life, kindness got me killed. Watching him hurry out, I felt that familiar sting. The guests, especially Mom's friends, stared at me with pity. I'm calling off the engagement, Mom, I said coolly, taking a sip of wine. Mom hesitated. Embarrassing as hell, but fine. Michael exploded, Mom, you forgot? The $2 million I borrowed from Mark, how am I supposed to pay it back if she dumps him? I shot to my feet. Are you insane? Why the hell do you need that much? Just, lost some money gambling. He mumbled. Images flashed, Mark and Sarah in a club, whispering about family debts. Did you ask him in my name? I snapped, voice icy. He flinched. Mark likes you. He didn't mind. No wonder Mark had once asked, is this money really for you? I'd thought he meant my project bonus. Yes, I'd said firmly. I earned it. My hard work, my goddamn bonus, why shouldn't I take it? But after that, Mark had grown colder. Mom rounded on Michael, furious. You idiot. How dare you? I'll win it back, he protested. If I don't pay, they'll chop off my hand. You want that? Mom turned to me, pleading. For Michael's sake, keep the engagement. Mom, don't you see how biased you are? She flushed. Since when did you become like this? Since I realized I've been paying his tuition, his mortgage, his everything, and now you want to sell me for his gambling debt? Mom huffed. A sister taking care of her brother is only natural. Michael sneered, Mark's loaded. What's wrong with borrowing from him? Their greed was revolting. I didn't take a cent of that $2 million. You two can pay it back, I said, storming out. System, I asked, I got engaged to the original male lead. Does that count as mission accomplished? Your mission reset when you were reborn. The target has changed, the system replied. Thanks for the heads up. You didn't ask. System, you're a real piece of work. I frowned. System, how did Michael get into gambling? I headed to Sarah's hospital room, colliding with a harried young doctor. VIP ward, family only. Check in at the front desk, he said. I smiled sweetly. Not family. Just the other woman. Do I need to register for that? He stared, stunned. Inside, Sarah reclined weakly as Mark spoon-fed her soup. The picture of tenderness, disgusting. This is what you call be right back? I asked. Men, always wanting both the red mole and the white moonlight. Sarah's wrist bore a shallow cut, hardly enough to draw blood. It's not what it looks like, she lied, teary-eyed. Don't mind me. Keep feeding her. I'll be quick. I handed Mark my resignation letter and ring. I start at Heng Yuan Group next week as senior PM. Take the ring back. Pick someone else to marry, Sarah's perfect. Mark's face darkened. You think I'll let you go? And if you don't? He smirked, ruthless. Pay back the $2 million, and I'll consider it. He knew I couldn't. Michael took that money without my knowledge. Report him for fraud if you want, I said, turning to Sarah. You're not innocent either. Imagine if you spent half as much energy on work as you do on scheming, you might actually write a decent report. Sarah paled. Mark frowned. Michael's gambling debt? The den is owned by your uncle, I said. Sarah gasped, you have no proof. I have a recording of you too. Want me to play it? She lunged for my phone, smashing it against the wall. Don't. They'll leak the photos? She collapsed into Mark's arms, sobbing. Pathetic. I'd had no proof, of course. Just a hunch. But Mark bought it instantly. She's traumatized. I'm done here. As I turned, Mark grabbed my arm. Don't go, he croaked under the trees. I'm sorry. For leaving me to die in our past life? Or for ditching me at our engagement party this time? Mark froze. You remember, both lives? I nodded. That night, do you know how terrified I was? Falling 7 floors, bones breaking. I didn't die instantly. I bled out. His eyes filled with guilt. I watched you two in the alley, kissing, confessing your childhood love, I said. And at the office? Yelling at her to hide your hatred? I felt like a joke. He swallowed hard. So, you'll never forgive me? It's not about forgiveness. Hope flickered in his eyes. Forgiveness implies care. Hate implies care. I don't care enough to feel either, I said. Emily's future has no room for you. His face fell. You don't even hate me? I smiled faintly, turning to leave. Then chaos erupted from the hospital, screams, shouting. Someone's been stabbed, a voice yelled. Michael had killed Sarah. By the time we rushed in, he was standing over her, a switchblade lodged in her carotid artery. Blood gushed from the wound. His eyes were bloodshot, his face gaunt, clearly, he'd spent all night in the gambling den, sanity gone. When he saw me, he jolted. I just asked her for a loan. She always gave me money before. Of course she had. The den was owned by her uncle, the money just cycled back to them. Sarah had lured Michael into gambling, and now she'd been bitten back. Tragic, really. Her plan, with a gambling-addicted brother and a gold-digger sister, Mark would surely leave me eventually. Why go to such lengths? System, was Sarah also a book traveler? No. She was just the villainess. Mark had the mission. After rebirth, his target was you? My heart sank. Did he fail? Yes. I knew the consequences of failure. Michael was convicted of first-degree murder and jailed. Mom cried harder than when I died in our past life. Grief made her ill, she ended up in the hospital. You have to help him. Save your brother, she wailed. Mom, he murdered someone. What do you want me to do? She snarled, it's all your fault. Why couldn't you have died instead? I smiled. I already did once. Not doing it again. Leaning close, I whispered, you'd better shut up, or you'll end up with no one to care for you in old age. Her face flushed with rage, but she clamped her mouth shut. As I left, I heard neighboring patients whisper. No surprise her son's a killer, with a mother like that. Let's switch rooms. Bad juju being near a murderer's mom. Poor mom, she'd spend the rest of her life labeled the killer's mother. Seasons changed. Life went on. At Heng Yuan Group, I thrived, 2 promotions in 1 year. Time to think about love again. The shy, gentle doctor from the hospital? He'd been perfect, loyal, devoted, head over heels. Will you marry me? He asked under the stars, eyes shining. As I slipped on the ring, a chill ran through me. Oh. He was still here. The system had said Mark's spirit refused to move on after being erased, lingering like I had once. If that was true. I smiled slyly. Then I'd just have to be extra happy. After all, this was the joy of rebirth. That day, Sarah Miller asked me to meet up, claiming she had something important to say. In reality, she just wanted to show off her affection with Lucas Stone. Lucas arrived later. When he saw me, he frowned in distaste. Why are you here? Sarah invited. Oh, we just ran into each other, Sarah cut me off. Lucas, it's rare for us to be together. For my sake, can you stop quarreling with Lila Chin today? Lucas was silent for a moment, then nodded. I'll go buy some lattes. Wait here for me. No need, I have water. I'm not even thirsty. I should probably just. You can't have iced drinks today, right? Lucas ignored my protest. I fell silent. Got it. Lucas walked away. Sarah's expression turned sour. She mocked me, accusing me of seducing Lucas and being a homewrecker in their relationship. She called me a pathetic loser and sneered that Lucas would never like trashy girls like me. Angry, I snapped back at her. She retaliated by snatching the water bottle from my hand and pouring it over herself. When Lucas returned, she lied that I'd splashed her out of jealousy over his feelings for her. How stupid was I? Even as Lucas grabbed my collar and demanded an explanation, I still hoped he'd believe me. Instead, I was shoved into the water. Unable to swim, I drowned. As I struggled in the water, Lucas laughed. "Lila, this is your punishment for always bothering Sarah," he said. I died filled with rage. But fate gave me a second chance. I was reborn to the exact moment before Lucas pushed me into the water. As he lunged forward, I sidestepped and tripped him. Off balance, he fell into the park's small pond. Sarah gasped, but she only crouched by the shore and cooed, "Lucas, are you okay?" Lucas emerged from the water, wiping his face angrily. "Lila, are you insane?" I ignored his shout, staring down at him with disdain. "Do you really think you can mess with me?" After dropping that line, I turned and walked away without looking back. Once out of their sight, I exhaled deeply. I was finally free. Nearby, I noticed a boy in a simple, clean hoodie sitting on a bench sketching. When he saw me leaving the park, he quietly packed up to follow. Was he stalking me? Or just a coincidence? I didn't care to think. In this second life, I wanted nothing to do with any guy. I just wanted to live my own life in peace. As soon as I got home, I received a message from Lucas on WhatsApp. "What stunt are you pulling now?" I didn't reply. He texted again, "Thanks to you, I have a cold. I'm in bed right now. Go buy me some medicine. No one's home, so the door's unlocked, just come up." He was always like this, openly disgusted by me, yet ordering me around, then dropping vague flirty comments like scraps to keep me hooked. But those tricks meant nothing to me now. Without a word, I blocked Lucas. Lying in bed, my mind raced with memories of how he'd toyed with me. I remembered once, when some of Lucas's friends invited him to a bar in downtown LA. Back then, he hadn't met Sarah yet, just a directionless rich kid drifting through life. Our families had been close friends for years. We were childhood neighbors. It was nearly 1 a.m. when Lucas called me, "Lila, I miss you." I froze. My childhood crush on Lucas wasn't a secret. His mom, Mrs. Stone, had even joked about us getting married someday. "Lucas has always had a soft spot for you," she'd say. "Remember when he put a bedsheet on your head as a veil when you were kids? He called you his bride." But Lucas would always roll his eyes. It was just a game. Why take it so seriously? There was always an uncrossable barrier between us. I never thought he'd call me at midnight to say he missed me. "Layla, why aren't you speaking?" he pressed. "I heard you," I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "I want to see you," he said. He sent me a GPS pin. "Meet me here. I just finished drinks with the guys. Need someone to walk with me and sober up." Somehow, I agreed. At 1 a.m. in late autumn, the wind was biting, so cold that breathing hurt. I took an Uber to the pier he'd sent, but no one was there. Only the howling wind mocked me. I'd been played. Desperate, I called again, "Lucas, where are you?" Laughter erupted from the other end. Finally, Lucas said, "Relax, it's just a prank." "You actually fell for it?" I felt like a fool. For a joke, I'd raced across the city to freeze by the waterfront. I heard his friends in the background. "Lucas, your girl is loyal. Called her at midnight, and she showed up like a puppy." Dude, you really have no chill. Playing truth or dare, and you picked dare just to mess with her? Now she's stuck there alone, so sad. I stood there like a clown, listening to their jeers. Staring at the dark waves, I felt a lump in my throat. Just as I tried to hang up, Lucas said, "Don't hang up. Share your location. I'll come get you." What was this? A slap followed by a candy? Did he really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? "Bro, that's too harsh," one friend said. "You already pranked her once. Now you want to make her wait all night?" "Yeah, she'll freeze to death. Let's call it off. She's suffered enough." After a pause, Lucas snapped, "You mute? Say something." Clenching my fists, I hissed, "I'm hanging up." Try hanging up and see what happens, he barked, suddenly furious. I was already fragile from the cold, shivering and coughing softly. Lucas, all you do is yell at me. What's the point of talking? I croaked. Ignoring my question, he demanded, are you coughing? Is it windy out? Are you cold? Does it matter? I retorted. Stop arguing. Stay put. I'm coming. That night, I actually waited for him. And I waited. And waited. But he never came. I used to think he was equally flippant and irresponsible with everyone, and he was. Until Sarah showed up, I never realized Lucas could actually be gentle and caring. Just not with me. He met Sarah when he transferred to her homeroom in sophomore year, but their first encounter wasn't at school, it was at a downtown bar. The dimly lit space reeked of cigarettes and spilled cocktails. Sarah's innocent demeanor stood out like a sore thumb in that seedy environment. Lucas initially tried to intimidate her with his usual entitled arrogance, but Sarah refused to cave, even as a part-time bartender. Her defiance intrigued him. Around that time, Lucas started messaging me more frequently. He'd vent about Sarah's stupidity, how she couldn't even carry a tray without wobbling, how her pride reminded him of someone else, meaning me. Soon, he began asking what girls liked, what they hated, how to craft the perfect invitation to hang out. I'd never seen Lucas so awkward before. Finally, I blurted out, do you like Sarah? You know I like you, can you not talk about other girls in front of me? He stared at me for several seconds, then snapped, you think you're even in the same league as Sarah? She's 1,000 times better than you. Of course. In his eyes, Sarah was flawless. Enabled by his adoration, she took every chance to flaunt their relationship and mock my desperation. Her favorite jab, so what if Lila's a rich heiress? The guy I can wrap around my finger in a heartbeat? She'll never get him, no matter how hard she tries. Perfect. Ha. What a joke. When I opened my eyes, it was already morning. Mrs. Stone called and invited me to lunch, reminding me it was Lucas's birthday. I couldn't refuse, so I went. Before lunch, she pulled me aside, urging me to make things work with Lucas. Not wanting to ruin the mood, I nodded, okay, Mrs. Stone. We'll try. Lucas happened to walk by and scoffed, pretending to be high and mighty yesterday, but crawling back today? Pathetic. Mrs. Stone shot him a glare, where do you think you're going? Lunch is ready. Sarah's taking me out for my birthday, he said, already heading for the door. Don't wait up. His mom slammed the table in frustration, that ungrateful brat. Lila, you have to help me teach him a lesson. My heart can't take this. I smiled but said nothing. What right did I have to teach him a lesson? He'd never listen to me anyway. Honestly, his absence made the afternoon more bearable. After lunch, I chatted with Mrs. Stone for a while. On my way out, my best friend Renee called, Lila, I sent you a location. Come meet me ASAP. What's wrong? Can't explain over the phone. Just come. Confused, I followed the GPS to a swanky event hall, only to find Lucas there, clinking glasses with Sarah in a disgustingly intimate way. His eyes widened when he saw me, then he smirked. Wow, stalking me now? You really are obsessed. I shot a puzzled look at Renee, who whispered, Lucas threw Sarah a birthday party and invited the whole department. Rumor is he's announcing something. I thought you should know. Announce something? Obviously, he was about to make their relationship official. They'd been flirting since high school, about time, I guess. The crowd whispered and snickered, waiting for drama. Even Sarah, usually so innocent, wore a smug, provocative grin. Just here to meet someone, I lied. Sorry to interrupt. My plan was simple, blame Renee, grab her, and leave. But the room erupted in laughter. They thought I was lying. They thought I was desperate. Meet someone? Lame excuse. Pathetically clingy. Listening to their jeers, I felt overwhelmingly powerless. I'd always seen myself as strong, but in that moment, I realized how fragile I was. I remembered an old snow globe someone gave me, a wishmaker. If only it still worked. I needed a miracle. Just then, a guy stood up from the corner. Clean cut, unassuming, he stuck out like a sore thumb among the party crowd. He stuffed his sketchpad into his bag and walked toward me. She's here to meet me. I stared, stunned. He leaned in and whispered flatly, play along. I nodded, snapping out of it. The room gasped, even Lucas looked shocked. Wait, I thought Lila liked Lucas? Who's this guy? Never seen him before. Is he in our department? Are they actually together? What about Lucas? I thought she was obsessed with him. The insults poured in, but the guy gently squeezed my wrist, as if realizing hand-holding was too bold, to steady me. It's okay. I've got you. But how could I use him as a rebound? That would make me just as petty as Lucas. As if reading my mind, he whispered again, use me. I froze. His gaze was steady, almost comforting. For the first time, someone was offering himself as a shield without expecting anything in return. So I laced my fingers through his and smirked, got bored with the old toy. Can't I try something new? Lucas's eyes darkened, locking onto me like a predator. Bravo, he said, clapping slowly. Then he grabbed Sarah by the chin and kissed her roughly. Just as she melted into it, he pulled back and barked at me. So you won't mind if Sarah and I go public? Whatever, I said. Without looking back, I dragged the guy out of the hall. Behind us, I heard Lucas hurl a champagne flute against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Outside, the guy stayed calm, as if this were all part of his plan. He turned to leave without a word. Wait, I called. What's your name? He paused, sunlight hitting his face. He squinted slightly and said, just a random guy. I never got his name. He walked away, and I let him go. Renee caught up, gushing about my badass move but apologizing for putting me on the spot. Your new guy seems amazing, by the way, she added. 1,000 times better than Lucas. That night, after a long bath, I checked my phone, 5 missed calls from Lucas, plus a new text. Where's my birthday gift? Lucas had never once asked me for a birthday gift before. In the past, I'd spent hours crafting presents for him, even baked him a birthday cake from scratch once. I nervously presented it to him, only for him to take one bite and swipe it onto the floor. Disgusting. I stood there, mortified. I can. Make another one? He straightened his cuff, staring down at me. Not even dogs would eat your garbage. As he pushed past me, I panicked and grabbed his arm. Wait, your birthday gift. Don't you want to see it? I tried to hold him back, knowing he was going to meet Sarah. I handed him a ring. I searched for ages. This felt like the only thing that suited you. He laughed, took the ring, and tossed it into the trash in front of me. Can I go now? And he left. Went to his precious Sarah. I was just an afterthought. He came home late that night, drunk out of his mind. Mrs. Stone and I had to half-carry him to his room. As I tried to leave, she insisted I stay. The Stones had always kept a guest room for me. After she went to cut fruit, I was alone in Lucas's room. I turned to go, but he grabbed my wrist, yanking me onto the bed. Straddling me, his eyes glassy. Shoo. He pressed a finger to my lips, then cupped my face, foreheads touching. Layla. I can't choose between you and Sarah. What do I do? So I was just a backup plan. Never the first choice. I'd loved him, sacrificed for him, let him crush my pride. But I was done. No matter who he liked, the coldness, the drowning, none of it was worth clinging to anymore. With that, I deleted every trace of him from my phone. Seconds later, I heard pounding footsteps racing toward my room. I lunged for the door lock, but Lucas burst in before I could reach it. He slammed the door behind him, blocking my escape. Ghosting my calls, ignoring my texts. You think you're hot shit now, Lila? He shoved his phone in my face, the blocked message error blaring. Why the hell did you block me? What's your problem? It had been days since I blocked him on WhatsApp, and he was just noticing now. Pathetic. I stepped back until I hit the wall. He caged me in, leaning in for a kiss. Repulsed, I pushed him away. Are you insane? This is my house, show some respect. He sneered, don't play innocent. Isn't this what you've always wanted? Unbelievable. I snapped back, dream on. You think I'm still hung up on you? I said I'm done with this sick game. Got it? You're dumping me for that pretty boy? Seriously? What does he have that I don't? He gripped my shoulders tightly. What spell did he put on you? Since when do you get to police my life? You're with Sarah now, shouldn't you be with her instead of harassing me? I wrenched free. Lucas stared at me, eyes flickering with something like hurt. Quietly, he asked, what if I don't want to be with her? Humans are such contradictions, craving what we can't have, despising what we do have, chasing what rejects us, mourning what leaves us. I sighed, Lucas, grow up. He flinched, like he didn't recognize me. He reached for my hand, I swatted it away. Clenching his fists, he whispered brokenly, why aren't you jealous anymore? Why are you ignoring me? You loved me. Really? You have no idea why I'm like this. I shot back. He shook his head, eyes bloodshot, don't do this, Lila. This isn't a joke. Just then, his phone rang, Sarah's name popped up. He silenced it immediately. Aren't you going to answer? It's Sarah, I said. I need to fix us first. Us? I laughed bitterly. What's left to fix, Lucas? There is no us. He opened his mouth to protest, but Sarah called again. With a sigh, he answered. His tone was sharp, nothing like the softness he usually reserved for her. Whoever was on the other end must have said something cutting, because his face darkened. Hanging up, he tried to sound calm, I have to handle something. Wait for me, okay? We'll talk when I get back. Don't bother, I said. He squeezed my shoulder harder, like he wanted to say something, but finally let go. Please, Lee, he whispered. Just wait. After he left, I was flooded with memories. Did he just call me Lee? Lee, the nickname he hadn't used since middle school. Back then, Lucas was rough around the edges but never cruel. We walked to school together, hung out on weekends. He'd slip me a hand warmer on snowy days, invite me over to watch movies on sweltering summer afternoons. He'd tease me for jumping during horror films. Lee, your stubbornness is thicker than a brick wall. I don't know when he changed, when the warmth died and the cruelty took over. But younger me was convinced we were meant to be. I tried so hard to win his affection, only to realize too late that he'd become a stranger. He mocked me, used me, flaunted other girls in my face, even laughed about my feelings with his friends. Vicious, cold, reckless, at least, with me. It was obsession that dragged me down, making me blind to the abuse. But even stones can crack under enough pressure. After everything, especially the drowning, how could I still care? Love? No. Just hatred and regret left now. I barely slept that night. The next day, I went for a walk to clear my head, somehow ending up at the park, the same place I'd seen the sketching guy. I debated approaching him, but he'd avoided giving his name last time. Maybe he preferred being left alone. So I stayed back, watching from a distance. Sunlight hit his lashes, softening his features. For a moment, I wished time could freeze, letting both of us heal in this quiet bubble. I was so lost in thought that I didn't notice the kid tugging at my shirt. Lady, are you spying? He giggled, chubby hand over his mouth. That guy over there's been spying on you too. I saw, he's drawing you in his notebook. I looked up, locking eyes with him. He looked away quickly, ears turning bright red despite his neutral expression. Throwing caution to the wind, I marched over and plopped down beside him. Heard you're drawing me? He glanced up, detached, then peeled the sketch from his pad and handed it to me. For you. I studied it closely. It was me, same eyes, same mouth, but the girl in the drawing glowed with a vitality I hadn't felt in years. I smiled sadly. You're a great artist, but this doesn't look like me. Why not? He asked. The vibe is off. I tapped the paper. She's so alive. I'm not like that anymore. No, he said firmly. She's exactly like you. Strange, did he know me better than I knew myself? Probably just artist's pride, refusing to admit a flaw. I didn't argue, just nodded. Whatever you say, maestro. He went back to sketching in silence. After a while, he asked, how's Lucas doing? Weird, how did he know so much about me? I didn't even know his name, yet he seemed to know my whole story. Then I remembered the figure I'd seen the day Lucas drowned me, the park, the sketchpad, it was him. Have we met before? I asked. His hand froze mid-stroke, then resumed too quickly, lines suddenly jagged. Nope, he said, not looking up. I pressed, you were there the day Lucas pushed me into the water, weren't you? Silence. Neither confirmation nor denial. I tried again, what's your name? This time, he met my gaze solemnly. Eli Summer, he said. Eli Summer. And you're Lila Chen. Something about the way Eli looked at me felt familiar. Where had I seen that stare before? I couldn't place it. After giving his name, he clammed up again, focusing on his art. I decided to grab yogurt from the nearby store. Just as I stood, an unknown number called. Lucas. Thought I told you to wait for me at home, he snapped. Lucas, enough, I said, hanging up and blocking the number. But minutes later, he stormed into the park. How did he even find me? Pointing at Eli, he yelled, "You ditched me for him? Since when is that your business?" Of course it's my business. I asked for one night, and you ran off with him? Why can't you just listen to me for once? His eyes bloodshot, he lunged to grab me, but Eli stepped between us. Back off, Eli said calmly. Lucas spun on him, grabbing his collar. Who the hell are you to interfere? She was fine until you showed up. Eli pried Lucas's hand off him, voice steady. You're a mess, Lucas. You really think Lila would still care about someone who tried to kill her? Lucas glared, jaw clenched, but stayed silent. He knew it was true. He'd toyed with my feelings, convinced himself I'd always be there, until I wasn't. Love? Maybe. But more than that, it was greed. The greed to keep me as his safety net while he chased Sarah. Eli took my hand, leading me away. As we passed Lucas, he added, anyone who nearly killed the person they claim to love doesn't love, they just want to own. And that's pathetic. Lucas snapped, and you're any better? Some random guy who pops out of nowhere? You don't know anything about us. Something in Eli tensed at that. For a moment, he hesitated, then squeezed my hand tighter. You're right. I don't have a history with her. But unlike you, I just want her to live happily, without compromising herself. That's all. Lucas seemed rattled by Eli's words, though neither he nor I fully grasped their depth. He stared at me one last time. That's when Sarah showed up, disheveled and hollow-eyed. So the urgent matter was running to Lila? She said, voice trembling. Clearly, they'd had a fight the night before. Lucas frowned at her appearance, involuntarily stepping back. What are you doing here? His eyes held nothing but disdain. No love in sight. Sarah must have felt it too. She laughed bitterly, tears spilling over. Lucas, are you ashamed of me? You're breaking up with me for Lila, aren't you? You've always loved her, and I was just a placeholder. If that's the case, why did you even pursue me? I had a good life before you, now I'm jealous, insecure, addicted to you. Why did you do this to me? She grabbed his shirt. I'm like this because of you. You're a monster. Sarah's outburst drew a crowd. Some started filming. She went all in, exposing his secrets, how he'd called her at midnight from bars while hooking up with others, moaning Lila's name, how he'd once nearly gotten into drugs. With each word, I felt colder. I didn't know Lucas at all. I sighed, neither of you deserves my pity. After the scandal, Lucas and Sarah made headlines, all buried by Mr. and Mrs. Stone. The Stones had no choice but to send Lucas abroad to study. As for Sarah, they tried bribing her, even suggesting an engagement. But Sarah was as defiant as the day they met. Finally, the Stones asked her terms. She said simply, I'll study abroad too. West Coast for him, East Coast for me. We never see each other again. The night before Lucas left, he called me from his mom's phone. Will you come to the family dinner? I hesitated. I'd never missed a Stone family event. I'd always seen them as my second family. But after everything, things were different. No, I said flatly. After Lucas flew to the U.S., I stopped hearing about him. My parents mentioned him occasionally, but I forgot soon after. I often visited that park, for walks, for peace, or just to sit on a bench with music. Sometimes I'd see Eli there, sketching in silence. I'd smile at him in the sun, and we'd say nothing. When my daughter was in surgery after a car accident, Mom, Barb, insisted on ordering takeout hot pot outside the operating room. I didn't want to be mocked. So I begged Mom, Barb, not to order it. Mom, Barb, slapped me hard across the face. And then Darling and Dad, Mars, dragged me to a place without surveillance cameras and beat me up. In the end, I agreed to let Mom, Barb, order takeout. But while eating the hot pot, Mom, Barb, suddenly had a mental breakdown, twisted her face, and forced me into the scalding hot pot broth, burning me to death. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn to the moment when Mom, Barb, was crying and demanding to order takeout. I smiled coldly. This time, not only would I not stop Mom, Barb, from ordering takeout, but I would also add extra chili, extra spice, and Carolina Reaper. Sophie got into a car accident because of you. You terrible mother. If you had stayed home to take care of the kids instead of going to that stupid class, would my Sophie have gotten into a car accident? Thinking about Sophie suffering inside breaks my heart. What's wrong with wanting to eat some hot pot to ease my pain? It was Mom, Barb, who went out to play mahjong while my daughter was asleep. When she woke up and saw no one home, she ran out barefoot, trying to cross the street to find her grandmother at the card room, only to be hit by a speeding car. Mom, Barb, caused my daughter's car accident. Yet she doesn't feel the slightest bit guilty. Instead, she shifts the blame onto me for being at work. I watched Mom, Barb, tearfully accuse me, looking like she was on the brink of a mental breakdown. But all I could do was clench my thighs in anger. I was afraid that if I didn't hurt myself, I wouldn't be able to control myself and would rush over to kill Mom, Barb. That manipulative old bat with her 62-year-old face. Seeing the dark, displeased glances from Darling and Dad, Mars, I quickly backed down. In a past life, because I strongly opposed Mom, Barb, ordering takeout, Darling and Dad, Mars, dragged me into a storage room with no surveillance cameras and beat me severely. In the end, I reluctantly agreed to let Mom, Barb, order takeout. Since I couldn't change the outcome, I wasn't going to be foolish enough to confront the two men head-on in this life. Mom, I'm sorry. Sophie was in a car accident, and I'm so heartbroken that I couldn't think straight and opposed you. As long as you feel better, you can order whatever you want, or I can go out and buy it for you. I'm worried the delivery will take too long and the food won't taste good. I suppressed the overwhelming hatred in my heart and, like in my previous life, bowed my head and pleaded with Mom, Barb. Mom, Barb, was surprised to see that I, who had been strongly opposed earlier, suddenly stopped resisting her. She gave me a brief, unexpected glance. However, since I had fawned over her so much in the past, she assumed I was just backing down as usual and didn't give me a second thought. There's no need for you to go out. The hot pot place I like is pretty far from here. Just have the delivery person bring it over. All right. Mom. You two order. And I'll go to the restroom. I didn't go to the restroom but quickly found the head nurse. In my previous life, after I died, my soul followed my heartless in-laws and learned that before my daughter entered the operating room, Dad, Mars, secretly gave her the thrombolytic medication Mom, Barb, had been carrying, causing my daughter, who had no life-threatening condition, to suffer severe bleeding during surgery and die. After my daughter and I died, Dad, Mars, and Darling demanded $3 million in compensation from the hospital and then went to the insurance company to claim the $20 million in accidental death insurance for my daughter and me. Watching Darling and Dad, Mars, sit together with their respective lovers, their faces twisted with ugliness, dividing the death compensation money for my daughter and me. Only then did I realize that everything from my daughter's car accident to my death had been part of their family's scheme. It turned out that Darling had already purchased expensive accidental death insurance for my daughter and me, waiting for the right opportunity to have us die in an accident. When my daughter was in the car accident, they came up with the idea of having Mom, Barb, who suffers from mental illness, claim that she was so devastated by the accident that her mental illness had relapsed. And then they forced me into a boiling hot pot, burning me to death, creating an accidental death caused by a mental illness relapse. This allowed them to easily claim the accidental death insurance payout for my daughter and me. In this lifetime, before letting that heartless family face justice, I must first save my daughter. If I were to be reborn and still unable to save my daughter's life, what would be the meaning of rebirth? Nurse manager. My mom, Barb, has mental illness and a heart condition. When my daughter was in the car accident, her mental illness and heart condition both flared up at the same time. While taking the clot-dissolving medication, she thought my daughter would get better after taking the medicine. So she gave my daughter the same medication. Please go to the operating room and inform the doctor about this situation. To convince the nurse in charge, I also showed her a photo of Mom, Barb's mental disability certificate. The fact that Mom, Barb, has mental illness was something I only found out 2 months after marrying Joe Chris. That day, they asked me to clean the house while they went shopping to buy clothes for Mom, Barb. While I was cleaning the wardrobe, I saw her mental disability certificate in the drawer. I had always pretended not to know. And Mom, Barb, thought she had hidden it well. In my previous life, I had felt so sorry for Mom, Barb, because of her mental illness that I treated her like my own mother. But in the end, she became a dagger aimed at me and my child. The head nurse turned pale upon seeing the photo. The child was in a car accident and is currently losing a lot of blood. Taking thrombolytic drugs is extremely dangerous. How much did she give the child? In my previous life, my daughter was killed by the clot-busting medication. So I knew how dangerous it was. I hurriedly said, Mom, Barb doesn't remember. Please tell the doctor about this situation. And don't ask me or Mom, Barb's family. Mom, Barb, is mentally unstable and insists on eating hot pot in front of the operating room. I'm afraid if you ask her how much medication she gave my daughter, she'll break down and try to kill herself. Mom, Barb, is afraid the family will blame her. So she only told me in secret. The head nurse was also shocked when I mentioned Mom, Barb, demanding hot pot. However, as an experienced medical professional, she knew the hospital had seen its share of eccentric family members. She immediately reassured me. Don't worry. I won't ask you about your mom, Barb. I'll go talk to the attending physician about this situation. After the nurse went into the operating room, I found the hot pot restaurant where Mom, Barb, had ordered from on the food delivery app. Called them and asked them to add extra chili, extra spice, and Carolina Reaper, hee. If you don't know what that is, look it up yourself. After doing all that, I splashed cold water on my face and returned to the operating room door. A few minutes later, the head nurse came out. The patient's vital signs are stable. Family members shouldn't worry too much. As she left, she gave me an okay sign with her fingers, signaling me to relax. I exhaled deeply in relief, glaring at my in-laws. My daughter was safe, and I could finally relax and start my next act. I opened a live streaming app on my phone, placed it in my black bag, and aimed the camera at my darling and dad, Mars, and Mom, Barb. Then, with a terrified expression, I walked up to Mom, Barb. Mom, don't worry too much. The doctor said Sophie's vital signs are stable, and the surgery will definitely be successful. Relax and don't get too tense. Let me give you a massage. Mom, Barb, didn't expect me to have the heart to give her a massage at this moment. She was startled for a moment, then complained about her aching back and hips, asking me how to make her feel more comfortable. I did everything as I had before. After massaging Mom, Barb, until she felt more relaxed, I sighed. It's all my fault for not listening. If I had stayed home with Sophie instead of going to work, Sophie wouldn't have been in the accident. I only make $10,000 a month, which isn't even as much as Mom wins in a day playing mahjong. Exactly. Sophie's accident is all your fault as a mother. That lousy job paying only $10,000 a month, I told you to quit. But you wouldn't listen. If you'd stayed home with the kids and I went out to play mahjong, maybe our family would have already struck it rich. Seeing Mom, Barb, fall for it and boast about her mahjong skills, I continued to smile and coax her gently. Mom is right. Once Sophie comes out of surgery, I'll quit my job. Mom, I heard that when something happens to a family member, others in the family feel it too. Today while I was pouring water at work, I got scalded by hot water. Did your luck at mahjong get worse today? No. My luck was amazing today. I won 4 or 5,000. If you hadn't suddenly called me to say Sophie had a car accident, I would have definitely won 10,000. What kind of heartless person would take pride in causing her own granddaughter's car accident because of mahjong? I was filled with hatred, unconsciously tightening my grip. Mom, Barb, screamed in pain, pushed me to the ground, and slapped me hard across the face. You bitch. Did you try to kill me? I quickly got up from the ground, massaged Mom, Barb's legs, and said with a panicked expression, Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was so worried about Sophie in the operating room that I forgot how hard I was hitting you. Please don't be angry. You're so clumsy and stupid. Mom, Barb said with a look of disgust. I never agreed to let Chris marry you. If he had married the woman I arranged for him, our family would be living in luxury by now. Mom, Chris and I have been married for 7 years. Can't you at least consider how much I respect you more than my own mother? Please stop bringing up other women. I'm a human being too. I have feelings. I get hurt and sad too. I mimicked Mom, Barb's mannerisms, sobbing and accusing her with all the sorrow I could muster. Slap, Mom, Barb slapped me hard across the face again. Our family has become so unlucky because of you. This unlucky person. And the worthless girl you gave birth to. All you do is cry all day long. Crying away our family's fortune. I'm warning you, once the surgery is over, tell that jinx of a daughter of yours not to cry or make a scene, no matter how much it hurts. Mom, Barb, glared at me with a face twisted in anger. More terrifying than any evil mother portrayed in TV dramas. Mom, I've been married to Chris for all these years. I get up at 5 every morning to make breakfast for the whole family. Then go to the market after work to buy groceries and cook dinner. After eating, I start mopping the floor and doing laundry. I've done this day in and day out for years, giving my all for this family. I may not have any merits, but I've certainly put in the effort. I don't ask you to love Sophie more. But please, for the sake of Sophie being your own granddaughter, don't call her a jinx. Okay? My voice choked up, and I felt so wronged. But I didn't stop massaging Mom, Barb's hands, looking like a obedient, pitiful little wife. A jinx is a jinx. You and your daughter are both unlucky jinxes reincarnated. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. You're bringing bad luck. Mom, Barb said with a look of disgust, kicking me to the ground. Seeing that the emotional setup was in place, I glared at Mom, Barb, with bloodshot eyes. Mom, you can call me a jinx, but you can't say that about Sophie. Sophie is my precious daughter. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of her. Apologize to my Sophie right now. At that moment, a delivery guy carrying a huge box walked over. Who's Barbara? Your delivery is here. It's my delivery. Here. Mom, Barb waved to the delivery guy. The delivery guy looked at Mom, Barb, in shock, placed the box on the chair, and muttered under his breath as he left. Ordering takeout from the operating room is bad enough. But eating hot pot? This family must be mentally ill. I felt bitter inside. Even the delivery guy thought eating hot pot in the operating room was something only mentally ill people would do. In my previous life, Dad, Mars, and Darling had beaten me up to stop Mom, Barb, from ordering hot pot delivery. Yet I hadn't even considered the possibility of something worse. I was so stupid. I deserved to be scalded to death by the hot soup. After the delivery guy left, Darling started unwrapping the takeout. Just like in my past life. They brought out the folding table and chairs we used for picnics from the car. Soon, they set up the self-heating hot pot and the boxes of pre-packaged ingredients. And the red oil-covered hot pot broth began to steam. Looking at the fiery red hot pot broth, I remembered being forced into that spicy, scalding broth in my previous life. The excruciating pain felt as though I was reliving it, causing my entire body to tremble uncontrollably and cold sweat to pour down my face. Honey, our daughter just came out of surgery. You need to take care of her. Don't argue with Mom over her. Save your strength so you can take care of her when she comes out. While Mom, Barb, and I were arguing, Darling, who had been crouching in the bathroom like he had diarrhea, came over, helped me up, and comforted me gently. In my previous life, I didn't know what they were up to. Facing Darling's tenderness, I thought he truly cared about me, and I was filled with emotion as I walked over to the hot pot table and sat down. At the dinner table, Mom, Barb, deliberately picked on me, making me serve her. If I did something slightly wrong, she would scold me for doing it wrong, then use the opportunity to push me into the scalding hot pot soup, nearly boiling me alive. In this life, I will make them taste the hot pot laced with Carolina Reaper. Let them experience just how sour and refreshing that taste truly is. Thinking about the beautiful scene that was about to unfold, I wasn't afraid anymore. My blood was boiling. Standing in front of the picnic table, I pleaded, Mom, thinking about my daughter still in surgery. I just can't eat. Let's not eat. Aurora, the food is already ordered. Don't ruin the mood. Sophie's surgery is sad enough. This is turning our grief into appetite. Are you going to starve yourself to death just to make us happy? Who will take care of Sophie if you die? Mom, Barb, looked at me disapprovingly. Aurora, your mom is right. The food is already ordered. Don't overthink it. Sit down and eat. Dad, Mars, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. I knelt down in front of Mom, Barb, and cried. Mom, Sophie is in the operating room fighting for her life. And I just can't bring myself to eat hot pot while she's in there. Please take everything away and don't eat hot pot. If you're hungry, you can go out and eat somewhere else. Please don't eat near the operating room. Faced with my repeated attempts to stop her from eating hot pot, Mom, Barb, also got angry and slapped me hard across the face. Aurora, I can still move now. I just wanted to eat some hot pot. But you kept pushing me away. What will you do to me when I'm old and bedridden? I don't want a disobedient daughter-in-law like you. I'll make Chris divorce you. I immediately looked panicked and said, Mom, I won't stop you from eating hot pot anymore. Please don't make Chris divorce me. I can't live without Chris. Saying this, I sat down obediently beside Mom, Barb. That's more like it. Just eat what I give you and stop talking so much. Mom, Barb, directed me to add things to the pot as if she were from a past life. When it came to her favorite shrimp balls, I deliberately shook my hand and dropped an entire box into the pot. Mom, Barb, screamed at me, calling me an idiot, and hit my head with her chopsticks. I grabbed the chopsticks from Mom, Barb's hands, my eyes red with anger, and shouted, Mom, you're being too much. My daughter is having surgery, and you're eating hot pot outside the operating room. I just accidentally put all your favorite shrimp balls in the pot. You're beating me like a slave. Do you even consider me your daughter-in-law? Facing my resistance, Mom, Barb, glanced at the scalding hot pot soup, her eyes flickering with excitement. You can't even put a dish in properly. You're as stupid as a pig. Marrying such a useless woman as my daughter-in-law. I might as well have let my son marry a dog. Mom, Barb, spoke with a distorted face, reaching out to slap me across the face. A bloodthirsty smile flashed in my eyes as I grabbed Mom, Barb's hair and, with lightning speed, pushed her into the scalding hot pot broth. Amid Mom, Barb's earth-shattering screams, I tossed her to the ground like trash, picked up the hot pot, and poured it over Dad, Mars, and Darling's heads. Because I acted too quickly. They were still in shock and couldn't react in time. Getting doused with scalding hot pot soup. Help me. Help me. I'm burning. I'm burning. My face. My eyes can't see. I'm going to die. For a moment, the area outside the operating room was filled with the heart-wrenching screams of my in-laws and Darling. Aurora, you've gone mad. Darling covered one eye with his hand, the other eye exposed, glaring at me with anger and murder in his eyes. I've gone mad. Driven mad by you heartless monsters. My daughter is inside having surgery. And you have the nerve to eat hot pot outside the operating room? You like to eat? So I'll let you eat your fill. I grabbed the dishes from the takeout box and threw them at them wildly. You people have gone too far. You've killed my daughter. I want you to pay with your lives, I said, holding a glass bottle of drink in one hand, and smashed it hard on the head of Dad, Mars, who was closest to me. As I was about to throw the second bottle, Dad, Mars, screamed and crawled up from the ground and ran away. With the scalding hot pot soup, laced with Carolina Reaper, splashed across his face, Dad, Mars, couldn't open his eyes or see where he was going. He slammed his head into the wall with a thud. In the midst of the intense heat and spice, Dad, Mars, screamed once more and passed out. I grabbed another glass bottle and charged toward Darling. Due to the angle, less soup splashed onto his face, mostly hitting his neck. But the soup, laced with Carolina Reaper, was so spicy that even a single drop in the eyes would make one wish for death. His eyes were red and swollen, filled with terror as he looked at me. Honey, don't be impulsive. Look closely, I'm your beloved darling. Don't hurt me. I gave a sinister smile. You knew your mother loves playing cards. Yet you didn't remind her to watch over her daughter. The daughter got into a car accident, it's all your fault. You killed my daughter, you're a murderer. I'll kill you to avenge my daughter. Darling saw I was going to kill him and didn't bother begging me anymore. He quickly got up from the ground and ran away. I, with my hair disheveled like a madwoman, chased after him frantically. Murderer. Don't run. You killed my daughter. Don't run. I'll kill you. This floor was the operating room, which was already sparsely populated. Additionally, I had informed the head nurse beforehand that my mother, Barb, would become violent during her mental episodes and instructed the medical staff not to intervene even if they heard any commotion, to avoid injury. So when I pressed Barb's head into the hot pot soup, her screams didn't attract anyone. While I was chasing Darling, he passed by the staff room, and the staff finally came out of the room. Seeing me holding the broken glass bottle and chasing Darling with a mad look on my face, they all closed the doors in panic. Darling's skin was burned. His eyes were in excruciating pain, and his entire body was in agony. After I chased him for a while, he couldn't run anymore and huddled in the corner, staring at me in terror. Honey, calm down. I'm your darling. Don't you recognize me? Have you really gone mad? Before I could speak, I felt a sharp pain on my arm. I looked down and saw the syringe on my arm. Then everything went black, and I fainted. My daughter's surgery was successful, and she didn't die horribly on the operating table like in my previous life. After emergency treatment, Dad, Mars, survived. But his facial burns were severe. The chili concentration was too high, causing the burned skin to become infected and inflamed, with severe tissue necrosis. Even after the swelling subsided, reconstructive surgery was impossible. As for Barb, her condition was even more severe. Not only was her face disfigured, but she also inhaled scalding soup, damaging her vocal cords. She narrowly escaped death and was admitted to the ICU for observation. If she regained consciousness within a week, she would avoid becoming a vegetable. Darling Joe Chris was the least injured, with only half of his face, neck, and abdominal skin damaged, due to the same reason of excessive chili concentration. The right side of his face, which was severely disfigured, cannot undergo surgical reconstruction. For Joe Chris, who has always valued his appearance, being unable to rely on his handsome face to attract attention is more agonizing than death. Because they were eating hot pot outside the operating room, bullying me, and I live-streamed it online. They became the subject of online discussions as an extreme oddball family. Regarding the incident where I poured hot pot soup on them and chased them, netizens not only didn't blame me but also voluntarily came to my defense and supported me online. Netizens said my actions were just the desperate retaliation of a woman driven to the brink by her family, and that my darling family deserved to be burned. Some netizens even took screenshots of the live stream showing my mom, Barb, with a distorted face hitting me, saying that if I hadn't fought back, I would have been the one submerged in the hot pot soup. Netizens overwhelmingly supported me. And for a time, I became the most pitiful, most sympathetic, and most talked about desperate housewife online. When Darling saw that the incident of them eating hot pot outside the operating room was live-streamed online and sparked a huge public outcry, he withdrew the lawsuit he had previously threatened to file against me, despite his earlier demands for me to be imprisoned for life. Since it was a family dispute, the police, seeing Joe Chris's firm stance on withdrawing the case, decided not to intervene further. In the hospital room, Joe Chris looked at me with a deep gaze. "Honey, I was wrong before. I didn't protect you when you were arguing with Mom. I truly regret it. Let's forget the past and start anew. You can trust me, I'll love you deeply from now on and never let you suffer again." I knew Joe Chris wasn't withdrawing the case out of love for me. Faced with a family torn apart by injury and loss, he weighed the pros and cons and decided that this broken home couldn't function without me as a free caregiver. So he withdrew the case from the police. There was another, more significant reason. Joe Chris had seen videos online in recent days where people were strongly supporting me, with over 10,000 likes, and it had given him a bad idea. He wants me to take advantage of this attention to start a live streaming account to sell products and make money for him. I pretended not to know Joe Chris's true intentions and looked at his swollen face, which was still hard to look at, and said tearfully, "Thank you, darling, for not holding this against me. As long as you treat me well, I will always treat you well and live a good life with you." With 5 family members, 4 of whom are hospitalized, I have become the busiest family member at the hospital. I ran up to the 5th floor ward to care for my 5-year-old daughter, then down to the 4th floor ward to tend to my husband, Chris, and father, Mars, making sure they were fed and hydrated, before rushing to the intensive care unit to visit my mother, Barb, who was hooked up to tubes. In the eyes of the medical staff, I was the most pitiful yet most devoted family member. They always showed great concern for me and paid extra attention to my daughter's post-surgery care. As a result, I visited Mom, Barb, even more frequently, hoping that their goodwill toward me as a dutiful daughter-in-law would be directed toward caring for my daughter. However, what they didn't know was that every time I visited Mom, Barb, with tears in my eyes, I felt a surge of joy inside, compared to the agonizing struggle I endured when I died in my previous life. Mom, Barb, lying in the hospital bed, suffering more than death, must have been 1,000 times more painful than my previous life. Over the course of 7 days, Mom, Barb, was given 3 critical condition notices, and I thought she would die. But her will to live was stronger than I could have imagined. On the 7th day, she opened her eyes. However, one of her eyes was severely burned and had died, leaving her blind. The other I could see, but the skin around it was severely burned, leaving only a small opening. Her throat could only emit a weak, raspy sound. Mom, Barb, couldn't accept this state of being worse than death, neither human nor ghost, and she broke down in tears, screaming and refusing to let me or the nurses come near her. Dad, Mars, and Darling, who had also been burned, were discharged from the hospital after 6 days and returned home to recover. Facing Mom, Barb, who was emotionally unstable and refused to let anyone near her, they had no choice but to care for her themselves. As the saying goes, there are no filial children by the bedside of a long-ill parent, and even spouses may abandon each other in times of great distress. In a previous life, this father and son were both men who kept mistresses on the side. How could they have the patience to care for an old woman who was as ugly as a demon and acting like a madwoman? After just 5 days of caring for Mom, Barb, Darling sat before me, exhausted. "Honey, I can't go on anymore. Mom acts like a madwoman, deliberately making life difficult for everyone. With 5 people in the family, 4 of us are in the hospital. Our savings are gone, and relatives won't lend us money. The nurse just demanded more medical fees. If this continues, I'll be driven to despair. The hot pot incident had barely begun to circulate online when my husband received a text message informing him he had been fired from his position as deputy manager. From the time of his daughter's car accident to now. In just 12 days. Joe Chris looked like he had aged 12 years. The once confident and ambitious elite was gone. Replaced by a thin, haggard middle-aged man, a disfigured, ugly middle-aged man. I sneered inwardly. It really is true that the knife cuts deepest where it hurts the most. In my previous life, I sacrificed everything for this family, only to be met with their betrayal, killing my wife and daughter to claim insurance money. In this life, I've returned the evil they intended for us. And now they know the pain. Darling, you're right. Every time we open our eyes, we have to spend money. Yet there's no one earning a living. Why don't you take care of our daughter while I go back to work? The moment my daughter heard I was going back to work, she immediately grabbed my hand in panic. Don't go to work. Mom. Don't go to work. I want you to stay with me. Seeing her resistance, my heart ached. In my previous life, Joe Chris had no patience with our daughter. Sometimes when she wanted to play with her father and took his phone, he responded with a cold slap. Scared out of her wits, she dared not approach him again. Now that half his face is disfigured, he looks even more monstrous. And my daughter naturally dares not let him take care of her. In my previous life, I was blind and foolish to pour my heart out to such a man with no sense of family responsibility. I was utterly foolish. Deceived by his family into being killed for insurance money. And my death was well deserved. My daughter is in the critical stage of recovering her health. I'm taking care of my mother and my daughter. I can't possibly take as good care of you. You should stay and take care of your daughter. But if none of us go to work, where will we get the money to pay for my mother's and my daughter's medical expenses? Live streaming e-commerce. Honey, let's do live streaming e-commerce. But if we do live streaming sales now, people will call me a love-struck fool. Say I'm begging for attention. And that I'm being bullied by your mother yet still doing this to make money for you. No one will buy our products. I voiced my concerns. Joe Chris hesitated for a moment. Then looked at me cautiously. Honey, why don't we get a fake divorce? No way. I'll never divorce you. Not even a fake one. I refused immediately. My expression as firm as if I were joining the party. A smug look flashed across Joe Chris's eyes, and he began to persuade me earnestly. After an hour of persuasion, I looked at Joe Chris with red eyes, tears welling up, and a face full of reluctance. Darling, I really don't want to fake a divorce with you. What if we divorce and you don't want me anymore? I truly love you so much. I can't live without you. Seeing that I really didn't want to divorce, a determined gleam flashed in Joe Chris's eyes. Honey, we're just getting a fake divorce. I'll never leave you. Here's the deal, when we divorce, we'll do a property notarization and transfer the house, car, and daughter to your name. Now you can rest assured. Right? This was exactly what I had been acting for all these days. I hesitated for a moment before pretending to agree reluctantly. Joe Chris and I quickly went to get the divorce certificate. I posted a video of my divorce online, which was immediately reposted by numerous influencers. Soon, my account gained many followers, with people leaving comments congratulating me on starting a new life. On the other side, my ex-husband also opened an account online. He tearfully confessed online, saying that as a husband, he had failed to balance the relationship between his wife and mother, leading to such a tragedy in the family and leaving him alone and miserable. He claimed it was his own fault, and he even performed acts of self-abuse to evoke sympathy. Despite his disfigurement, he had a pair of very alluring eyes. Wearing a mask and weeping, he shared his reflections on marriage online, urging men who mistreat their wives to cherish their families. Surprisingly, he gained a significant following of middle-aged female fans, and his video's ability to attract followers was no less than mine. A few days later, we launched our first live stream. Ironically, I earned less than my ex-husband in a single live stream. This is how society works, everyone screams for to die. Yet they are unusually forgiving toward men who have made mistakes. As long as a man cries and repents, people will forget his past wrongdoings and put a filter of beauty back on him. Joe Chris saw that one live stream earned him as much as a month's salary. And he was overjoyed, saying, "No wonder everyone wants to be an influencer. Live streaming is so profitable." Having tasted the sweetness of success, Joe Chris followed suit and set up a live streaming account for his father, Dad Mars, who had disfigured himself, wore a mask and imitated his son's repentance, and surprisingly gained some elderly fans who felt sorry for him. He sold cheap kitchen items like garbage bags priced at 9 yuan with free shipping. And they sold exceptionally well. The father and son tasted the sweetness of live streaming, like discovering a new continent, and streamed non-stop for half a month, sleeping only to eat, broadcasting for over 10 hours a day, earning a fortune. They had long since forgotten about Mom, Barb, who was still in the hospital, causing a commotion demanding to see them. "Darling, we've earned enough money now to cover Mom and our daughter's rehabilitation costs. Let's get remarried." When I mentioned remarriage, Joe Chris avoided my gaze, clearly unwilling to remarry me. "Honey, this money won't last more than a few years. Let's maintain our current relationship for now. Once I earn more money, we'll remarry." Joe Chris spoke gently to me. I pretended to be unhappy and said, "They say men change for the worse once they have money. If you give me half of it, I'll believe you won't betray me." Joe Chris had originally wanted to cash in on my live streaming sales, but he ended up making more money than me. So he no longer pampered me like before. But that's exactly what I wanted, for him to feel superior. The more he flaunted his success, the more I wanted him. "Honey, I've given you the car, the house, and our daughter. What more do you want from me? Do you want me to rip out my heart and show it to you before you're satisfied?" Joe Chris shouted angrily at me. "Darling, don't be angry. I just feel insecure. I won't mention remarriage again. Please don't be angry." I spoke softly and obediently, just like before. Seeing me become docile and obedient, Joe Chris's eyes flashed with a smug look of contempt. "Go to the hospital to take care of your daughter and mother. I need to continue the live stream." "All right. Darling. Take care of yourself. I'm heading to the hospital." Upon arriving at the hospital, I turned on the home security camera and saw two women sitting on the sofa. My dad, Mars, and my ex-husband were each hugging one of them. The table in front of the sofa was piled with barbecue, lobster, appetizers, beer, and drinks. Such a beautiful scene. Of course I wanted to enjoy it with Mom, Barb. I hurriedly pushed open the door to Mom, Barb's hospital room. Standing by the bedside, I looked at the sleeping Mom, Barb, and slapped her hard across the face. Mom, Barb, opened her eyes, saw me standing by the bed, and screamed at me with a ferocious expression. "Aurora, you heartless monster. You're abusing me. I'll make Chris divorce you. You evil woman." I slapped Mom, Barb, again. Hard. But her skin was already dead. So no matter how hard I hit her, there was no redness or swelling on her face. "You old hag. Look at this." I held the phone up to Mom, Barb's eye, which was only slightly open, so she could see the screen. "Isn't that my best friend Ma Emo and her daughter Heather? What are they doing at my house in the middle of the night? How did they end up at your place? Just look closely and you'll see. Soon." Mo's flattering voice came through the phone. "Xuejuan. Chris has already divorced Aurora. When are you going to divorce that crazy woman Wang Guiying and marry me? Look at you. Streaming live for so long every day with no one to take care of you. I really feel sorry for you. My situation is different from Chris's. That old hag is already so old. If I divorce her now, the brainless old men and women who support me will think I'm heartless. No one will buy my goods. And how can I give you a happy retirement?" Marshall said, kissing Ma Mo on the cheek. "Uncle Joe, letting my mom follow you without any status isn't a solution either. If you can't give her a proper status, Don't hold her back. My mom is only 50, there are plenty of eligible old men who would pursue her. You're disfigured now, the only reason she's still with you is because she loves you so much. Hearing Heather's words, Barb's face, already uglier than a ghost's, twisted into an even more hideous expression. You're a disgrace. Ma. I felt sorry for you. A young widow with an orphan child. So I often lent you money to help you out. Yet you and your daughter team up to be mistresses to my darling and my son. You two are truly shameless. Seeing Barb's face contorted with anger, I didn't say a word, but felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In the hot pot incident, the Wrights' father and son were injured, but they were the ultimate beneficiaries. The one who suffered the most was Barb, who was now bedridden and betrayed by the person she trusted most. Killing someone's heart is no different from killing them. On the phone, Dad, Mars, looked conflicted for a moment before a murderous expression flashed across his face. Chris, your mom was burned so badly that her brain nerves were damaged. She can't even stand up now. She'll be a burden on us for the rest of her life. Why don't we bring her back? Hire a mental patient as a caregiver. And use her mental illness as an excuse to give her the wrong medication and send her away? We can then claim the accidental death insurance money from the insurance company. What do you think? I had expected Joe Chris to oppose or hesitate. But his level of ingratitude exceeded my imagination. Dad is right. After Mom was scalded, her mental illness worsened. Once she's discharged, she'll cause chaos at home. Rather than let her ruin our business, it's better to send her away sooner and earn some insurance money. Hearing her husband and son's scheme, Barb was so angry she struggled to sit up. Monster. I'm going to kill these heartless monsters. Whether it was from anger or something else. Barb, who hadn't been able to move her head since regaining consciousness, forced herself to sit up halfway before collapsing back onto the bed. Whether driven mad by anger, a pang of conscience, or thinking I was too kind and gullible, Barb began to sob and confess to me. Aurora, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. You're such a good daughter-in-law. And I shouldn't have taken you for granted or treated you so badly. Rest assured. Once I'm out of the hospital, I'll teach that disobedient son a lesson and make him apologize to you. The two of you should live happily together. I promise I'll never cause trouble again or make you angry. Slap, I slapped Barb hard across the face. That old hag. When you tried to push me into the hot pot and boil me alive to collect my accidental death insurance. Did you ever think you'd end up like this? Barb stared at me in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. You eavesdropped on our conversation. So you deliberately provoked me while we were eating hot pot? I smiled maliciously. Like a demon from hell. I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation. I was already killed by the scalding hot and spicy hot pot soup you used on me. Barb shuddered in fear. Don't try to scare me with your ghost stories. How could I scare you? When the scalding hot chilly water went up my nose, my whole body felt like it was about to explode. I described the sensation of being scalded by the hot pot soup. And Barb murmured. The feeling you described is similar to mine. Did you really get scalded by hot pot soup? Not only was I scalded, but you boiled me alive in the hot pot soup. Compared to your cruelty, I'm still too kind. I recounted the events of my previous life where they had plotted to kill me. Then looked at Barb, with a cold smile. Do you think they treated you well after you helped them murder me and my daughter? No. You suffered far worse in your previous life. After they received the compensation for our accidental deaths, they sent you to a mental hospital under the pretext that you had killed someone and were a potential threat to society. You were tortured to death by a group of elderly mentally ill men. This life is even worse for you. Not only did you taste the bitter sweetness of having your face boiled in hot pot soup as my revenge, but when you go back, they'll find mentally ill people to abuse you, squeeze every last drop of value out of you, and use the life insurance money you traded your life for to support your best friend and her children. Haha. My dear Barb, your life is truly blessed. Mom, Barb, was terrified by my words and hurriedly grabbed my hand, crying and begging. Aurora, you're the best daughter-in-law. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please save me. I coldly smiled, prying open Mom, Barb's fingers one by one, watching the faint glimmer of light in her eyes shatter bit by bit. Dear Mom, Barb, just wait and embrace your happy future. As soon as my daughter was discharged from the hospital, I listed the house for sale through an agent at a price $50,000 below market value. The neighborhood was a school district, and houses were in high demand. Within an hour of listing, a buyer came to view the property. I paid the agent $2,000 as a commission and entrusted him with handling the sale. I didn't want to meet my ex-husband's family. Real estate agents are seasoned professionals. And the next day, I completed the property transfer with the buyer. With the money from selling the house and car, I took my daughter back to my hometown. I came from a small rural village in an obscure county in northern China and married Joe Chris, who lived in a first-tier city. When I first brought Joe Chris home, my parents didn't look down on him just because he was from the city. As rural people with only one daughter, my parents poured all their love into me. They said Joe Chris didn't seem reliable, wasn't the type to manage a household, or take family responsibilities seriously. But at the time, I was blinded by love and couldn't hear my parents' words. I even thought that as a rural girl, marrying a city man proved I was capable. To convince me that Joe Chris wasn't a good man, my parents, who had never left the province, went to the area near Joe Chris's home to observe his parents. My dad said Joe Chris's father liked to dance at the square and was flirting with a group of women, while Joe Chris's mother liked to play mahjong. He claimed that people with such character couldn't raise a son with a sense of family responsibility and wasn't someone worth relying on. In my late stages of being love-struck, I told my parents they were biased. Dad, Mars, works all day, what's wrong with him going to dance for a bit? Mom, Barb, is good at mahjong and earns thousands a month from it, that's a profession too. I called my parents unworldly rural folks and made them so disappointed they went home. When I got married, Mom, Barb, said she didn't want her relatives to mock her son for marrying a rural girl. So she didn't allow my parents to attend the wedding. I agreed. I've been married to Joe Chris for 7 years, and my parents have never set foot in the Wrights' house. Back then, I didn't listen to my parents and insisted on marrying a scoundrel. Now that I'm divorced, I've returned to my parents' home with my daughter. I don't know if my parents will accept me. With a nervous heart, I knocked on the gate of my parents' house. My father opened the door. I couldn't say a word, just knelt before him in tears. Soon, my mother also came out of the room. Dad. Mom, your disobedient daughter is back. My parents didn't ask why I came back, they just looked at me with tears in their eyes. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Our daughter is safe and sound. I didn't go out to look for a job again. My parents liked farming, so I took on several acres of land to grow crops. I filmed our daily life at home and, once the crops were ready, sold them live on my account. I spent my days working hard in the fields, and life was fulfilling and happy. My ex-husband and dad, Mars, were also thriving in their live streaming business. Mo and Heather appeared in their live streams as their assistants, their expressions betraying the deep affection they shared. Occasionally, I would watch their live streams and listen to my ex-husband and ex-dad, Mars, speak with growing arrogance. I knew their karma was coming soon. Busy days fly by quickly, and before I knew it, 3 months had passed. Just as my dad and I were reaping a bountiful harvest from our crops, I came across a sensational news story that went viral. Coincidentally, it was about my evil ex-mom, Barb, and her family. My ex-mom, Barb, who couldn't take care of herself, didn't disappoint me. After being released from the hospital, she endured humiliation and hardship. After collecting videos of her ex-husband, Mars, cheating on her and videos of her son abusing her, she poured several buckets of oil inside the house. She set fire to her ex-husband, Mars, her own son, and their respective lovers, burning them alive in the villa. Mom, Barb, then crawled out into the yard, recorded a video, and posted it on her ex-husband's account, addressing me directly. Aurora, the person who betrayed you, bullied you, and stole your marriage, I've killed them for you. You are the best daughter-in-law in my heart. In my heart. You will always be my daughter-in-law. If there is a next life, I will definitely be a good mom, Barb, and never let you suffer even a single injustice. Aurora, I miss you so much. Before I take my own life to atone for my sins, will you come see me one last time? Looking at my former mom, Barb, who was crying uncontrollably behind the mask, confessing her sins to me, I smiled faintly. Mom, Barb, had endured the abuse from both her former dad, Mars, and her ex-husband. Yet she managed to survive for over 3 months. Her will to live was stronger than anyone else's. She wouldn't really commit suicide. A dog can't change its spots. She wasn't truly repentant or apologetic. She was just using public opinion to morally blackmail me, or trying to lure me with the promise of the massive traffic she could generate for me. So I'd bring her back to take care of her in her old age. Having been given a second chance at life, I wouldn't even blink if she held a knife to my throat. Use the traffic she generates to support her in her old age? I'd rather never touch the internet again than bring her into my life and disgust myself. Netizens are pretty clear-headed these days. Before I even responded to Mom, Barb's public plea, they were already leaving comments in my section urging me not to go. Sis, please don't go see her. Once you do, she'll cling to you like a leech. Impossible to shake off. I'm the kind of person who listens to advice. I filmed a video of myself eating watermelon in a watermelon field, with the caption, "The past is gone with the wind. Like smoke in the clouds. Everything is unrelated to me." The watermelons I grew were big and round, under the massive traffic from the evil Mom, Barb, family. I not only sold out the dozens of acres of watermelon fields I had planted, but also sold all the watermelons in the village. Watching my parents pick watermelons, pack them into boxes, and work busily with such joy, I couldn't help but smile, the happiest smile I've had in 7 years of marriage. In the end, my ex-mom, Barb, was arrested for arson and murder. During the investigation, she suffered a mental breakdown. She was sent to a mental hospital, where she constantly muttered my name, saying that I was now a good person and begging to be reborn. This year's little New Year's Eve was unusually cold, with snow falling gently all day, quickly transforming the village into a beautiful fairy tale landscape. As the family gathered around the table to eat steaming dumplings, an unfamiliar number called. On a whim, I answered. Ms. Sue. Hello. I am the legal representative of Barbara. Barbara passed away at 1947. Barbara left a will stating that all her assets should be inherited by Ms. Sue. Would Ms. Sue be available tomorrow to handle the matter? I curved my lips into a faint smile. Of course I do. After settling Mom, Barb's estate, I was surprised to discover that the inheritance deposit was exactly $230 million. It was the same amount as the death compensation and massive insurance payout they had extorted from the hospital in their previous life. It seemed as though heaven had arranged everything in its divine plan, ensuring that good and evil would eventually be rewarded or punished. A baby's cry jolted me back to reality. I gazed blankly around. This was a small room with red double happiness decorations on the wall, beside which hung a wedding photo inscribed with, "Wishing John Smith and Amy Johnson 100 years of love and unbroken unity." Behind the door hung an old calendar, open to the page, August 21st, 1988. Just then, the door swung open from outside. John walked in carrying a bag of groceries. He looked mid-20s, with a refined air, handsome and upright. I could hear the baby crying from outside. What's going on? John strode over, frowning at me. Why are you spacing out? Go make milk for Lily. Lily Smith was the foundling I'd picked up outside our door a month before the 1988 college entrance exams. I gave the squalling infant in my arms a look of distaste, set her on the bed, and picked up a damp cloth to wipe my hands one finger at a time. The adopted daughter I doted on like my own flesh and blood in my past life now inspired no affection. Glancing up, I saw John crouching on the floor gutting fish and washing vegetables. He ordered habitually. 3 of my students are coming for dinner this afternoon. They're my top graduates this year, all got into Ivy League schools. Cook some of your best dishes. I stayed silent. John paused. Aren't you going to ask who they are? I gave a cold laugh. I'd forgotten the names of the other 2 students. But one girl I'd never forget. Emily White. Dinner started at 5 p.m. Teacher and students chatted merrily about college admissions. Dreaming of the future. I couldn't join the conversation. Nor did I care to. Emily sat across from me. 3 years my junior. She had a delicate, innocent look. Wearing an oversized hand-me-down varsity jacket. Her figure was indistinct. She had a pale complexion. Keeping her head down to eat silently. Stealing occasional glances at the baby. In my past life, John had mentioned offhand that his student Emily had come down with an infectious illness. To protect the other students, she'd studied at home for the final 2 months before the exams. He'd occasionally visited to tutor her. At the time, I hadn't thought twice, it seemed perfectly normal. Now I realized, he was probably trying to hide her pregnancy. Let's raise a toast, John said. Pouring wine for the 2 male students and carefully filling Emily's glass with warm lemonade. First, congratulations on getting into top universities, you'll always be my pride. Second, I wish you all the best in your futures. He took out 3 envelopes and handed them to his students. Adding softly, living in New York is expensive. It's not much. Just a little something from your teacher and me. The students tearfully refused at first. But John insisted until they accepted. Each envelope held $100, equal amounts for all. But while I was cooking, I'd seen John slip a thick stack of bills into Emily's bag when no one was looking. In fact, he'd emptied his entire savings to fund Emily's college education. In my past life, Emily had graduated and landed a prestigious job, marrying a wealthy heir. Her life had been comfortable, until her husband's stock market losses and gambling debts led to his suicide. And their son was charged with manslaughter in a DUI accident. Buried in debt, she'd fled back to our town and reconnected with John. Middle-aged. They'd fallen into an affair like parched earth soaking up rain. By then, John was the school principal. He'd generously paid off all her debts. I'd raged. Shouted. Fought. I called Emily shameless. She'd sneered back. Honey, you might want to look into plastic surgery. You're scaring people. The ugly scar on my face came from when Lily was 4. She'd been bouncing on the bed, about to fall onto a red-hot space heater. I'd lunged to push her away, only to slip and land face-first on the glowing coils. Even now, I can't forget the hissing of burning flesh. The searing pain. After that, John rarely touched me. Once, when he was drunk, we slept together. He'd taken one look at my face and vomited. I pretended to think it was the alcohol. You know it's not your scar, he'd slurred. Don't read into it. Snapping back to the present, I touched my smooth, unscarred cheek and feigned sadness. I ran into a neighbor today. He said my dad fell while watering the garden and sprained his back. I need to go check on him. John blurted out. But what about Lily if you leave? Realizing his mistake, he forced a smile. You wouldn't be much help anyway. Why not just send him some money? I'm coaching the senior class, school starts early this week. And I can't take time off. I have to go, I said firmly. If necessary, I'll take Lily with me. John frowned. Don't be ridiculous. She's too young for a Greyhound bus. Tension hung in the air as we stared each other down. Just then, Emily piped up timidly. Maybe I can help? I can watch Lily during the day. And hand her off to Mr. Smith when he gets home from work. Before John could respond, I turned to Emily with tearful eyes. That would be a lifesaver. Emily, how can I ever thank you? Emily smiled demurely. Mr. and Mrs. Smith have done so much for me. It's the least I can do. John's excitement was barely contained, though he tried to sound stern. Just come back soon. Emily is leaving for New York soon. She needs to prepare her documents and luggage. We can't impose on her too much. Got it, I replied. Under the table, I held up a compact mirror and angled it subtly. Emily had kicked off her sneakers and was now barefoot, surreptitiously rubbing her foot against John's calf. John's Adam's apple bobbed. His face flushed as he gulped down wine. Wow. This Cabernet is strong. Going straight to my head. Disgusting. The next day, I packed early. I waited until Emily arrived before heading out. John bought my bus ticket himself and saw me onto the Greyhound. I waved as the bus pulled away. Once we cleared the city limits, I immediately disembarked and walked back, making a beeline for the West End photo studio. Do you have a video camera for rent? I asked the owner. The man smiled. Planning a wedding video. Sweetheart? I shook my head. I need to film something. Eye-opening. I needed proof, let their school and employers see what these two were up to. Unfortunately, the owner said the camera was out on loan for a few days. Can you wait? He asked. I frowned. I could wait, but I feared delays. Then I remembered something. In my past life, around this time, a young man from Hong Kong had stopped me on the street, saying I had star quality and asking if I wanted to audition for a movie. He'd said he'd be leaving town on August 22nd and asked me to meet him at the Golden Gate Hotel. Back then, I'd told John about it. He'd scoffed. You're a high school dropout waitress, what would a movie producer want with you? He's probably a scammer. I'd been naive enough to think he was just looking out for me. Years later, I saw that same man on TV, Michael Chen, a renowned director and two-time Oscar winner who'd launched countless careers. Exposing John and Emily was urgent, but this audition could be life-changing. This time, I was going. I took a bus to the hotel. From a distance, I saw a sleek black Lincoln parked out front. A group emerged from the lobby, stylishly dressed men and women dragging suitcases. At their head was a tall man in a white button-down and jeans, sunglasses perched on his nose. Effortlessly charming. I recognized him instantly, Michael Chen. Just then, Michael Chen shook hands with a middle-aged man and turned to climb into the Lincoln. Director Chen, I shouted urgently, hurrying toward him. But I stumbled into a garbage cart, its stinking contents spilling over me as I crashed to the ground. Ignoring the pain, I limped toward him. Director Chen, please wait. Michael pinched his nose, stepping back with a frown. Who are you? Daring not to approach, I blurted. Don't you remember? You stopped me on the street and said I had potential. Asked me to audition here on the 22nd. He removed his sunglasses, revealing a striking half-Asian face. He studied me, then smirked in halting Mandarin. Ah yes. Now I recall. My heart leaped until he added. But our appointment was for the 21st. You missed it. I detest unpunctual people. Please leave. I froze. After nearly 30 years, I remembered the audition but not the exact date. This was my only chance. I grabbed his arm, tears streaming. My apologies. There was a family emergency. He recoiled in disgust. Leave now, or I'll call security. I dropped to my knees, bowing furiously. Please. Just one more chance. No one expected such desperation. Michael remained unmoved. This is pointless. The role requires a West City girl, classically trained in piano. Bright and innocent. Your look is close. But your eyes. They're dead. Like a woman who's given up on life. Not right for the part. Just then, his chubby assistant leaned in and whispered in Cantonese. Ron. Doesn't she remind you of Emma? Michael scoffed. Are you crazy? I've rejected Oscar winners for that role. What's she got? The assistant shrugged. Just saying. Your call. Michael paused, studying me for a long moment. Fine. Let her read for Emma. I learned the assistant was Sophia Sun. Michael gave me 10 minutes and a single page of script. Emma, a 1940s housewife discovering her officer husband's mistress. No backstory, just improvisation. How could I act with no training? I'd only seen soap operas. Finally, I decided to draw from life. Can you play my husband? I asked Sophia. Just enter at the end. Michael sat back in his chair, sunglasses still on, as his male assistant readied a camcorder. Action, he said in Mandarin. I imagined John had moved in with Emily, threatening to sue for divorce. My hands shook as I picked up the motel landline, dialing and hanging up repeatedly. Furious, I smashed the phone. Then chairs and glasses. Like a woman possessed. I grabbed a shard to slit my wrist. Then hesitated, silently cleaning up before staring at the door. Sophia entered, miming taking off shoes. I said nothing, tears falling uncontrollably. She shifted uneasily. Why are you staring like that? I gritted my teeth, silent, thinking of the 27 years I'd cared for John. The mother I'd nursed until her death. The life I'd built that Emily was stealing. Standing shakily, I said calmly, dinner's ready. We're having pasta. The camera stopped. Michael was silent for a beat. Ms. Johnson, he asked. Have you experienced heartbreak? Or abuse? I lied. No. I channeled Chao Chi-Chiao from the Golden Kang, a woman trapped in a loveless marriage. Driven mad by repression. He studied me. Would you sign a contract with me? My voice trembled. Yes. Good. You can handle moving to Hong Kong? I nodded. But I need to borrow your camcorder. That night, Michael trailed me home, grumbling. I must be insane, helping you film this trash at midnight. Thank you for this, I said, bowing awkwardly. He rolled his eyes. Just divorce him already. The courtyard was quiet, the neighbors were away. Approaching our door, I heard loud creaking and muffled moans inside. Michael leaned in, smirking. Your husband's got stamina. I shot him a glare, took a breath, and kicked the door open. A woman's scream. I flipped the light switch. There they were, naked, tangled together. Emily yelped, covering herself beneath John. John's eyes bulged. Amy, you're supposed to. He scrambled for his pants. Face flushed, hair damp with sweat. Spotting Michael, he roared. Who the hell are you? Michael ignored him, steadying the camcorder to focus on Emily's face. John grabbed a chair and swung it at Michael's head. Look out! I shouted. Michael blocked the blow with his arm, then kicked John in the gut. John stumbled back, his lower back hitting the desk edge to avoid falling. Michael shut the camcorder and packed it carefully into his bag. He strode over, grabbed John by the neck, and flipped him onto the floor in one smooth motion, twisting his arm behind his back to pin him down. Clearly trained in martial arts, John struggled wildly, shouting at me. Amy Johnson. Who is this guy? You're cheating on me? Just then, a neighbor called out. Mr. Smith? Amy? What's going on in there? I opened the door, smiling at the onlookers. Just a rat problem, we're taking care of it. Closing the door, I glanced at Emily trembling on the bed before approaching John. Let's talk. The analog clock ticked loudly. The room was silent except for Emily's sobs. Finally, John spoke. Emily, go home. I'll handle this. Emily stood to leave. Stay right there, I snapped, rolling up my sleeves. John stepped between us, blocking me. You said your dad was hurt. Why come back in the middle of the night? You set this up. And who is he? Your lover? How long has this been going on? Classic John. In my past life, when I caught him with Emily in a motel, he'd blamed me, called me every name in the book. In his eyes, I had no virtues. Playing bingo with coworkers? Addicted to gambling. Lending my brother $2,000 after his car accident? Bankrupting our family for your relatives. He'd endured me for decades. He said, Would rather leave with nothing than stay married. Nothing was right, he'd sold our house. Drained our savings to pay Emily's debts. He'd even convinced Lily to lie about gambling debts to scam $15,000 from me. I swallowed my rage. Glancing at Michael, who now sat by the door with a novel. Legs crossed. Looking bored. He's a private investigator I hired, I said. 10 of you couldn't take him. So behave. Reminder, half the people here work at your school. This gets out. Your reputation's toast. I nodded at Emily. Hers too. John was silent for a minute. Then sighed. Feigning guilt. This isn't Emily's fault. I had too much to drink with colleagues. Came home and thought she was you. I laughed. So you're claiming you raped her? I turned to Emily. Want me to call the police? We have footage. Emily flinched. No. Please. Mr. Smith has done so much for me. I don't blame him. Interesting, I sneered. Sounded like you were enjoying it earlier. Michael coughed to hide a laugh. John grit his teeth. We're married. Amy. Let's sort this in private. I'll apologize, grovel, just delete the video. Emily joined in. Weeping. I promise I'll never come back to West City. Never see Mr. Smith again. Really? I smiled. What about your daughter? Lily? Color drained from Emily's face. Her lips trembled. John exploded. Leave Lily out of this. She's a foundling. Is she? I asked coolly. On May 10th, 1988. I found a basket outside our door, diapers. A note from a mother claiming her in-laws drowned her previous daughters. She begged us to raise the baby since we were the kindest, most educated couple on the block. You took her to the police. Then brought her back, saying we'd foster her temporarily. Funny how you gave Emily thousands in cash right after she fell ill senior year. Funny how Lily was born 9 months after Emily's illness. Want to guess what happens if we run a DNA test? I grabbed Emily's arm. Let's go to the clinic right now. No. She struggled free. John. Help me. John shoved me away. Stop this madness. You hate the kid. Just say so, don't drag Emily into your lies. I held Lily up. If she's not Emily's, maybe we should. No. Emily snatched the baby, clutching her protectively. No need for a test, the maternal panic in her eyes said it all. John sank to the floor, hands in his hair. Finally, he looked up. What do you want, Amy? First, a divorce. Second, Emily's college acceptance letter. Absolutely not, he roared. Do you know how hard she worked? This is cruelty. I stared at him. Always Emily first. Bravo, I said. Clapping. Such a hero. Let's do the math. Emily. You're 19, pregnant at 18. Statistically, how many tries does it take to conceive? So when exactly did your affair with Mr. Smith start? Before or after your 18th birthday? I turned to John. Statutory rape. Right? Wonder what the school board would say. Panic flickered in his eyes. We were legal. You can't prove otherwise. Sure, I smiled. But will the university believe that? The police? Your students' parents? Emily collapsed to her knees, pressing a pair of scissors to her throat. Take the letter or I'll kill us both. Michael tensed. But I shook my head. John tackled her, wrenching the scissors away. Don't be stupid. He glared at me, hatred blazing. You're trying to murder her. Please, I scoffed. She's too selfish to die. It's 1 a.m. I'm done waiting. I'm waking the neighbors. Then calling the police. Either John goes to jail for statutory rape, or you both lose your jobs, your degrees, everything. Your choice. John blocked the door. After everything we've been through, you'd destroy us like this? I met his gaze. You destroyed our marriage the moment you climbed into bed with her. He stared at me, defeated. Divorce and the letter, nothing else? I nodded, smiling. John turned to Emily. Get the acceptance letter. Emily shook her head violently. No. College is my life. He pulled her into a hug, cooing soothingly. We have no choice. Emily. Amy will ruin us if we don't comply. You can reapply next year, with me by your side. What do you have to fear? After a long hesitation, a tear fell from her eye as she nodded. She dug into her duffel bag, clutching the letter tightly before I snatched it away. I pulled a lighter from my pocket and set it ablaze in front of her. Emily shrieked, grabbing at the flames. I backhanded her across the face. She stared at me, panting with rage. You're a monster. Don't play the victim, I scoffed. Everyone pays for their sins. You lost a degree, but gained a loving man. Quite the bargain. I grabbed my bag and walked out, slamming the door behind me. We signed the divorce papers at 9 a.m. Try anything, and I'll make sure you both rot in hell. The divorce was seamless. We agreed not to tell our families yet, to spare them the drama. But John made one plea. I gave you the settlement. Signed the papers. Destroyed the letter. Just give me the tape. I refused. That footage was my insurance policy, proof to keep Emily out of college. To silence John's lies. Its release would depend on their good behavior. On our last meeting, I asked, will you marry Emily? None of your goddamn business, he snapped. He'd recognized Michael from the newspaper, that Hong Kong director holding auditions in every city. You've been scheming to climb into his bed from the start, he sneered. I hope he dumps you hard. I smiled sweetly. And I hope you and Emily rot together. Watch your step, karma's a bitch. I added. Emily's not as innocent as she looks. When we fought, she only cared about college. Not whether you went to jail for rape. Better keep an eye on your true love. She might run off with the next guy who offers her a way out. He cursed me and stormed off. 30 years of marriage. 2 lifetimes of turmoil, finally over. A month later, Michael wrapped his mainland shoot and took me to Hong Kong. At a Cantonese tea house. He sipped black tea while reading the paper. I wrote furiously. Love letters, he mocked. Just checking in with my cousin in West City, I lied. In truth, I was penning an anonymous tip to the West City School Board, accusing John Smith of having an affair with a student. Too soft, Michael noted. Flipping a page. Burning her letter was petty. She can just reapply. Closure takes time, I said vaguely. I didn't tell him about the pending family crisis. John's mother would suffer a stroke by year's end, leaving him as the sole caretaker, while Emily, I suspected, would abandon him and the baby to pursue her own ambitions. No. They wouldn't escape that easily. The tip would ensure their scandal stayed public, trapping them in each other's orbit. Debts, after all, must be paid. Time to go, Michael said, folding his paper. You need a stage name. Amy Johnson is basic. Any suggestions? He paused. Zoe Sue. Zoe means life, suits your fresh start. Perfect. My Hong Kong journey was equal parts daunting and exhilarating. Michael's film, West City Lights, an art house drama destined for festivals, cast Hong Kong's queen of indie cinema, Vian Chan, as the lead. The West City accented supporting role went to a local opera singer, polished, poised, everything I wasn't. Michael was blunt. I signed you for your raw talent. But this industry is stacked with pretty faces and trained actors. You've got 6 months to prove you belong here. Our contract was temporary, unpaid, with no guaranteed roles. Sink or swim, he'd said before jetting to London. Sophia sighed. Ron can be such a jerk. Leaving you here with no support? He gave me a chance, I insisted. That's more than most get. Grateful for Sophia's help finding a tiny flat in Mong Kok. I took her advice to heart, master Cantonese, or drown. I took a cash-in-hand job at a fried chicken joint, perfect for practicing language skills while staying flexible for auditions. I spent my meager savings on skincare and yoga classes. An actress's face is her resume. At night, I devoured scripts and classic films, determined to bridge my experience gap. Gone were the days of living for others, Lily's tutors, John's meals, His mother's care. Now, every effort was for Zoe Sue. For the first time, I existed solely for myself. November arrived quickly. Sophia got me a spot on a film set. My role was a background extra, no lines. No close-ups. Just a face in the crowd. But it gave me a front-row seat to observe how a production worked. How seasoned actors prepared their roles. Of course, as a nobody, I faced indifference. Snide comments. Sideways glances. What did I expect? When you're starting at the bottom, you learn to bend before you can stand tall. News from West City trickled in. John had been investigated. Shortly after the new school year began, the West City School Board received an anonymous complaint alleging an improper relationship between John Smith and former student Emily White. An internal audit confirmed the affair. Rumors about our divorce spread, followed by whispers that Lily was John and Emily's biological daughter. They denied it fiercely, claiming their relationship began after our divorce, when Emily was legally an adult and a high school graduate. Since when does the school board police private relationships? They protested. Still, the scandal stuck. John had been poised to become department chair, thanks to his star students, but now his reputation was in tatters. Colleagues he'd crossed or outshone piled on with complaints. The board ultimately voted to suspend him from West City High. Through frantic networking and student testimonials, John retained his teaching license, but was transferred to a rural middle school hours away. For a man who'd prided himself on climbing the academic ladder, it was a fate worse than death. But he had Emily, his true love. Word was they'd gotten engaged. Perfect. Let them suffer together. 6 months flew by, the end of my temporary contract, and Michael's evaluation loomed. I spent the morning prepping, reviewing my acting notes, practicing monologues, applying makeup that was professional but forgettable, per Sophia's advice. At noon, Sophia called. Ron just wrapped a shoot. Meeting at 2 p.m. But he can spare 20 minutes for coffee at 4. I rushed to Michael's studio, greeting Sophia with a hug. Zoe, you look amazing, she said, eyeing my tailored blazer. And so confident. She led me to Michael's office. He's in a meeting. Help yourself to tea or coffee. No. Thanks, I'm good, I said. Too nervous for caffeine. Sophia sat with me. Don't stress. I checked with the crews you worked with. They all say you're a hard worker with a great attitude. Do you think? Will he renew my contract? She waved a hand. Definitely. The newbies this year don't hold a candle to you. Just then, the door burst open. A stunning mixed-race girl, maybe 4 years old, skipped in, followed by a middle-aged woman with a lunchbox. Where's Daddy? The girl lisped, peering around. I want my daddy. I looked at Sophia, startled. That's Ron's daughter. Joey, she whispered. Joey Chen. Nanny Lon takes care of her. Ron's married? Sophia snorted. Hardly. Joey's mom is British, they dated years ago. She's married to a billionaire now. Ron's not the marrying type. I gaped. But this is old news, Sophia said. Tabloids had a field day when Joey was born. You just don't follow gossip. That's all. Joey toddled over to me, leaning on my knees with big, curious eyes. She was a doll, blonde curls, lace dress, lashes like butterfly wings. Who are you? She asked, grinning. Are you Daddy's girlfriend? Before I could answer, her smile vanished. She stood on tiptoe and slapped my cheek. I hate you. Bad lady. Lon rushed over, scooping her up. Joey. We don't hit. Apologize to the nice lady. Joey stuck out her tongue at me as they left. Sophia winced. Sorry, she's spoiled rotten. Don't take it personally. I'm fine, I said, rubbing my cheek. Joey suddenly ran back, climbing onto my lap to grab the Mickey Mouse keychain on my bag. I want this. Take it off. Sophia sighed. Just give it to her. Zoe. I shook my head, kneeling to meet Joey's gaze. If you want it, you have to ask nicely. Give it to me, she demanded. Reaching out. Nope. You were rude earlier. So I'm upset. I don't want to give it to someone who's not polite. Joey stared, shocked at being refused. I'll tell Daddy to fire you. I need Mickey. I held her tiny hands. Kids who throw tantrums don't get presents. You know. But I don't like you. First, I'm not your daddy's girlfriend. Second, you misunderstood me. Don't you think you owe me an apology? Joey frowned. Confused. Lon intervened, clearly unwilling to let a nobody demand an apology from her charge. Time for lunch. Joey. You didn't eat your veggies yesterday, Daddy will be cross. Joey pushed Lon away, clinging to me. If you're not his girlfriend, maybe I shouldn't hit you. Sorry. She touched the keychain. Can I have it now? Only if you eat all your veggies today. Joey turned to Lon, shouting, I want lunch now. Lon pulled out a bento box, kneeling to feed her. But Joey pointed at me. I want pretty auntie to do it. I set the box on a chair. You're 4 years old, big girls feed themselves. Joey pouted, then picked up her fork, stabbing a carrot slice and eyeing me warily. I nodded encouragement. Good job. Lon marveled. I've never seen her eat veggies without a fight. You have a magic touch. I smiled faintly. Just practice from raising a spoiled kid, I thought. After finishing her meal, Joey claimed the Mickey keychain, promising to eat veggies every day for a Donald Duck toy. She dragged me into a game of pretend until she grew drowsy, curling up in my lap. Nanny Lon tried to take her home. Joey Chin wailed and refused to leave, throwing a tantrum to see her daddy. I knew the little girl was just craving her father's presence. Sophia sighed. Ron's in a meeting. And there's a script reading later. If Joey bothers him now, he'll lose it. After a pause, I beckoned to Joey. How about I tell you a story? Sweetie? Her nose red from crying. Joey asked. What stories do you know? I smiled gently. Lots of them, Cinderella. The Little Mermaid. Journey to the West. Joey snuggled into my arms, stretching out her tiny hands to be held. I lifted her, cradling her just like I'd once held Lily, stroking her arm softly as I began to weave tales. Joey's hand rested on my chest, her thumb in her mouth. Her eyes fixed on me with rapt attention. Gradually, her lids grew heavy, and she drifted off. When Nanny Lon tried to take her, Joey clung to me, sobbing. It's okay. I'll carry her, I said. 20 minutes later, the door swung open. Michael Chen walked in, leaner, with a fresh crew cut that sharpened his already striking features. Our eyes met. He froze for a beat, then strode over to take Joey from my arms. Half asleep, Joey murmured, clutching my neck. Mommy, hold me. I stiffened, glancing at Michael. His gaze turned glacial. He snatched Joey away, thrusting her into Nanny Lan's arms. Who authorized bringing her to the studio? Nanny Lon bowed hurriedly. My mistake. Mr. Chen. It won't happen again. Once they left, Michael turned to me, voice icy. Zoe Sue. What is your agenda here? Sensing his fury stemmed from Joey's mommy slip, I rushed to explain. I was just. Don't play dumb, he snapped. You think using my daughter will manipulate me into renewing your contract? To stay in Hong Kong? To become a star? My throat tightened. I would never. Then why call you mommy, he barked. I know your history. You begged for an audition, sabotaged your ex-husband with an anonymous letter, now you're exploiting my child. Sophia interjected. Ron. I was here the whole time. Zoe didn't say anything inappropriate to Joey. Shut up, he roared at Sophia. Then pointed at me. Listen closely. Zoe. No reputable studio in Hong Kong will sign a schemer like you. If you want fame, go shoot porn while you're still young, no one will care in a few years. My nails dug into my palms. That's unnecessarily cruel. Mr. Chen. Get out, he said, pointing to the door. When I tried to plead, he picked up the phone. Security. Escort Miss Sue out of the building. I wiped my tears, bowing deeply. You'll always be my mentor, Mr. Chen. As I reached the door, I turned. Your daughter needs more than gifts, she needs you. Fix your parenting before it's too late. Rain lashed the city as I sat on a concrete stoop, watching traffic blur through my tears. Hong Kong's skyline loomed above, glittering. Indifferent. The dream I'd carried here 6 months ago felt shattered. Sophia found me there, holding an umbrella over my head. Zoe. Are you all right? I collapsed into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She rubbed my back. Don't take it personally. Ron's latest project got rejected today. And Joey. She's a raw nerve for him. I swear I didn't use her, I choked out. I believe you. But Ron's too proud to admit he overreacted. What will you do now? I shook my head. He's blacklisted me. Sophia. I'll never work in Hong Kong's film industry again. She sighed, hugging me tighter. You're resilient. Whatever path you take next, you'll dominate it. I'm sure of it. In the days that followed, I pounded the pavement for extra work. But every casting office turned me away. Michael's threat had teeth. With rent due and savings dwindling, I considered fleeing back to West City, but failure wasn't an option. He'll cool off, I told myself. Just wait him out. On the 10th day after the confrontation, Sophia burst into my tiny apartment, grinning ear to ear. Ron wants to sign you to a long-term contract. Are you in? I stared, stunned. But he hates me. She rolled her eyes. Men. After I left his office, he did flip through your notebooks. And Joey's been begging for pretty anti-non-stop. Yesterday, he made me replay the security footage and watched your background scenes from that period drama. Don't tell him I said this. But he was impressed. That evening, I stood outside Michael's office, heart hammering. He looked up as I entered, his expression unreadable. Your notebooks, he said finally. They show dedication. I nodded. Mute. Joey's therapist says she's more settled when you're around, he added, shifting in his chair. She asked for you 6 times this week. I enjoy her company, I said simply. He slid a contract across the desk. 6-month renewable. Standard terms. But his gaze sharpened. No more stunts. Understood? I signed quickly, hands trembling. As I turned to leave, he called out, Zoe. I paused. Thank you, he said quietly, for handling her gently. I smiled. Just remember, no more skipping veggies. The rain had stopped, leaving sunlight glinting off skyscraper windows. Hong Kong stretched before me, brutal yet full of second chances. This time, I wouldn't just survive. I'd make sure they remembered my name. Sophia grinned at me. Ron wants to sign you for 5 years. In? I nodded eagerly. Absolutely. 100% yes. My official contract with Chen Entertainment was a hard-won milestone. I moved out of my tiny rundown apartment into a sleek studio the company leased. No more communal showers. No more shared kitchens. Shortly after signing, Sophia called. Joey's been asking for you non-stop. Want to hang out with her? I didn't hesitate. Of course. At the Chen Villa. Joey came running the second I stepped out of Sophia's car. Pretty auntie. Did you bring me a present? She chirped, hugging my legs. I knelt to boop her nose. Depends, have you been eating your veggies? Joey nodded solemnly. And drinking milk every day. Good girl. I pulled out a Donald Duck plushie. Her eyes lit up. Yay. Thank you. Auntie. Glancing around, I whispered to Nanny Lon. Is Mr. Chen home? He's in the study. Writing a script, she replied with a smile. I spent the afternoon playing dolls, cooking mac and cheese, and watching Joey nap. I should have left then, but instead, I asked Nanny Lon to brew coffee and knocked on the study door. Come in, Ron's cool voice called. My heart raced as I entered, cedar cologne and the faint smell of cigarettes hung in the air. The study was massive. Shelves lined with hardcovers, DVDs, and vinyl records. Ron sat at his desk, casual in a sweater and wire-rimmed glasses, sketching storyboards with quick, precise strokes. "Still here," he said without looking up. I froze, terrified of spilling coffee on his work. He glanced up, smirking. "Where's that fire you had the other day? You practically slammed the door in my face." I blinked. "When did I?" He tapped the desk, indicating the coffee. "The day you lectured me about parenting." "Oh. That." I set the cup down, awkwardly lingering. "Something else?" He took a sip, eyebrow raised. I bowed formally. "Thank you for giving me another chance, Mr. Chen." He waved a hand. "Blame Sophia. She insists your talent." Silence fell. He drew. I stood like a statue. "Spit it out," he said, lighting a cigarette. I swallowed. "Sophia mentioned a police thriller role next month. But I feel unprepared. I want to join the acting conservatory." He scoffed. "Using Joey to butter me up now?" I stood my ground. "This is about my growth. Our contract states the company provides training. And let's be real, if I bomb, it reflects on you. But if I succeed, well, I'll make you money faster." He smirked. "Dream bigger. Now get out." "But out." "Ugh." I left, annoyed but not defeated. A post-gym endorphin rush helped, until Sophia called that night, voice buzzing with excitement. "Zoe, Ron got you into the ATV acting conservatory. Do you know how exclusive that is? He promised to cast their star in his next film just to swing this." I gasped. But he shot me down when I asked. Sophia laughed. "Classic Ron. He feels guilty about the office incident but won't admit it." "Congrats, girl." "Guilty. Huh." The conservatory was intense, classes with industry veterans, peers who'd later become award winners. I threw myself into scripts, improv, movement training. Opportunities followed, minor TV roles, a few commercials, even a producer pitching me for a supporting role in a big-budget period wuxia drama. But Ron nixed it. "TV ties you down for months. Focus on film." I knew the real reason. Joey refused to let Nanny Lon drop her off at preschool. She wanted me, the closest thing she had to a mother figure. So I stayed close, visiting the villa often. Ron started mentoring me casually, critiquing scenes, sharing editing tricks. Despite his perpetual scowl, our rapport thawed. Christmas break. Ron took time off. Joey begged us to hit Disneyland. Kids have endless energy. By bedtime, she still wanted to play Eagle vs. Chickens. I was the hen. Joey clung to my shirt as we dodged Ron's eagle attacks. "Catch me, Daddy," she shrieked, laughing. Ron lunged, tackling us both onto the rug. "Got you." He tickled Joey, who rolled around giggling. "Mommy Zoe. Help," she cried. I stiffened, waiting for Ron's explosion. But he just smiled, booping my forehead. "Terrible hen. I stole your chick." I stared, stunned. No anger, just playful sarcasm. We wrestled until Joey yawned. I bathed her, read Goodnight Moon, and tiptoed downstairs. There was Ron, sitting by the fireplace with a wine glass and a Hemingway novel. "Stay for a drink," he said. I sat across from him, sipping the expensive red, Black. Still tasted like grape juice gone wrong. Noticing my grimace, Michael arched a brow. "Not a fan?" I nodded bluntly. "I'm more of a bourbon girl. This fancy stuff's lost on me." He laughed, shaking his head. "Next time, I'll pour you a Knob Creek." The living room was dimly lit, fireplace embers casting shadows on his face, chiseled cheekbones. The open collar of his white Henley revealing a sliver of chest. As he leaned in, I tensed, leaning back. "Relax," he smirked, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Glitter." He settled back, sipping his wine. My heart raced. the fireplace heat suddenly stifling. I hadn't drunk much, but the moment felt heady. "Joey adores you," he said, swirling his glass. "She's happier since you came around. Even toned down the tantrums." "Thanks, Zoe." I waved it off. "I adore her too." He clinked my glass. "About what I said before. I was out of line. Sorry." I pretended to mishear. "Wait, Sophia said you're too stubborn to apologize. Did my ears just deceive me?" He reached for the phone. "Sophia's gossiping about me? I should dock her pay." I grabbed his hand. "No, blame me instead." His smile lingered as his gaze fell to my hand. I pulled back. Fists hidden behind me. Tension crackled like sparklers, soft. Illicit. Electric. He tucked a loose strand behind my ear. "I turned down 3 TV offers for you this year. Mad?" I shifted, masking disappointment with a smile. "You know this industry better than anyone." "Good." His grin was cat-like. I checked my watch. "I should go." He stood smoothly. "It's late. Stay the night." "I'll be fine," I said. I drove, be home in no time. Shortly after Christmas, Sophia called, buzzing with news. "Zoe, Ron got you a role in Liang Chaosheng's new period film." I knew the truth, this was payment for babysitting Joey. Before filming, Michael prepped me thoroughly. "Your third billing. Most of the heavy liftings with the leads." The script called for a month of shooting, manageable. So I wouldn't abandon Joey. I pinky promised the little girl I'd be back soon. On set, the vibe was mostly cordial. The lead actress, a triple threat star, was down to earth. The male lead, Ethan Lin, fresh off a Best New Actor win, was poised for greatness. I learned a lot until the second female lead, Monica Sun, started targeting me. During a slap scene, she accidentally kept missing her mark. My cheek was swollen and bruised by lunch. "Sorry, Zoe," she cooed, handing me an ice pack. First time on set, nervous. "You know?" I forced a smile. "First time? With a sugar daddy like hers?" "Sure. Alone with Sophia?" I asked. "What's her deal?" Sophia dabbed powder on my cheek, scowling. "She's Ron's ex-girlfriend. Word spread when he got you into the conservatory. She's jealous, tried trapping him with a pregnancy once. He found out and dumped her." Ah. Classic Michael drama. One afternoon, after my single scene, Monica pitched a fit. "My diamond ring is missing," she shrieked. "That pink diamond cost a fortune, someone stole it." She demanded the set be locked down, her assistant searching bags one by one. When only Ethan, the lead actress, and I remained, I knew what was coming. "Mind if I check your bag, Zoe?" Monica smirked, arms crossed. "I do mind," I said coldly. "Only the police get to search me." She rolled her eyes. "Guilty conscience." "Huh?" Her goons grabbed my bag, dumping its contents, cosmetics, notebooks, and a velvet jewelry box I'd never seen before. Monica shrieked. "That's mine," slapping me hard. Caught red-handed. Sophia stepped in front of me. "Don't you dare frame her." Monica's bodyguards moved in, but I shoved Sophia behind me. "Let's call the police. They can dust for prints." Panic flickered in Monica's eyes. "No need for cops over a misunderstanding. Just apologize, Anne." "Not happening," I snapped. "Call the police." "Director Lee." Lee hesitated, but Ethan spoke up. "I saw Monica's assistant sneak into Zoe's dressing room an hour ago," he said, pushing off the wall. "I vote we check security footage." Monica rounded on him, but the director held up a hand. "Enough," he said. "We have surveillance. Let's see what it shows." His tone made it clear, Monica had overplayed her hand. Monica's face flushed bright red, still eager to escalate the drama. Director Lee snapped. "Are we filming or not? If you want to quit, get the hell out." Monica froze, tears spilling as she stormed off. "You'll regret this." I exhaled, relieved the fiasco had ended harmlessly. The assistant director had whispered something to Lee, clearly. Someone powerful had intervened. My lips curved. I know exactly who. Ethan Lin approached me then. Thanks for earlier, I said quickly. He waved it off. No big deal. You needed backup. I tilted my head. Why go out of your way? He grinned. I graduated from the conservatory too, 2 years ahead of you. That makes me your senior. I offered my hand. Well then. Thanks, senior. Ethan shook it. Lingering. Words aren't enough. Let me take you to dinner sometime. I agreed readily. With his night shoot pending. We scheduled it for later in the week. Leaving the set. I spotted Michael's Range Rover from afar. Giving Sophia a subtle nod. I hurried over and slid into the passenger seat. I thought it was you, I said. Wincing as the motion tugged at my bruised cheek. When did you get here? Michael leaned in. Thumb grazing my skin. Noon. That bitch hit hard. Does it hurt? I rolled my eyes. This is your fault. You know. He arched a brow. Sophia blabbed. Didn't she? Also her mouth shut next time. Don't blame her. I needed to know why I was being targeted. I sat up straight. Sophia said Monica has a sugar daddy. Won't pissing him off cause problems for you? Concerned about me? Michael reclined. Casual. Her guy's married to my friend Julia. I gave her a heads up. Understood? Ah. Classic power play. By the way, he said. Eyeing me sideways. I saw you chatting with Ethan. What was that about? He went to the conservatory too. He's my senior. And he's cute. Talented, asked me to dinner. Michael's gaze darkened. Twirling a strand of my hair. Will you go? My gut warned me. No. My career's just starting, I can't afford scandals. He smirked. Smart girl. Before I could respond. His lips were on mine. I hesitated. Then kissed back. We became a thing. Michael was as dominant in bed as he was in life. We stayed in his penthouse for 3 days. Not leaving the bedroom once. After that. He visited set whenever he could. Though unspoken. The crew treated us like a couple. Ethan avoided me for days. Then finally approached. Blunt. I was gonna ask you out. Guess I missed my chance. He paused. Adding awkwardly. Michael's talented. But, he has a reputation with actresses. I thanked him. Saying I'd keep it in mind. Thanks to Julia and Michael. The screenwriter expanded my role. In editing. Monica's scenes were slashed. I became the de facto second lead. During promotion. Footage of Monica slapping me and framing me leaked. Tabloids dug up her past, photos of her in compromising positions. Rumors of drug use. Monica was blacklisted. While she vanished from public view. I gained sympathy and traction. My first major film premiered to rave reviews. Overnight. I had brand deals. Script offers, and critics digging for dirt. Mostly gossip about my love life, but as they say. Any press is good press. Michael and I grew closer. We took Joey to Disneyland. Baseball games. Aquarium trips. Sometimes. It felt like we were a real family. I even daydreamed about weddings, me in a Vera Wang gown. Him slipping a diamond on my finger. Sophia rolled her eyes at my fantasies. Love makes women stupid, she'd say. Flings are fine. But don't fall for him. He's a genius and a playboy. He'll break your heart. I scoffed. This is different. He cares about me. Midway through the next year. I graduated from the conservatory. Then came the news. I was nominated for a Golden Lion Award for Best Supporting Actress. The most prestigious film award in the country. Equivalent to an Oscar. As a rookie. I didn't expect to win, just happy for the exposure. Wearing a Dior haute couture gown. I walked the red carpet. Posing for photos. When my name was called. I froze. Ethan nudged me. Grinning. And I stumbled on stage. The trophy in my hands was ice cold. Surreal. In my speech. I thanked the team. The director and Michael. After the ceremony. I tried calling Michael. But his phone went straight to voicemail. Sophia said he was filming overseas. Busy. I called my parents next. They'd initially raged at my divorce, calling me reckless for moving to Hong Kong with a stranger. They'd begged me to reconcile with John, threatened to drag me home. But I'd stood my ground, sending money regularly until they came around. Now, seeing me on TV, they boasted to neighbors. Tonight, they congratulated me. Teary, finally proud. At the after-party, I couldn't wait to get home. Since Michael was away, I'd celebrate with Joey. But when I arrived at the villa, his assistant's car was parked out front. He blocked my path. Awkward. Joey's at her uncle's, staring at the lit windows. I understood instantly. Don't tell Michael I was here, I said. In my gown, clutching a bottle of champagne, I sat in my car all night. The city lights blurred as tears fell. This is the reality of loving a man who belongs to everyone. Fame, fortune, but no happily ever after. At dawn, a stunning young woman exited the penthouse, petite, curvy, radiating sex appeal. Michael's assistant drove her away as I watched, torn between rage and resignation. An hour later, I touched up my makeup, straightened my gown, and entered the penthouse clutching my champagne and trophy. Michael sat at the dining table in a silk robe, collar open to reveal fresh claw marks on his chest. Welcome back, he said, arms outstretched. Congratulations. My best supporting actress. I smiled stiffly as he hugged me. Best supporting actress, how ironic. Wish I could have celebrated with you first, I lied, fighting tears as his date's perfume clung to him. The crew insisted on a party. Michael eyed me appreciatively. Perfection. I watched the live stream last night, you were breathtaking. We both knew what he'd done, but neither spoke. He poured champagne, tracing my nose with his finger. Now every eligible bachelor in Hong Kong will be chasing you. I raised my glass. Doubt it beats your roster of admirers. Mr. Chen. We drank in silence until he broke it. Zoe, I care about you. But I was raised in London and New York. My views on relationships are Western. I believe in open connections. My stomach dropped. Meaning? Meaning we can see other people while staying together. No strings. No jealousy. Can you accept that? I vented to Sophia, who exploded. I knew he was a player. But this? Open relationship, my ass. I sobbed into my Dior gown. Keep scolding him. Please. She wiped my tears. Exasperated. I told you not to fall for him. Now what, you'll accept this garbage? What choice do I have? I sniffled. Date other people. You're a Golden Lion winner, hot actors are lining up. Make him jealous. I shook my head. Michael can have girlfriends. But I can't. My career depends on him. I have to pay the price. Even if it hurts. Sophia sighed. So you're just willingly sinking in? I hugged her. Pour me a drink. A big one. Either out of guilt or compensation. Michael gifted me a Birkin and lined up A-list projects. I threw myself into work of films. Occasional TV. Even a forgettable album. I bought a mansion in Repulse Bay. Moving my parents in. Between shoots, I traveled. Took classes. And raised Joey, who rarely saw her father but clung to me. Mom, he's a jerk, she once said. Leave him. I'd considered it, but knew how brutal the industry was for women without connections. So I stayed. His fiancée in name only. Cleaning up his messes when he grew bored of girlfriends. After our first 5-year contract, we renewed for another. By year 8, Joey was a teen. And I shifted focus to producing. Betting on the mainland Chinese market boom. Michael slowed down. Though, no new girlfriends in 2 years. Whispers he was losing his touch. He wrote a script for me. Starring Ethan Lin. We lost at the Golden Lions. But Michael won Best Director. And our film gained international acclaim. At a press conference, a reporter teased. Ethan and Zoe say they're counting on you for their Oscar wins. Michael, can we trust you? He laughed. glancing at me. Marry Zoe. Adopt Ethan, we'll be family. Of course they can trust me. As our second contract neared its end, Michael cooked a gourmet meal at home. Red roses, my favorite, centering the table. I watched him chop vegetables in a white shirt and jeans. The same outfit he'd worn the day we met in West City. What are you staring at? He asked, placing a lobster dish down. Just thinking about our first meeting. You were so annoyed when I chased you down. Covered in garbage. He smiled wistfully. Your eyes were so bright, like nothing could stop you. I couldn't look away. I sucked on a lemon slice from my water. Sour. He poured wine for himself. Juice for me. Joey called me the other day. She said you were vomiting. And your assistant bought a pregnancy test. His voice softened. Are we having a baby? I took his wine, gulping it down. Joey's too nosy. I'm not pregnant. The lie tasted bitter. I had been pregnant, but I'd terminated the pregnancy in secret. Pain flickered in Michael's eyes. So quick I almost missed it. He rested his hand on my shoulder, smiling softly. It's strange, used to hate kids. But now I want a lively home. Zoe. Let's plan an Iceland vacation. You've always wanted to see the northern lights. Right? I agreed warmly. Sounds good, I'll have Sophia check our schedules. Michael froze, forcing a laugh. Sophia's a go-getter, started her own agency these past 2 years. Killing it. Heard she signed some talented young actors? Yep. I nodded, picking up a vegetable with my fork. I knew perfectly well the real agenda behind this meal. He wanted to renew our contract. With my current fame and clout, he was beating around the bush. So I'd play innocent. Zoe. About. Michael sat across from me, clearing his throat. Our contract's ending. What's your plan? I set down my fork. Been swamped, I forgot to mention I won't renew. I'm joining Sophia's agency. His gaze dropped, a flicker of dismay crossing his face. At your level, you don't need an agent. I smiled faintly. It's about supporting her. She's done so much for me, it's my way of giving back. Good. Good. He took a long sip of wine, staring at me intently. I want to marry you. Zoe. I've loved you all these years, truly. Silence. I traced the petals of a crimson rose. Remember when I won Best Supporting Actress? The night sky was beautiful. I stared at it all night. Michael looked down, avoiding my eyes. I couldn't read his expression, sadness, regret, or just discomfort. It didn't matter. I'm leaving. Michael. As I reached the door, he called out abruptly. Zoe. You've always been so self-aware. Always knew your worth. After all these years. Did you ever love me? I didn't turn back. Of course I did. 2 months later, filming took me to West City for 2 weeks. Joey insisted on coming, curious to see where I grew up and try all the local street food. West City had changed drastically in 11 years. Crowds of fans swarmed the airport. Amid the chaos, I thought I saw a familiar face, but it was gone in a flash. At the hotel, Joey flopped onto the bed with a groan. Never traveling with a celeb again. My feet are killing me. Now 15. She was tall, stunning, and the spitting image of her father. A dry voice came from the doorway, told you not to tag along. Enter Dylan, my new boyfriend. A British model and Michael's youngest brother. Tall, toned, and annoyingly charismatic. We'd hit it off instantly during a trip to London 2 months prior. Joey shot him a glare. You're the reason Zoe isn't my mom. Dylan slung an arm around me, grinning as he kissed my cheek. She's only 32. Kid. Don't age her. Just then, my assistant knocked. There's a John Smith here with his daughter. Saying he's your relative. My heart skipped a beat. John Smith, the name felt like a blast from the past. Send them up. And have security present. John looked years older, balding, heavy-set, and hidden behind thick glasses. Beside him stood a teenage girl, Lily, with burn scars on her left cheek. She shrank into herself at the sight of Joey's confidence. Zoe, Joey said softly, sensing the tension. Want me to take Lily for a walk? I hesitated. Memories of Lily's betrayal in my past life lingering. Actually, could you and Dylan give us a moment? Dylan nodded, ushering Joey out. John stiffened as they passed. Alone? I asked coolly. What do you want, John? He stared at me. Intense. Zoe. I was reborn too. I remember everything. I motioned for my security guard to stay close. Go on. I was an idiot. I ruined us. Emily ruined us. I'm sorry. I studied him. Gone was the arrogant professor. Replaced by a man haunted by regret. Lily's scars. He began. Are a consequence of choices you made, I finished. I know. He swallowed. I want to make amends. For Lily's sake. Yours. I stood, grabbing my coat. I don't need your amends, John. But Lily deserves better. As I left, his final words trailed after me. You were always too good for me. John Smith looked at me, lowering his eyes as he hugged his daughter. Lily's your biggest fan. She'd love your autograph. He gave Lily a gentle push. You were so excited at home, why so shy now? Huh? Lily looked up timidly, her eyes overly eager as they darted around. Hi, Ms. Sue. I've watched all your movies and shows. I love you so much. I always wish you were my mom. Thanks for your support. I handed her an orange. Clearly, these lines were rehearsed. I smiled faintly. Mr. Smith, did you come here to ask for something? His expression turned complicated. Ms. Sue, can we talk alone? No. I refused bluntly. He stared at me intently. Zoe. I was reborn too. At this, I nodded to my guard Wu to take Lily out. I kept Zhao, my trusted guard, in the room. Sipping tea. I asked. When did it happen? Last month. Tears filled his eyes. I remember everything, past life. This life. All of it. I was an idiot. I hated you for bringing Michael to catch me with Emily. But now I realize. I deserved it. I deserved to die 10 times for what I did to you. I looked out the window. Why dwell on the past? We divorced and moved on. Checking my watch. I added. I have a meeting soon. Can't chat long. Zoe. He knelt, blocking me. Even if you hate me, Lily is your daughter. You can't be this heartless. I scoffed. I'd already investigated John and Emily before coming to West City. They'd married quickly, but reality soured their love. Emily resented caring for John's disabled mother and their poor finances, turning to gambling and cheating. One winter, Lily had been burned by a space heater while left unattended. Now, Emily was having an affair with her high school sweetheart. And John wanted a divorce. Spit it out, I said. Yawning. He sat up, gripping the coffee table. You're successful now. For old time's sake. Lend me $1 million. I laughed. How bold. Why should I? Glancing at the guard. He straightened. Because you burned Emily's college acceptance letter. Think your fans would love that story? I shook my head. Not really. Furious. He slammed the table. I found the anonymous letter that got me fired. It was mailed from S-City, the same route to Hong Kong. You sent it. You ruined us. So? I shrugged. I've weathered worse scandals. Go ahead and leak it. Fans might even like me standing up to cheaters. He deflated. Begging again. Lily's scarred. She needs plastic surgery. Her fiancé broke off the engagement because of it. Please help her. No. You're heartless. He lunged for the window. I'll jump unless you pay. My guard Zhao tried to calm him. Sir, let's discuss this. I have nothing to say to this bitch. John shouted, swinging one leg out the window. Choose now, money or blood on your hands. Do you even know if Lily is your daughter? I asked coolly. He froze. What? I tossed a VHS tape on the floor. I brought this for you. I had your DNA tested years ago. Sorry to break it. But she's not yours. Mother? Yes. Father? Not so sure. You're lying, he roared. Test her yourself if you don't believe me. Face pale. He staggered against the wall. Then stormed out without a 2 weeks later. As word. I boarded my flight from West City. I bought a newspaper. The headline blared, Rural Teacher Kills Wife Over Affair. Daughter Found Crying in Blood. So tragic. Poor girl. Screaming for parents who failed her. Dylan wrapped an arm around me. What's on your mind? Leaning into him. I smiled. Just thinking life's too short to waste. Let's eat, drink, and enjoy after we land. Always. He kissed my temple. The plane soared above the clouds, leaving West City and the past far behind. Life is unpredictable. It only took 5 years for my beloved to turn into a cold stranger. My name is Emma Johnson, and I met Michael Smith in college. He fell for me at first sight and spent months pursuing me before becoming my boyfriend. Shortly after graduation, we got married in a small ceremony with family and friends, exchanging vows and signing the marriage certificate. The year after our wedding, before my in-laws could even mention kids, I got pregnant. I gave birth to a healthy baby boy after a smooth pregnancy. Our life seemed perfect, no marital disputes, no conflicts with in-laws, no prenatal anxiety. Michael doted on me like I was his treasure, just as he'd promised, both before and after marriage. Meanwhile, his career skyrocketed. Within a few years, he became the youngest executive at his tech firm. I happily stepped back to focus on motherhood, devoting myself to raising our son. With a comfortable life, a loving husband, and a bright child, even my best friend joked that I'd landed the rom-com leading lady role. We were the high school sweethearts to marriage poster couple in our friend group. That's why I never saw it coming, the day I'd discover my husband was having an affair. If life were a movie, mine had been a cozy rom-com. So how did it suddenly turn into a tragedy? The discovery was a cruel accident. One sunny weekend, while at the amusement park with our son, I remembered Michael's grumpy face that morning when he dragged himself to work. Wanting to cheer him up, I opened the Uber Eats app to order his favorite drink, iced vanilla latte with whipped cream, half sweet, light ice. The only problem with iced lattes? If they sit too long, the cream melts and turns the drink cloyingly sweet, something Michael hates. To make sure he'd be in the office when it arrived, I decided to check his schedule via his assistant. I meant to message his assistant, Lisa, on WhatsApp, but a toddler darting past bumped my arm, and I accidentally clicked on Lisa's profile instead. That's when I saw her latest Instagram story, posted 2 minutes earlier, a photo of 2 iced lattes clinking together. One hand holding a cup was small and manicured, definitely a woman's. The other was large, with long fingers and a silver wedding band identical to mine. The caption read, "First fall latte with my favorite coworker." My blood ran cold, yet my head felt like it was on fire. A comment popped up, "Lisa, this isn't just a latte, it's straight up couple goals." Moments later, the story vanished. I thought numbly, she forgot to set privacy settings. No wonder they felt bold enough to flaunt it, 2 married people, sneaking around right under my nose. Funny enough, today would have been the day I filed for divorce in my past life, after a month of silent suffering. At first, I refused to believe it. How could the man who'd seemed so devoted cheat? And with his assistant? Didn't they say even rabbits don't eat grass near their own burrow? I made excuses for him at first, maybe it's just a friendly gesture? A work bonding thing? But the image of their hands together wouldn't leave my mind. Was he framed? I wondered. Could this be some soap opera level setup? But as that old Sherlock Holmes quote goes, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Like any woman in my position, I was torn between needing the truth and dreading it. But as more evidence piled up, the texts, shared lunches, secret meetings, I couldn't deny it anymore. For a month, I spiraled. Where did I go wrong? Was it my fault? Is this just physical, or does he love her? Can I forgive him if he apologizes? I considered staying. After all, Michael had always been the perfect husband. Maybe it was a one-time mistake? We could go to therapy, rebuild trust, right? But I couldn't sleep. I'd lie awake, fighting back tears. Every time he said he had late meetings, I'd imagine the worst. In the end, I chose to leave. I couldn't guarantee his loyalty, but I could protect my dignity. They say once a cheater, always a cheater. I didn't want us to become bitter strangers through years of resentment. Better to walk away and preserve the memories of what we'd once had. I thought, if I leave now, he'll realize what he's lost. He'll suffer, regret it for the rest of his life. But then I woke up, reborn, back to the day before the latte incident. And I wanted to slap my past self silly, you fool. Just because everyone called you the perfect couple doesn't mean you're in a goddamn movie. In rom-coms, the heroine always has a grand gesture reunion or a hot billionaire waiting in the wings. In real life? After leaving a cheating husband, I'd have nothing but a custody battle for my son and a mountain of bills. So yes, I'll still leave him. But this time, I'm not playing the noble martyr. Reborn or not, I've learned one thing. In a marriage, the one who walks away without fighting for what's theirs isn't a poet, they're a damn fool. I deleted the draft message that read "Let's get a divorce," the one I'd almost sent, and replaced it with a saccharine text, "Honey, I made your favorite garlic butter shrimp tonight. When will you be home?" Of course I hadn't cooked any shrimp. What woman who's just decided to leave her cheating husband would bother cooking for him? I sent it knowing perfectly well he couldn't come home. Sure enough, Michael's ringtone soon cut through the silence. I strolled to the kitchen, turned on the range hood and faucet to mimic the sounds of cooking, then answered sweetly, "Hi baby, what time will you be here? Dinner's almost ready." His voice was warm but tinged with surprise. "You've been saying you haven't felt like cooking lately. What changed?" I pouted playfully, "Just didn't want you eating takeout every night." Relieved by my cheerful tone, so different from my recent melancholy, Michael sounded pleased, then hesitant. "I've missed your garlic butter shrimp. But we have a big client tonight, and we're still in talks. I'll probably have to stay for dinner." As expected. I feigned disappointment but kept it soft. "Too bad. I was so excited today. Guess I'll enjoy the meal alone. Be careful tonight, don't drink too much, drive safe, and come home soon." He did have a client. Until the client cancelled. The business dinner had become a candlelit date with Lisa. How did I know? In my past life, after I texted him about the divorce, he'd rushed home in a panic, forgetting to wipe off the half-lipstick mark on his collar. I'd thought I could leave calmly, but that damn lipstick mark shattered my resolve. Were they so desperate to be together they couldn't wait a few hours? We'd screamed at each other, hurling accusations, and ended up at the courthouse the next day to sign the divorce papers. I'd naively hoped he'd regret it, realize his mistake, and beg me to come back. After all, we'd had something beautiful. A year later, I got his wedding invitation. After hanging up, I treated myself to a Boston lobster roll I'd been skipping for months. While waiting for delivery, I ordered 2 tiny security cameras on Amazon, one for the living room, one for the balcony. Toddlers are non-stop at 4 years old. I can't watch him 24/7. Cameras in his usual play areas? Totally normal. Michael came home before 10 p.m., reeking of wine. I acted surprised. "Thought you were with the client? Why so early?" He pulled me close, grinning. "After you called, I couldn't focus. Wrapped things up and rushed back." I stayed silent, not because I had nothing to say, but because his touch disgusted me. Sorry, first day of being reborn. Still rusty at hiding my revulsion. His eyes lit up. "Since the kid's at my parents' tonight, maybe we could." His hand slid to my shoulder, voice trailing into suggestion. After dinner with his mistress, he still had the nerve to come home and hit on me. No wonder I never suspected them before. I swatted his hand away, feigning irritation. "Cut it out. Go shower first, I need to talk to you about something serious." When he emerged, I greeted him. "Jamie's been throwing tantrums lately, he wants to go to Disney World." I thought he was too little before, but he's 4 now. Maybe we should take him before it gets cold. What do you think? Michael frowned. "Honey, you know how busy we get at year-end." I rolled my eyes. "I know you're swamped. I'll take him alone. But help me plan the itinerary, okay?" I pulled him onto the couch and bombarded him with tabs from Expedia, Airbnb, and TripAdvisor, attractions, hotels, package deals. He barely stayed awake, nodding robotically before dozing off mid-conversation. I tucked him in, waited for his breathing to steady, then whispered his name. No response. I grabbed his phone and unlocked it. Ironically, the passcode was still my birthday. Only a lovesick fool cares about the details of her husband's affair. My love died in the past life. Now I'm Emma 2.0, evidence collector, revenge planner. I scanned their messages quickly, hunting for proof. But their texts were all business, brief, professional, no trace of flirtation. Of course. They spent 8 hours together daily, why risk texting? Then I clicked on Lisa's Instagram. Bingo. Her feed was a treasure trove of posts I'd never seen, probably seen by only him exclusives. Nearly everyone had his likes or comments. Even that damned latte post was still there, minus others' comments but with his cryptic reply. Yeah, sweet indeed. So desperate to flaunt their love, yet too cowardly to go public. Pathetic. I snapped photos with my phone, another piece of evidence, not that I was touched by their love story. The real jackpot? His Venmo and PayPal transactions. From quarterly holiday gifts to weekly coffee runs, over 2 years, he'd sent Lisa over $10,000. The notes were nauseatingly affectionate. For my favorite coworker, thinking of you, our little secret. Perfect. I screenshot every transaction, grateful for the cheesy messages, proof enough these weren't professional reimbursements. Afraid he'd wake up, I erased my tracks and returned his phone. Thinking of my past self, who'd left empty-handed, I laughed bitterly. Fine. 2 lifetimes of betrayal, might as well settle the score in one go. Wait, does that mean he's cheated on me twice across 2 lives? Nope, can't dwell on that. I slapped on a sleep mask and cursed myself to sleep. Where are you, honey? Michael's voice on the phone was tense. Understandable. Anyone would panic getting a bank alert about $30,000 charged to their credit card. We're at JFK Airport with Jamie. First stop, Orlando, gonna hit Disney World like he's been begging for. I kept my tone soft. He sounded shocked. Why so sudden? You didn't tell me. I feigned shyness. Planning trips solo is stressful with a kid. I thought a small tour group would be safer. The agent talked me into a 28-day Southeast U.S. luxury family tour, paid today, and guess what? Departures today. Been rushing to pack, and I knew you had that big meeting, so I didn't want to bother you. When he stayed silent, I prodded, Michael? You okay? He sighed, annoyed, all our savings are with you. Why use the credit card? I thought it was fraud. Realizing he'd snapped, he added, just worrying about paying it off, that's all. I injected a hint of apology. My 401k withdrawal hasn't cleared yet, and the tour cost more than I saved. Your quarterly bonus is coming, right? We can pay it off then, better to keep cash on hand. He had no retort, just mumbled be safe before hanging up. Mommy, I want the strawberry cake. Jamie pressed his nose against the airport bakery's glass, pointing at a Minnie Mouse-shaped pastry. I smiled, sure, sweetie. But no wasting, okay? In my past life, discovering Michael's affair felt like a knife to the heart. I'd thought those sleepless, sobbing nights were the worst pain possible. When I'd left, I'd wanted to punish him by walking away with nothing. But losing the one you love is only a punishment if they love you back. To Michael, I was just the old ball and chain. He probably shed 2 tears tops. Life hit me hard. My salary barely covered groceries and rent, even Jamie's preschool fees meant dipping into my parents' savings. While other kids took piano and ballet, I'd agonize over a $20 t-shirt. While they skied in Colorado or vacationed in Hawaii, I couldn't afford a local zoo trip. Strawberries? Avocados? Forget it, every splurge earned a lecture from my parents about irresponsible spending. I knew they didn't mean it. They were just trying to help. I had no one to blame but myself. Thank God for second chances. 28 days flew by. It was bliss to relax and just play, especially knowing Michael was footing the bill. He must have been relaxing too. According to the Nest cameras, he'd brought Lisa home multiple times. They'd gotten creative in front of our wedding photo. Their conversation? Pure cringe. Your wife actually cleans up nice in photos, Lisa cooed. Yeah, but post kids? She's a mess. I barely remember what she used to look like, Michael snorted. Lisa pouted, but you're always bragging about her homemaking skills. Typical man, wanting the perfect wife and the exciting mistress. He smirked, jealous? You're the one who's independent and ambitious, way more my type. Lisa giggled, hypothetically, if you'd met us both at the same time, who would you choose? Michael pulled her close, stop teasing. You'd never leave your husband anyway. In my past life, I'd fled the marriage without digging for answers. Thanks to those cameras, I got a front row seat to their disgusting love story. Turns out, Lisa was his first hire as a manager. Mutual admiration turned into late-night work dinners, then a drunken hookup. If I'd been there, I'd have applauded their soulmate act, while recording it for evidence. Now, I'll just compile every clip, hire a shark lawyer, and bleed him dry. As soon as our plane landed, I called Michael, we're back. Come home early, we need to talk. By the time I arrived, the full-service movers I'd hired were already waiting. For the premium price, they'd promised 0 lifting required, and delivered. By noon, every piece of furniture was gone. I even had time to drop Jamie at my parents' place, get a manicure, and doll myself up. You forgot what I used to look like. Let me jog your memory. Karma's funny that way. Shortly after, keys jingled in the lock. Honey, I'm home. Michael called, stepping inside. His smile faded as he took in the empty living room. I didn't mince words, Michael, I want a divorce. He froze, staring at me like I'd grown 2 heads. What? Is this about me not picking you up? I've been swamped at work, can't you cut me some slack? I laughed coldly, swamped with work or swamped with Lisa? I saw the footage from the security cameras. Michael paled, instantly switching to groveling mode. Baby, it was a mistake. At that company party, I was drunk, she walked me home, and I thought she was you. Bullshit. 1 mistake I might buy. But 2 years of mistakes? I installed cameras for Jamie's safety before we left. Funny how they caught everything while we were gone. He collapsed onto the couch, begging, I swear it meant nothing. I love you, please, let's go to therapy. I'll cut her off today, I promise. I shoved him away. I remembered that company party, the night Jamie spiked a 103 degrees Fahrenheit fever, and I'd told Michael to stay and celebrate. While I'd sat in the ER alone, he'd been screwing his assistant in our bed. Save it. My lawyer will send the divorce papers. You can argue your love in court. I turned and walked out, leaving his sobs behind. The divorce process with Michael was anything but smooth. In front of the lawyer, he turned combative, shouting that we'd never split up and accusing her of breaking up happy families for a quick buck. He even skipped work for the first time in years to wait with me outside Jamie's preschool. Surrounded by other parents, I couldn't make a scene, for decency's sake. He carried Jamie while I silently followed him back to the house I'd just moved out of. Instead of unlocking the door, he rang the bell. The scent of meatloaf hit me as the door opened. Jamie squealed and leaped into his grandma's arms. Nana. I missed you. Before I could protest, my mother-in-law pulled me inside. Emma, come eat. We've been waiting. At the table, Mom and Michael chatted brightly, while Jamie babbled about his day. It was like stepping into a rerun of our happy family past. After dessert, Mom cleared her throat. Michael told me about your disagreement. He knows he messed up. Michael nodded, wearing his best shame-faced puppy look. I scoffed, if he knows he messed up, he'll sign the papers. Mom frowned, marriage is a lifelong commitment, especially with a child. Everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes? Like cheating with his assistant? Would you eat spoiled meat, or just throw it out and cook a fresh meal? How dare you? She slammed the table, outraged. If you divorce, fine. But I won't let you take my grandson away. Ah, so this was about custody. In my past life, Michael had barely fought for Jamie, just let me leave with the kid. Mom had doted on Jamie publicly but visited only twice after the divorce. Once Michael remarried and his new wife got pregnant, she'd stopped calling entirely. I'd never considered custody battles in my revenge plan. A high-earning CEO father versus a stay-at-home mom with no income? Even without a lawyer, I knew the odds were stacked against me. Michael leaned in, voice gentle, Jamie deserves stability. Let's stop this drama, okay? Think about what's best for him. A quote popped into my head: when parents divorce, mothers fight for the child, fathers fight to keep mothers from fighting for money. But what's the point of revenge if I lose my son? I swallowed. I need time to think. 2 weeks of thinking passed. Michael assumed I'd cave, choose between a lowball settlement or dropping the divorce. He sent occasional "How's Jamie?" texts but stayed off my back. Until my lawyer reappeared at his office. Michael sked, "You lawyers only care about billable hours. If you'd talked her out of this." "My client asked me to remind you," my lawyer interrupted. "She's decided to proceed with the divorce." Michael sneered, "Does she even know how much your fees are? A jobless single mom can't afford this." Lawyer smiled thinly, "Careful, Mr. Smith. Jobless is slander. My client is gainfully employed." True. My parents had just bought a 7-Eleven franchise and hired me as manager. So now I had a job. Con, $5,000 per month salary. Pro, bosses who love me, zero risk of layoffs. Michael's face soured as he read my employment contract. No more using custody to pressure me, the lawyer had warned him. In contested custody cases, mothers with stable income often prevail. Michael dropped the loving husband act, zeroing in on assets. As the breadwinner, he refused to accept a near-zero settlement. We owned 2 properties, a downtown condo and a suburban townhouse. The townhouse was our starter home, bought with both families' savings. Too far from his office, so I'd saved up to buy the condo, renting out the townhouse to cover its mortgage. "Of course she's thrifty," he'd bragged to friends. "My wife manages every penny." Now, demanding all savings, the townhouse, and half the condo's sale price for child support? He exploded, "I earned every dollar. You did nothing but spend it." My lawyer stayed calm. "As the at-fault party, you're legally required to compensate the non-cheating spouse." Michael scoffed, "Compensate doesn't mean bankruptcy." Lawyer slid over his Venmo history. "These payments to Lisa are marital assets. My client can sue to recover them." "Michael, we're trying to keep this civil," I said. When he realized I'd sue Lisa for the $10,000 if he stalled, he relented. "Fine. She can have the savings and townhouse. I keep the condo, and pay child support monthly." My lawyer whispered that monthly payments were standard, better to focus on the amount. But I knew how this played out. All you care about is money, no wonder our marriage failed. I have a new family now, can't afford your lifestyle. Missed the deadline? Tough luck. Child support was his duty, not a favor. I refused to let him weaponize it. "Sell the condo," I told the lawyer. "The longer it appreciates, the more he gains. I want it liquidated." Lawyer hesitated, "But you could keep it." "He and Lisa fucked on that couch," I said bluntly. "It's contaminated." A good client doesn't make their lawyer's job harder than necessary. I unblocked Michael's number and sent him a high-res screenshot from the Nest camera. Him and Lisa, mid-workout, faces clearly visible. Grainy, but effective. "Sign the papers, or we go to court," I added. "First I'll sue Lisa, then you. Jury's gonna love this evidence." Sure, a judge might not award me all the assets in a trial. But once these photos hit the legal record, would Michael and Lisa still have jobs? A reputation? A life in this city? He grumbled about losing half his equity, but signed. On our divorce day, it rained. As I walked out, Michael called after me, "Emma. I swear, you're the only one I've ever loved. What happened with Lisa was a mistake, I'll never marry her." "I believe you," I smiled sweetly. No man wants a wife who cheats on her husband. In my past life, his second wife wasn't Lisa. His hopeful expression died at my implication. I wondered, would he even care if he hadn't lost so much? Next up, Lisa. I'd always scoffed at wife versus mistress catfights. The real culprit is the cheating husband. But in this trio, I lost a marriage, Michael lost money, why should she walk away clean? She'd known he was married. If she wanted to play in the mud, she'd lie in it. Michael's a pragmatist, why else remarry so fast in my past life? Now divorced and broke, his penitent act meant nothing. Stress makes people desperate, though. The downtown condo sold quickly, I undercut market price. After mortgage payoff, his half wasn't enough for a new place. So when he wanted to see Lisa, they had to use hotels. Thank God for Find My iPhone. Our old iPad, once for my Netflix binges, later for Jamie's cartoons, still used Michael's Apple ID. He never guessed his ex-wife would track his location through it. Every time his phone pinged a hotel, I sent a PI. Days later, we had photos of them entering rooms together. One day, my PI visited a repair shop. Boss, I deleted photos by accident. Can you recover them? The owner looked up. Lisa's husband, Mark. Lisa had barely interacted with me. Our only connection was a long-ago team-building event where I'd added both spouses for carpool updates. I kept meticulous notes. Mark, Lisa's hubby, Cell Repair Pro, had sat dormant in my contacts for years. Mark nodded, used to such requests, and got to work. When the PI claimed some photos are missing, Mark glanced over, and froze. He snatched the phone, scrolling furiously. Where were these taken? He snapped. XX Hotel, the PI feigned confusion. Weird, I don't know those people. Must have pocket dialed. Mark's pale rage and clenched fists said it all. The PI paid and left quietly, the silence more damning than words. My revenge was done. After binging Succession, I even bought a Logan Roy-style cigar cutter. Leave a path for the defeated, Sun Tzu said. I'd taken what I needed. Their shame was collateral, not my goal. Lisa had never flaunted her affair, so I wouldn't rub her face in it. I'd just helped her husband find the truth. What he did next was up to him. Turns out, Mark was the vengeful type. One day, he spammed me with photos, Michael and Lisa, naked and terrified, clutching hotel sheets. I replied politely, divorced. Not my problem. I even sent Michael a fruit basket in the hospital, filled with kiwi and durian, his least favorites. Petty? Maybe. Satisfying? Absolutely. Lisa got divorced soon after. Word didn't spread yet, I guessed they'd paid Mark off. But Michael's condo money was gone. Middle-aged, broke, single, karma's a bitch. Though Mark and I stayed quiet, office gossip ran wild. A CEO and his assistant, both newly single? Colleagues whispered, connected dots. In their industry's tight circle, the truth would out. Lisa wanted to marry Michael, he wanted me back. What better way to kill rumors than reuniting for the kids? During a visitation, he rambled about Lisa setting him up, blackmail, even a honey trap with her husband. His regret seemed more urgent now. Think of Jamie, he pleaded. Kids need a real family. Did I look like a dumpster? I just got back to work, Michael. Too busy for distractions, I smiled. Let them stew in their mess. They'd praised each other's ambition once, now they could cling to each other, broke and judged. Michael forgot I'd once been a rising star too. I'd quit my career for motherhood, defined by good wife instead of good CEO. I used to think dignity mattered more than money. Now I know, dignity runs on dollars. If you can't have love, take the cash. With money in the bank, a clear path ahead, and my son by my side? My future's already brighter than theirs ever will be. When I received the photo, I was still reeling from the fact that I had been reborn. The ding of my phone pulled me back to reality. I unlocked my phone, and a striking photo of a kiss appeared before my eyes. In the photo, under a soft, glowing halo, a girl stood on tiptoe and gently kissed the corner of a man's mouth. The man bowed his head, one hand steadying the girl's waist, his tender gaze almost overflowing from his eyes. What a beautiful moment, if that man weren't my fiancé. A logo on the wall in the photo revealed their location. I quickly changed my clothes, grabbed my phone, hailed a taxi, and arrived at this place that had been a nightmare in my past life. After a long hesitation, I pushed open the door. The private room instantly fell silent. My arrival had clearly made the atmosphere extremely awkward. The moment they saw my face, the two who had been dancing a slow dance instantly separated. Lena Davis covered her mouth, looking innocent and wronged as she gazed at me, as if she hadn't been the one to send me the photo and provoke me with messages. Michael Johnson frowned, his face full of irritation. What are you doing here? I smiled, not the heart-wrenching smile of my past life, but a genuine one. Looking at Michael's face, I finally truly felt that I was no longer that Emily Smith who had died of cancer, abandoned and gasping for breath. I lowered my head and laughed hoarsely, then began to cry, tears falling onto the expensive carpet and forming small watermarks. I looked up at the stunned Michael and said softly, "Michael, I'm so tired. Let me go, and I'll let you go." Michael's face tightened, he kicked the table hard, and everyone in the room held their breath. He shouted, "Emily, what stunt are you pulling now?" Perhaps in Michael's mind, I had always been a capricious woman. But I almost felt sorry for him, getting so angry on my account. What he didn't realize was that in the past, no matter how heartbroken I was, I had never mentioned breaking up. This time, it was different. This time, don't worry. With that, I turned and left, even politely closing the door behind me. From then on, the world inside that door would have nothing to do with me. It was an open secret in our social circle. I was Michael's hopelessly devoted admirer, and Lena was his unattainable first love. Years ago, Lena had broken up with Michael without warning to pursue her career. After searching frantically for her for 3 days and nights, Michael learned she had left the country, and he spiraled into depression. That was when I entered Michael's life. I drank with him when he drank, smoked with him when he smoked. Through countless acts of encouragement and care, he finally noticed me, the girl who had secretly admired him for 3 years, the girl too humble to matter. Michael was undeniably outstanding. In school, he had been the center of many girls' worlds, brilliant, athletic, and handsome. I was just a penniless orphan, adrift in the world. Our first meeting had been an accident. That day, I was cornered and harassed in an alley when Michael walked by in his white school uniform, looking like an angel in holy light. He stepped into the mud and saved me. In that moment, my heart raced as if struck by lightning. At the time, he and Lena were dating, the perfect couple. I never dared to dream of getting close until they broke up. Today, Michael and I had been together for exactly 5 years. He had confessed the night before my birthday, saying simply, "Emily, let's give this a try." I was so moved I could only nod eagerly. But that night, he had drunk heavily. As I helped him home and wiped his face, he leaned close and whispered hoarsely, "Lena, if I climb to the top, will you finally see me?" My hands froze, and I felt as if I'd been plunged into an ice cellar. Even then, I should have known I could never compete with Lena. But I was foolish enough to believe that sincerity could move mountains. I stayed by his side for 5 years, until Lena reappeared and shattered all my illusions. Back at the apartment, a place Michael had bought, I began packing. I couldn't stay here anymore. I didn't have much, just a suitcase of clothes and small items I'd bought, like the matching toothbrush cups and slippers from last year. I'd take mine and throw away his. He had spares, and he wouldn't care anyway. Over the years, Michael had given me many expensive gifts, jewelry picked out by his assistant, but I left them all behind. After packing, I cleaned the apartment one last time, erasing all traces of my existence, then prepared to leave gracefully. As I placed the house key on the entryway table, I spotted a sleek box on the shoe rack. It was the birthday gift I'd carefully prepared for Michael, an expensive watch that had cost me half a year's salary. After a moment's thought, I slipped it into my pocket. Michael was a CEO with endless wealth, but I was just an ordinary office worker. This watch was equivalent to a year's living expenses for me. I wouldn't pretend to be generous. Besides, he'd probably never even glance at a gift from me. He was a god among men, and I was just an ugly duckling struggling to make a life. No matter how hard I worked or how frugally I lived, I could never keep up with him. But it didn't matter anymore. If I couldn't catch up, I'd stop chasing. A simple, steady life without him would be better. No more worrying that he'd look down on my efforts. No more fearing Lena's return. No more living as pathetically as I had in my past life. In that life, fate had stolen everything from me, family, love, health, but it had given me a second chance at life. The universe must still favor me, so how could I waste this opportunity? I moved my luggage to my own small home. A cozy apartment under 1,000 square feet in an old residential complex. It wasn't luxurious, but it was mine, a testament to years of hard work and saving. When I bought it with my savings, Michael had disapproved. He dismissed the 5-story brick building as beneath him, tossing me a credit card and telling me to buy something respectable. But I'd refused, using my own money instead. I'd left the card in his nightstand drawer, untouched. At the time, I thought it was the only dignity I had left in his presence, the proof that I wasn't with him for his money. Everyone had said being with Michael was the luckiest thing to ever happen to me. But when they realized I never spent his money, they whispered that I was playing hard to get, that I was scheming for his inheritance. I wondered what they'd say now that we were done. I'd never known what Michael truly thought, he'd never shown it. He'd never even noticed the card in his nightstand. Now I understood, he simply hadn't cared. He didn't care if I spent his money or why I was with him. I'd cried and raged at him countless times, but he'd always been distant, his eyes always on work. Tonight, for the first time, he'd lost his composure because of me. Love and coughs can't be hidden, and neither can indifference. I just hadn't wanted to see it. It had been 2 days since I moved out of Michael's apartment, and I'd slept more soundly than ever. In my past life, I'd suffered from cancer, lying awake night after night in agony, alone in bed. Compared to that, this was pure happiness. I'd spent these 2 days making my small home warm and tidy, filling the fridge with my favorite snacks. Life was quiet and content. I even felt a little disdain for my past self. Why had I chosen to suffer when such a good life was possible? Though it was a past life, the painful memories lingered. It felt like a dream where I'd loved Michael with all my heart. I hadn't asked for much, just to be near him, to take care of him. But just when I thought we'd be together forever, Lena came back. I received their kissing photo and stormed into the VIP room, demanding to know why Lena had returned after abandoning him. Lena tearfully pretended to be hurt, and Michael, to protect her, threw me out. Michael didn't come home for 2 days. I learned he'd gone on a business trip with Lena to the same city, and then the media published photos of them entering a hotel together. I felt like a madwoman. When Michael returned, I pleaded with him to marry me, using my years of devotion as leverage. His eyes turned icy. Later, the media exposed Lena for drug use, and Michael worked tirelessly to clear her name. But all evidence pointed to me. Everyone suspected I'd colluded with the press to frame her. Without a word, Michael kicked me out and easily got me fired. In my depression, I collapsed on the street. A kind stranger took me to the hospital, where I woke to hear I had cancer. I jolted awake from the nightmare, gasping for air. The despair of that past life still clung to my heart. I took a moment to steady myself, then got up for a glass of water. As I passed the window, the curtain fluttered, and I saw a familiar figure downstairs, Michael. He leaned against his car, a cigarette between his fingers, the tip glowing faintly. The ground was littered with cigarette butts. He looked up suddenly. I couldn't hide in time, and our eyes met, silent, unflinching. We had to face this eventually. When I stepped out of the apartment building, Michael was still staring at the entrance. Seeing me, he flicked away his cigarette, straightened his suit, and stood tall, every inch the proud CEO. Can't you be more reasonable for once? How much longer will you keep this up? Michael spoke first, brow furrowed, voice laced with irritation. None of the cool elegance from the bar VIP room remained. The air was growing chilly, his breath misted as he spoke. Looking at him, I wondered, was I really reborn? Would I get cancer again in this life? But Michael cut through my thoughts, his tone still icy. Lena just got back. We were just catching up. Don't make a scene and embarrass everyone. I don't want you losing control in front of her again. Michael, save the apologies. I have plans tonight. Just move back home. He didn't even let me finish, so certain I'd cave. How deeply I must have loved him to give him such confidence. How foolish I'd been to waste a lifetime on this man. I pressed my hand against the car door, stopping him from opening it. He raised an eyebrow. Michael, I'm not making a scene. Let's break up. I looked straight into his eyes, firm, and saw the coldness there. I knew he was angry. Though I wanted to end things, I didn't want to burn bridges with someone I couldn't afford to offend. I'd realized we were from different worlds. In my past life, my obsession with what didn't belong to me had destroyed me. Michael, I know you're angry now, but it's just your pride hurting. Honestly, I'm breaking up with you because I can't keep up with you. I'm not as capable, and I'll never have your heart. I won't cling to you anymore, or meddle in your life. You should be happy. After all, Lena's back, this is only good for you. I thought this would soothe him, avoid conflict. But his expression darkened, almost menacing. He scoffed, voice like ice. You're right. I should call Lena and celebrate. Watching Michael's luxury car speed away, I knew we'd never cross paths again. It felt truly freeing. But thinking of my past life's health, I felt a pang of fear. I never wanted to endure that pain again. I went to the city hospital for a full-body checkup, including a urine test that required an early morning visit. After the test, I rushed to catch the bus to work, stuck in traffic. I made it just in time to punch the clock. As soon as I entered the office, the atmosphere felt off. My colleague David leaned in and whispered, "Emily, where have you been? The CEO came looking for you earlier, in a terrible mood. When he saw you weren't here, he told the director something and left. Brace yourself." I nodded. "Thanks, David." So I'd still offended Michael. Taking a deep breath, I knocked on the director's door. Sure enough, he slid a resignation form across the desk, telling me to fill it out. I'd joined this finance company to connect with Michael, even though I hated the job. Now, facing dismissal, I felt a twinge of regret. After all, I'd worked hard here. "Emily, be practical," the director said kindly. "I value your work. If you've upset someone, apologize. Swallow your pride, it's better than losing your job." He didn't understand. I didn't want to compromise anymore. I just wanted a clean break. "Thanks, but no need." I filled out the form amid his sighs, then returned to pack my things calmly. David silently helped, shielding me from smug glances. David had joined the company 6 months after me, a fast learner, polite, poised. If not for seeing him grind like the rest of us, everyone would have guessed he was a wealthy heir. We'd collaborated on projects, pulled all-nighters, faced difficult clients together. He'd shielded me from drunk clients at dinners. I'd bought him hangover pills. We were straightforward, hardworking, and in sync, achieving real results. Until a company banquet, when he'd confessed his feelings after a few drinks. I'd gently refused, and he'd brushed it off with a smile, truly a good man. I pulled out the watch I'd once planned to give Michael. Initially, I'd wanted to sell it for cash, but now I changed my mind. I decided to give it to David as a goodbye gift, to thank him for his support. "Ms. Smith, this is too expensive. I meant to give this to someone I once cherished, but now I realize he doesn't deserve it. I want you to have it. I hope you find a wonderful girl who's right for you and live happily." David put on the watch, a flash of sadness crossing his face at my words. "It suits you," I smiled. Just then, the CEO appeared at the office entrance, speaking politely to someone behind him. I stared in shock. It was Michael. I quickly packed my things and retreated to the corner, planning to leave after he passed. "David, come greet Mr. Johnson." "Yes, Mr. Johnson. This way, please." David stepped forward with a gesture, the watch on his wrist clearly visible. Michael's eyes narrowed. He suddenly grabbed David's wrist, surprising everyone, as if unaware of his actions. "Nice watch," he said flatly. David glanced at me, then smiled. "Thank you, sir. It's a gift from someone important to me. I love it." Michael released his hand, his face unchanged but his eyes darkening like an abyss. Back at home, I exhaled deeply, the tension in my body finally easing. I collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. I'd suspected Michael was behind my resignation, but seeing him at the company confirmed it. Why else would a CEO of his status bother with a small firm like ours unless to oversee my downfall? He'd come to gloat, to wait for me to beg for mercy, to return to him just so he could discard me again for Lena, saying, "I did my best, you got what you deserved." But why should I let him? At work, Michael was ruthless and respected, but in private, he was as petulant as a child, hard to please. Once, shortly after we started dating, I'd gotten hooked on mystery novels, often reading late into the night and neglecting him. He'd stare at my books sourly for days. One day, I found every murderer's name in my novels circled in ink. I was furious, until he hugged me, burying his face in my neck, saying, "I'm sorry. I just wanted you to look at me." I'd mistaken his possessiveness for love, a sweet illusion that I was cherished. Now I realized I was just a ruined book, insignificant. In Michael's world, I had to be available on demand, regardless of my interests or mood. In my past life, he'd cost me my job for Lena. Now that I was letting go, he still wouldn't leave me alone. I'd been blind to how my obsession had warped me. Reborn, I saw clearly, and dreaded the thought of his interference. But more than that, I loathed my past self for losing all sense of self-worth. For years, I'd worked full-time while secretly writing mystery novels, building a loyal readership. One of my books had even been optioned for a TV adaptation, and I'd bought this apartment with the royalties. Michael had no idea. I knew he disliked my distractions, so I'd kept it hidden. Now, jobless and free of him, I could finally focus on what I loved. This life felt grounding, until I saw Michael and Lena at the supermarket. Michael had never accompanied me shopping, dismissing it as too crowded. But there he was, smiling as he pushed a cart, shielding Lena from the crowd, a tenderness I'd never seen. The supermarket was far from his villa. What were the odds? I thought I'd feel pain, but there was only numbness. Slightly annoying, but ultimately irrelevant. I'm glad, I thought. I finally don't love you anymore. I tried to walk away, but Lena called out to me. If I couldn't avoid this, I'd face it head on. Fancy meeting you, Ms. Smith. Do you live nearby? Mike took the day off to shop with me. Such a surprise to see you here. Mike, a nickname I'd never dared use, reserved solely for Lena. I'd been too afraid to utter it, terrified it would remind him of her. How foolish I'd been, believing a one-sided love could last. Yes, I suppose Mr. Johnson only takes days off for Ms. Davis. I need to buy groceries. Enjoy your shopping. Lena's smile widened, barely hiding her triumph. Michael, though, stayed silent, staring at me, jaw tight. When he didn't speak, I turned to leave, only to feel a rough hand seize my arm, dragging me toward the exit. Behind us, Lena shouted, Mike. Come back. Michael's grip was brutal, leaving red marks on my skin. He half carried me to the parking lot. I struggled free. Michael, what's wrong with you? His eyes were bloodshot, voice gravelly. Shouldn't I be asking you? You lost your job and still won't back down? Gave my gift to another man? He was hysterical, I was calm. Michael, we're done. This isn't a tantrum, I mean it. Because of Lena, he snapped. No, not just her. We're from different worlds. I never should have clung to you. I was wrong. Just let me go, please. His face darkened, but I was growing impatient. How could I make him understand? They were already so close, why couldn't he let me move on? His hand trembled with rage, I pulled away. He bowed his head, face shadowed, like a wounded animal. After a long silence, he choked out, You're serious about this? Yes, I said firmly. He stood still for what felt like an eternity, then turned and walked away. We were never meant to be. Let's not see each other again, I called after him. He paused, voice raw. You really are ruthless. After resigning, I had ample time to brainstorm and write. Each day was simple and fulfilling, ideas sprouting like spring bamboo after rain, my work growing more popular by the week. This was the first time in years I'd found such joy in my work, a life that satisfied me completely. Now that I'd found my direction, I feared more than ever that my past life might repeat. Thankfully, the medical results showed I had severe erosive gastritis, with a high risk of cancer but no active malignancy yet. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the diagnosis. The doctor frowned deeply. Why are you so calm? You're young, but your stomach issues are already serious. Don't you know how dangerous this is? Gastritis is strongly linked to poor lifestyle habits. You must eat regularly from now on, understand? I nodded vigorously. Yes, doctor. I promise to follow your advice strictly. The doctor was right, my gastritis stemmed from my old habits. Back then, I'd often accompanied Michael to late-night business dinners, acting as his assistant and even drinking in his place when he was exhausted. Worried about his health, I'd cooked him nourishing meals and delivered stomach-soothing soups rain or shine, even consulting traditional Chinese medicine experts to learn herbal recipes. Looking back, I'd been so foolish, keeping Michael healthy while neglecting my own body, grabbing stale bread on the way to work, all just to delude myself into thinking I mattered. Now, without Michael, I could finally prioritize my well-being. With all my experience, I was confident I could take care of myself. Leaving the doctor's office, I spotted Lena around the hospital corridor corner, staring thoughtfully at a lab report, unaware of my presence. I watched her enter the exam room, then hesitated before following. The hallway bustled with people clutching test results, their faces a mix of worry and relief. No one noticed me. I cracked the door open slightly, holding my phone close to record the scene inside. Lena, I thought. In this life, I just want peace. If you and Michael leave me alone, I'll stay out of your business. Choose wisely. Glancing at the two figures leaning close together in the exam room, I silently pocketed my phone. Stepping into the sunlight, warm and golden, I took a deep breath. The universe had been kind. I opened the curtains as usual. With the cold weather, frost had formed on the windows, making the room feel cozier by contrast. Through the haze, I thought I saw someone waving from below. I wiped the glass with my sleeve and looked down, startled to meet a smiling face bathed in golden morning light. It was David. Shouldn't he be at work? Once, after a late-night client dinner when I couldn't reach Michael or hail a cab, David had insisted on driving me home. Since Michael and I hadn't gone public, I'd asked him to take me to this old apartment complex, so he knew the address. I nodded and mouthed, "Come up." His eyes lit up, and he disappeared into the building. Hearing his rapid footsteps on the stairs, I opened the door and waited. He appeared around the corner, slightly out of breath. "Why are you here? Aren't you working? The second floor is too low and unsafe. With your curtains drawn, anyone can see you moving around from outside." He stood before me, gazing intently. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I stepped aside, gesturing him in. Today, David seemed different, his aura unlike the polite, reserved colleague from the office. He set down a bag of breakfast on the table. "Eat first. Skipping meals is bad for your stomach." I nodded, sitting at the table. "You still haven't answered my question." I worried he might have gotten into trouble because of me, feeling a twinge of guilt. Jobs were hard to come by these days. He pulled out a chair opposite me, eyes focused politely on my face. I resigned, voluntarily. "Don't overthink it." After a pause, he added, "Actually, I've known about your relationship with Michael for a while. I heard you broke up recently and came to confirm something." I understood immediately. Our relationship was real, and we did break up. "I just want to live alone now." I emphasized alone. He looked up, a stubborn glint in his eye. "I won't interfere. I just want you to know I can wait. If Michael bothers you, I can protect you." I frowned, about to refuse, but he stood abruptly, muttered a goodbye, and left, denying me a chance to speak. There was something odd about David today, from his words to his demeanor. Before I could ponder further, my phone dinged, an unknown number texted, "This is Lena. Let's meet." Some things can't be avoided. If so, face them head on. When I arrived at the cafe, Lena was already sitting in a private booth, sipping coffee elegantly. Her wavy hair cascaded over a camel-colored coat, and though the booth was curtained off, passers-by couldn't help glancing at the striking woman inside. I scanned the room, no cameras in the booth, just like in soap operas. Figures, no convenience for supporting characters like me. Fine, as long as this doesn't turn into a tacky drama. "Emily, you're here," Lena greeted, waving me in. I nodded, sitting down. "What did you want to discuss, Ms. Davis?" "Sorry to be direct, but Michael and I are done. I don't want any involvement with his circle, hope you understand." "Lena," I thought, "see my resolve to move on. Let's stay out of each other's lives." She stared, then scoffed. "Emily, you're such a pretender. If you're so determined to leave, why leave a bank card behind? Hoping Michael will feel guilty and come back to you?" Ah, she must have found the card I'd left in the nightstand. I didn't overthink it. I just wanted a clean break. And I did use his money for shared expenses these past years, so I'm not holier than thou. He owes me no guilt, so don't misinterpret this. Lena stirred her coffee, not bothering to meet my gaze. "No." She smirked, eyes sharp with triumph. "Shared years? You're still bragging? That card's with me now, he never saw it." "Oh, and I found it in his bedroom. Guess what we were doing in there?" Her words disgusted me. Though I'd never go back, that apartment had been my home. The thought of them together there made my skin crawl. Maybe I'd been wrong to retreat. Cowardice only invited more abuse, making me seem weak. Human nature, truly complicated. After resigning, I had ample time to brainstorm and write. Each day was simple and fulfilling, ideas sprouting like spring bamboo after rain, my work growing more popular by the week. This was the first time in years I'd found such joy in my work, a life that satisfied me completely. Now that I'd found my direction, I feared more than ever that my past life might repeat. Thankfully, the medical results showed I had severe erosive gastritis, with a high risk of cancer but no active malignancy yet. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard the diagnosis. The doctor frowned deeply. "Why are you so calm? You're young, but your stomach issues are already serious. Don't you know how dangerous this is? Gastritis is strongly linked to poor lifestyle habits. You must eat regularly from now on, understand?" I nodded vigorously. "Yes, doctor. I promise to follow your advice strictly." The doctor was right, my gastritis stemmed from my old habits. Back then, I'd often accompanied Michael to late-night business dinners, acting as his assistant and even drinking in his place when he was exhausted. Worried about his health, I'd cooked him nourishing meals and delivered stomach-soothing soups rain or shine, even consulting traditional Chinese medicine experts to learn herbal recipes. Looking back, I'd been so foolish, keeping Michael healthy while neglecting my own body, grabbing stale bread on the way to work, all just to delude myself into thinking I mattered. Now, without Michael, I could finally prioritize my well-being. With all my experience, I was confident I could take care of myself. Leaving the doctor's office, I spotted Lena around the hospital corridor corner, staring thoughtfully at a lab report, unaware of my presence. I watched her enter the exam room, then hesitated before following. The hallway bustled with people clutching test results, their faces a mix of worry and relief. No one noticed me. I cracked the door open slightly, holding my phone close to record the scene inside. "Lena," I thought. "In this life, I just want peace. If you and Michael leave me alone, I'll stay out of your business. Choose wisely." Glancing at the two figures leaning close together in the exam room, I silently pocketed my phone. Stepping into the sunlight, warm and golden, I took a deep breath. The universe had been kind. I opened the curtains as usual. With the cold weather, frost had formed on the windows, making the room feel cozier by contrast. Through the haze, I thought I saw someone waving from below. I wiped the glass with my sleeve and looked down, startled to meet a smiling face bathed in golden morning light. It was David. Shouldn't he be at work? Once, after a late-night client dinner when I couldn't reach Michael or hail a cab, David had insisted on driving me home. Since Michael and I hadn't gone public, I'd asked him to take me to this old apartment complex, so he knew the address. I nodded and mouthed, "Come up." His eyes lit up, and he disappeared into the building. Hearing his rapid footsteps on the stairs, I opened the door and waited. He appeared around the corner, slightly out of breath. "Why are you here? Aren't you working? The second floor is too low and unsafe. With your curtains drawn, anyone can see you moving around from outside." He stood before me, gazing intently. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" I stepped aside, gesturing him in. Today, David seemed different, his aura unlike the polite, reserved colleague from the office. He set down a bag of breakfast on the table. "Eat first. Skipping meals is bad for your stomach." I nodded, sitting at the table. "You still haven't answered my question." I worried he might have gotten into trouble because of me, feeling a twinge of guilt. Jobs were hard to come by these days. He pulled out a chair opposite me, eyes focused politely on my face. I resigned, voluntarily. "Don't overthink it." After a pause, he added, "Actually, I've known about your relationship with Michael for a while. I heard you broke up recently and came to confirm something." I understood immediately. Our relationship was real, and we did break up. "I just want to live alone now." I emphasized alone. He looked up, a stubborn glint in his eye. "I won't interfere. I just want you to know I can wait. If Michael bothers you, I can protect you." I frowned, about to refuse, but he stood abruptly, muttered a goodbye, and left, denying me a chance to speak. There was something odd about David today, from his words to his demeanor. Before I could ponder further, my phone dinged, an unknown number texted, "This is Lena. Let's meet." Some things can't be avoided. If so, face them head on. When I arrived at the cafe, Lena was already sitting in a private booth, sipping coffee elegantly. Her wavy hair cascaded over a camel-colored coat, and though the booth was curtained off, passers-by couldn't help glancing at the striking woman inside. I scanned the room, no cameras in the booth, just like in soap operas. Figures, no convenience for supporting characters like me. Fine, as long as this doesn't turn into a tacky drama. Emily, you're here. Lena greeted, waving me in. I nodded, sitting down. What did you want to discuss, Ms. Davis? Sorry to be direct, but Michael and I are done. I don't want any involvement with his circle, hope you understand. Lena, I thought, see my resolve to move on. Let's stay out of each other's lives. She stared, then scoffed. Emily, you're such a pretender. If you're so determined to leave, why leave a bank card behind? Hoping Michael will feel guilty and come back to you? Ah, she must have found the card I'd left in the nightstand. I didn't overthink it. I just wanted a clean break. And I did use his money for shared expenses these past years, so I'm not holier than thou. He owes me no guilt, so don't misinterpret this. Lena stirred her coffee, not bothering to meet my gaze. No. She smirked, eyes sharp with triumph. Shared years? You're still bragging? That card's with me now, he never saw it. Oh, and I found it in his bedroom. Guess what we were doing in there? Her words disgusted me. Though I'd never go back, that apartment had been my home. The thought of them together there made my skin crawl. Maybe I'd been wrong to retreat. Cowardice only invited more abuse, making me seem weak. Human nature, truly complicated. Lena's aim was clearly to provoke me into a reaction, but I felt nothing. In my past life, her words might have driven me to throw coffee in her face, but now I just felt bored and drained. Wait, throw coffee? Was this turning into a cliché drama? I suddenly guessed where this was heading. I sipped my coffee calmly, smiling at her though my voice was cold. Then guess why Michael never went abroad to find you all these years? This hit a nerve. Lena's smirk vanished, her face darkening. Then she smiled eerily and, in a flash, poured her coffee over herself. In seconds, the elegant beauty looked like a drenched cat. I'd suspected Lena had framed me in my past life, but this time I'd vowed to start fresh, don't want to bother about it. Yet here she was, repeating the same shoddy setup. I glanced toward the door, sure enough, a familiar figure hurried over. Perfect, right on cue. Michael strode in, freezing at the scene. Lena's tears fell freely, her lower lip quivering, impossible not to pity her. Mike, I did this to myself. It's not Emily's fault, she sniffled. Michael paused but moved to shield Lena, though his gaze toward me lacked the icy hatred of our past life, replaced by something like relief. His words, however, held no trust. This is too much. Our issues shouldn't involve Lena. He probably thought I was still obsessed with him, taking out my jealousy on Lena. No wonder Lena had used a burner phone, with no evidence, Michael would never believe me. But they overestimated my attachment. I stayed seated, waiting for the room to quiet. Then I cleared my throat. Mr. Johnson, you should believe what Ms. Davis said. I hit play on my phone's recording. Lena went pale as her voice echoed from the speaker. No cameras in the booth, but I'd brought my phone, and Lena hadn't expected I'd preemptively recorded her. Michael stared at me, shock replacing his earlier relief. He'd never guessed the innocent Lena had such a calculating side. Hiding behind Michael, Lena tugged at his sleeve, voice trembling. Mike, I was just scared of losing you. Uncharacteristically, Michael didn't soften. He pulled his sleeve from her grasp, glancing at her coldly. Lena froze, eyes wide with disbelief. He turned to me. I'm sore. I stood, cutting him off. If that's all, I'll go. Save the apologies. Just leave me alone, and this recording stays private. Michael swallowed, face pale. Was it my imagination, or did his eyes look red? He dropped his gaze, voice low. Why didn't you use the card? Michael, you never truly knew me. Your heart's always been with Lena. Please sort out your relationship, for good. Just leave me be. But, without you, home feels empty. Lena swayed, her face turning ashen. A pang hit me, this line, in my past life. No. I shook my head. Even then, I wouldn't have wanted him back. I turned to leave, but Michael caught my sleeve, silent but insistent. What, is Mr. Johnson resorting to petty tricks now? Benjamin's voice cut in. He entered in a tailored suit, roughly pulling Michael's hand from my arm and stepping between us. Michael spun, eyes blazing. Benjamin David? The David family's second son, the finance prodigy? What's your game, pretending to be her colleague? I'd sensed Benjamin was different, but his true identity still shocked me. Benjamin scoffed, then turned to me, serious. My game is simple, pursuing what I want. Just then, the cafe TV blared. Benjamin David, heir to the David conglomerate, returns to assume leadership. The rest faded into white noise. This life's changes had unraveled too many secrets from my past. One thought lingered, maybe my humble apartment was too accessible, making me easy prey for those in power. Outside the cafe, Benjamin and I walked in silence to my building. He finally spoke, urgent. I didn't mean to deceive you. When I returned from abroad, I wanted to experience the local finance scene, so I joined a firm. You were the best part of that experience. I meant it when I said I can protect you, let me be part of your life, please. His tone was pleading, almost panicked. His eyes searched mine, hands fidgeting at his sides. Sorry, maybe I'm rushing. I just saw, in the cafe, I thought you might still care for him. I shook my head. No. You're new to this role, focus on your career first. Relief washed over him. Okay. I can wait. Home at last, I shut the door, exhaustion crashing over me. My stomach ached hollowly, a dull throb like a wire piercing through. I forced myself to make a simple batch of stomach-nourishing congee. After eating, the pain eased. I collapsed into bed, letting the soft sheets absorb the day's stress. I'd thought I could manage on my own, but one crisis after another, hardly ideal for healing. First Michael, now Benjamin, both powerful men. Was this luck or a curse? And if Michael was from a different world, was Benjamin really any closer to mine? Benjamin's accidental discovery of my relationship, his timely appearance at the cafe, no coincidence. He'd investigated me, blatant and unapologetic, like any entitled heir. Sighing, I grabbed my phone and dialed two numbers, a real estate agent and my university professor, now my editor. After making arrangements, I relaxed, finally drifting into a deep sleep. I was woken by my phone ringing. It was already 10 a.m. I picked up and saw Michael on the screen. Answering, I heard his voice, You finally picked up. I checked, several missed calls. I must have been out cold. What do you want, Michael? He hesitated. About yesterday. I'm sorry. Lena knows she was wrong, she just panicked. I'd never expected this to change Michael's view of Lena, nor did I want to waste time. Get to the point. He paused, sensing my irritation. Could you delete the recording from yesterday? I scoffed. Thank God I'd stopped hoping for anything from him. Then Lena's weepy voice came on, Emily, I'm so sorry. I love Mike so much I got jealous, please forgive me? Fine. Come over now. The crying cut off abruptly, like a goose being choked. I hung up, got dressed, and had a proper breakfast. Downstairs, Michael and Lena were already waiting. I pulled out my phone, deleted the recording in front of them, and showed them the empty folder. No backups. I keep my word. You can go. Michael rushed to explain, that's not. I didn't respond. He turned to Lena, Lena, go first. I need to talk to M. From today, we're just friends, nothing more. Lena teared up but left, defeated by Michael's resolve. Michael looked haggard, throat bobbing. They say the ungotten and the lost are most precious. It's true. After you left, I thought life would be the same, or better. Lena's back, so she can see how successful I am. But everything feels off without you. No more congee, no more waiting on the couch, no more hugs when I'm down. It's all empty. Lena can do those things, anyone can, but if it's not you, I can't be happy. I realize now you're part of me. I thought you'd come back after a tantrum, but I get it now, you're serious. I know you can't forgive me yet. But I can wait. Let me court you again, please? His eyes were bloodshot, voice sincere. But I didn't care anymore. He'd groveled for the recording and now begged for a second chance. He still didn't see Lena, or us, clearly. Michael, I'm tired. Just go. He stood his ground, staring stubbornly. I massaged my temple. If you want me to hate you less, leave. Now. He stiffened, stared deeply, then turned and walked away. Since Benjamin revealed his identity, he'd stopped hiding. Every day, he'd deliver breakfast without fail. If I slept in, he'd be waiting at the door, barging in to supervise me eating before heading to work. No use refusing, I let it be. Michael hadn't reappeared, but his texts pleaded for another chance. Rumor had it Benjamin and Michael were competing for a project, with the Davids currently ahead. Michael was stretched thin, fighting to keep up. Thankfully, it meant peace for me. I focused on my health and writing, contacting Agent Wang again to hurry the sale of my apartment. Luckily, the location wasn't too bad, and a buyer was interested. Wang worked fast. The buyer liked the place, offered a fair price, and we set a date to sign the contract. After seeing Wang off, a black sedan blocked my path on the way home. I stopped, already guessing who it was. The window rolled down, revealing a polished middle-aged woman's face. She smiled warmly. Ms. Smith, may we talk? I smiled back. Of course. Stepping out of the upscale private room, the wind felt icy, cutting to the bone. I replayed our conversation. Benjamin's mother, polite, refined, but her message was clear, she disapproved. She'd placed a bank card on the table. Ms. Smith, this is for you. I hope you understand. I pushed it back. Let me tell you my terms. The negotiation ended in mutual satisfaction, especially when I mentioned selling my apartment. Her eyes lit with approval. I'd thought the meeting was secret, but at my door stood two figures. Benjamin and Michael, one on each side of the hallway, both rushing to me. They spoke in unison, Are you okay? My gaze swept over them. Benjamin avoided eye contact, panicked. Michael looked thinner, his concern for me warring with hostility toward Benjamin. Benjamin blurted, I'm sorry. I didn't know my mom would approach you. Did she upset you? Michael sneered. Mr. David, if you don't back off, there'll be more upsets. I hear your cousin is competing for your inheritance. Wonder if you'd choose or power. Benjamin flinched but turned to me, pleading, just wait for me. I saw the truth in his silence. Walking to Michael, I took his hand and faced Benjamin. Benjamin, I'm sorry. I believe you'll meet someone better. Michael squeezed my hand, stepping partly in front of me. Benjamin stared at our joined hands, pain in his eyes too raw to bear. Only when Benjamin stumbled away, defeated, did I finally exhale. He'd asked me to wait, but he didn't understand. I no longer had the stomach for gambling. I'd rather have peace than risk everything on the hope that he'd offer me a place in his life. When I turned, Michael was still holding my hand, his gaze fixed on me. Let go, I said flatly. I tugged free, and his grip slackened. I know you used me just now, but I can't help wishing this was real. That there's still a reason for you to need me, even if it's just to keep me close. I'm begging you, come back to me. Michael had always been proud. If anyone saw him pleading like this, they'd think they were hallucinating. I tested him. Fine. Make Lena disappear, completely vanish from our lives. Send her back where she came from. Michael froze, struggling to speak. Can you give me time to think? After that showdown, I'd assumed Benjamin would focus on his career and Michael would choose Lena, leaving me in peace. But reality diverged sharply. Benjamin stopped appearing in person but bombarded me with calls and texts. I know you're not back with Michael, he'd say. Just wait, I'll fix everything. Then, overnight, front-page news announced Benjamin's engagement to a Brown family heiress. I felt only relief, grateful my head had won over my heart. Benjamin stood beneath my window all night after the news, calling and texting that it was temporary, but I stayed inside. Meanwhile, my mentor messaged, your visa's ready, leave anytime. Check the news, you might need to respond. The headline blared, socialite Lena Davis accused of scandal, framing suspected. Accompanying photos showed my profile and back as I picked up medicine at the hospital, recognizable to anyone who knew me. I knew it was coming. Michael's call followed immediately, his voice dripping with disappointment. Lena's falling apart. I know you two have issues, but this is too far. Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it? I get that you dislike her, but this is vicious. The doctor confessed you paid him to falsify her results and leak them. I'm the only reason you're not ruined right now. Vicious. The second time he'd used that word for me. I hung up and dialed Mrs. David. I have something you'll want, Mrs. David. Let's name a price this time. I sent Mrs. David 2 videos, one of Lena bribing a doctor to hide her drug use, another of Lena and Michael shopping together, laughing intimately. With the David's influence, the videos went viral, crashing news and finance platforms. Lena Davis drug scandal confirmed, CEO Michael Johnson implicated. Homewrecker exposed, mistress frames fiancé. The internet tore Lena apart, and she was ruined. Michael hired PR teams to distance himself, but he lost the project, a total defeat to the Davids. My mentor and I set a departure date, 1 week to leave the country. My phone dinged, yen 2,000,000 transferred. Payment for the videos. I texted simply, thanks. Mrs. David called immediately. Ms. Smith, you asked me to keep your whereabouts secret. Ready for me to fulfill that promise? Yes. I've sold the apartment and leave soon. Please ensure no one knows where I'm going. She chuckled. Honestly, I like you. You'd make a good Mrs. David. Won't you reconsider? I shook my head. Please apologize to Benjamin for me. She sighed and hung up. I felt lighter than I had in years. The week flew by. Michael obsessed over finding me, but Mrs. David's team shielded me. My phone suffered, non-stop calls, texts, even QQ messages from Michael, his voice hoarse with apologies. I'd have changed my number already if not for pending paperwork. He'd never suspect I was leaving the country, erasing every trace of our past. At the airport, a final WeChat popped up, I'll wait for you. I stared at the message, held my finger on it, and tapped delete. Then I removed the SIM card, replacing it with a new one. Goodbye, Benjamin. Goodbye, past. I stared at the half-empty glass of orange juice in my hand, jolted out of my daze by a familiar voice. Come on, it's New Year's Eve. Don't look so glum. There's a whole spread of food, why do you have to fight your sister over this lobster tail? I looked up to see Mom's face harden with irritation, and a rush of familiar memories flooded in. It's supposed to be one per person. I'm eating my own, how is that fighting her for it? I stared at the plate in front of me, only to see my lobster tail already being slid across the table by Mark to Luna. Right, as always. I've had to give in to my sister my whole life, just because she was born with a heart condition. Any time she so much as looked at something with interest, I had to hand it over. All the best food, the nicest toys, they always went to her first. And if there was something she didn't want? I wasn't even allowed to touch it, not even a bite. And every time, Luna would bat those innocent eyes at me and apologize, all sweet and demure like a perfect little angel. After so many years, I'd learned to just stay quiet and give in. Protesting never worked anyway. I glanced around the table. Mark's parents were frowning at me disapprovingly. Mark himself looked like he wanted to say something but held back. Dad was scowling at me too, all judgment in his eyes. Everyone loved Luna, the sweet, understanding one. By this point, Mark and I had already broken up. He'd recently finally realized his true feelings and confessed to Luna. But she'd said she needed to consider my feelings, dragging her feet on an answer. That's why I hadn't wanted to come to this joint family dinner, but in my past life, I'd caved to Mom and Dad's endless lectures about being reasonable and showing grace, so here I was, miserable. This should be Jenny's. Luna hurried to push the plate back toward me. Mark's mom placed a hand on hers, calm but firm. Jenny, today Mark is treating us, shouldn't he get to decide who gets what? The DeVises and Johnsons had spent every New Year's Eve together for years, taking turns hosting. Luna's smile flickered, replaced by a look of awkward distress. Mark's mom patted her hand reassuringly. Mom rolled her eyes. Oh, for heaven's sake. If you want lobster that badly, just order your own. Dad tugged at Mom's sleeve. All right. The kid gets it. He turned to me. Jenny, you're an adult now. You should know better. Mr. Johnson stepped in to smooth things over, spooning some spinach onto my plate. It's a holiday, let's all stay happy. Their spinach here is excellent. Try some, Jenny. I smiled and nodded. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. I hated spinach. Luna hated it too. But Mom and Dad loved it. Of course, whether I liked it or not didn't matter. If Luna didn't want something, I was stuck with it. I used to get lectured about wasting food if I refused, until the time I forced it down and threw up right at the table. After that, they stopped pushing. Mrs. Johnson, trying to be fair, also served me some food. Jenny, I might have been too harsh earlier, don't take it to heart. But you're not a child anymore, you can't be so stubborn. I smiled and nodded again, subtly checking my watch. Only an hour and a half left of this meal. In my past life, I'd stayed till the end, seething with resentment. When the bill came, everyone's phones malfunctioned except mine, and I ended up paying. No one gets fooled twice. I bided my time, waiting until the server knocked on the private room door. Then I clutched my stomach and stood up, claiming I needed the restroom. No one suspected a thing, except maybe Luna, who asked with fake concern if I was okay. I looked at the half-eaten lobster tail on her plate and smiled tightly. I'm fine. Be right back. I'd only brought my phone, so slipping away was easy. I headed straight for the restaurant entrance, right as the Uber I'd ordered earlier pulled up. Once inside, I blocked all their numbers. Let Mrs. Johnson's perfect son deal with the bill this time, it was his treat anyway. When I reached my parents' apartment complex, I asked the driver to wait and rushed to the study. I rummaged through drawers until I found my birth certificate, then headed back to my rented studio. Thank God I'd had the sense to move out years ago, after they'd turned my room into Luna's music studio. I still remembered finding my things crammed into a tiny, windowless storage room, how it had left me cold and shaking, realizing I no longer had a place there. I opened Zillow and messaged the listing for the condo I'd remembered from my past life. This time, I was acting early, surely it wouldn't slip through my fingers again. On the day of the viewing, I arrived on time to meet the realtor and seller. The realtor was already there, chatting non-stop about the condo's perks. I wanted to close the deal quickly, but I played it cool to leave room for negotiation. Sorry I'm late, is this Ms. Smith? A familiar, smooth voice made me tense. I pasted on a smile and turned, then froze. Why did this seller look exactly like my boss, Ethan Moore? And I'd called in sick today to be here. The realtor perked up when he saw we knew each other, probably thinking the sale was in the bag. I greeted Ethan awkwardly, convinced I'd be fired by tomorrow. But the condo was perfect, spacious, sunny, and in a safe neighborhood. I swallowed my pride and told him I wanted to make an offer. To my shock, Ethan offered a 10% discount. Thrilled, I signed the contract on the spot. After the realtor left, I rushed to explain. I'm so sorry, Mr. Moore, I didn't mean to skip work, but this place was too good to miss, and I was afraid. Ethan smiled. Don't worry, I skipped work too. I thought, sure, easy for a CEO to say. Anyway, Jenny, since it's lunchtime, would you like to grab a bite? I didn't love the idea of networking outside work hours, but I owed him. Sure, Mr. Moore, wait, you said to call you Ethan, right? He laughed. Hearing Mr. Moore makes me feel like I'm on a perpetual motion machine. Just Ethan is fine. I reluctantly agreed. I'd planned to pay, but when he took me to a pricey Michelin-starred bistro, I kept my wallet in my pocket. As we waited for food, I couldn't help asking, why the discount? You didn't haggle. Ethan poured tea. I rarely handle sales myself. Last time I did, the buyer drove me nuts with counteroffers. So he's even richer than I thought. Feeling better now? He served me a forkful of the chef's special with the communal chopsticks. After lunch, he offered to drive me home. Before I could decline, I heard familiar voices at the entrance. Jenny. Jenny, wait. I cringed. I hadn't planned to avoid Mark and Luna forever, but running into them so soon was nauseating. Luna rushed over and grabbed my arm. Do you know how worried we've been? You blocked everyone's numbers, we couldn't reach you. She glanced at Ethan. Even if the adults said some things that night, you can't just disappear like that. It was one lobster tail. Since when are you this dramatic? You used to be so reasonable. Several servers turned to stare. Mark fell silent, after all, he was a famous concert pianist, used to keeping a low profile in public. He lowered his voice. "You're coming with us to the private room." I felt a pang of sadness. How much had I groveled to him before for him to think he could summon me like this? I ignored him and turned to Ethan. "Ethan, let's go." Ethan nodded, giving me a concerned glance before following. To my annoyance, the two abandoned their meal and trailed us to the nearby underground parking garage. With few people around, Mark grew bolder. He grabbed my wrist. I frowned and snapped, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Mark's face darkened. "Taking you to see your dad." Luna stepped in front of Ethan, who was about to intervene. "You're Jenny's boss. Please stay out of this, it's a family matter." "If it's a family matter," Ethan said, sidestepping her, "then Jenny gets to decide if I stay involved." Mark held on tight. "Mark, those are pianist hands, right? Want me to help you stop using them?" I raised my phone over his grip. Panic flashed in his eyes. He released me instinctively, staring at me in disbelief. No doubt he was shocked. During our relationship, I'd obsessed over his hands more than he had. A single scratch had sent me into a frenzy. Looking back, I was such an idiot. I turned to Ethan. "Could you drive me home?" "Ethan?" He chuckled. "I'm only in my early 30s, not that old." "This way." I felt my face heat as I hurried after him. Luna blocked my path. "Jenny, you don't understand what happened after you left." "Let me guess," I cut in. "Your phone's died, and the parents couldn't pay?" "Funny how that works when I'm not around to foot the bill." Luna bit her lip. "My phone did die." "Jenny," Ethan called, holding open the door of his Bentley Continental. "Coming." I hopped into the passenger seat. As Ethan started the car, I saw them in the rearview mirror, Mark holding Luna, who was clutching her chest. Heart attack? Real or performative, I didn't care. My dear sister may have a weak heart, but I doubted this would faze her. Ethan dropped me at my apartment complex. "Thanks for today. Sorry you had to see that mess." "Don't mention it. Everyone has family baggage." I unbuckled and reached for the door. "Wait a second," he said. I paused, curious. "I actually need to ask a favor. I was going to call you tonight, but running into you here is perfect timing. Figures, no free lunch." But I owed him, so I listened. Turns out he wanted me to take on extra projects. I hesitated, but between my earlier sick day and his generous overtime pay, I agreed. Plus, he mentioned the executive assistant position was open. Score. As I exited, I froze. Had he called me Jenny earlier? No, better not read into it. This life is about career, not romance. More bread, less heartache. After the condo closed, I planned to update my address at the DMV. Ethan gave me half a day off and even told me to stay safe. So much better than my old bosses. Approaching the DMV, I got an unknown number call. I'd let my guard down after no contact, rookie mistake. "Dad?" I stiffened at his voice. He asked warmly to meet for dinner Saturday. No family grudge lasts overnight. Ah, so they wanted another cash cow. Memories flooded back. Years ago, Dad lent his car to a friend who hit and ran. I'd warned him the guy was unreliable, but Mom called me rude, and Luna sided with them. When the friend license expired, broke, couldn't pay, Dad faced liability. They wanted my savings to cover it, all while planning Luna's dream home. "You've been fed and clothed your whole life," Mom had snapped. "Now we need help, and you're acting like a stranger." Dad had sighed. "I know I should have listened, Jenny. Just this once, help us out." "Luna, the martyr, maybe we can delay the house." "My health isn't." Never mind that I was only 2 years younger. In the end, I'd caved. Now, I vowed not to repeat that mistake. They chose the same restaurant from New Year's. I entered the private room to find them already seated. Mom pressed the bell for servers, shooting me a playful glare. We ordered all the classics tonight, lobster, caviar, the works. No more fighting over scraps. She still thought I'd stormed out over food. Luna acted like nothing happened, eyeing Ethan's photo on my phone. "Is that your boyfriend? The guy from the restaurant?" Dad perked up. "You're dating? Why didn't you say?" "He's my boss," I said flatly. "You heard me call him Ethan the other day." Luna smiled sweetly. He must be generous taking you to Michelin spots. Your salary. Well, I just hope you're not overspending. Generous, yes. And I did overspend, on a condo. My savings are gone. Their jaws dropped. Perfect. After the shock, their stares turned to disapproval. Luna stayed silent, letting Mom and Dad do the heavy lifting. Your sister is defending you, and you're still being childish. Mom snapped. The food arrived, but I just sipped water. Remember how you said all family money was for Luna? That I had to be independent? So I bought a place. Problem? Dad sighed. Jenny, family shouldn't keep score. We may have favored Luna materially, but our love is equal. Sure, like all favoring parents say. How much do you have left? Mom cut to the chase. Couple thousand for rent. That's it. A lie, I had a 5-figure emergency fund. But they didn't need to know. Mom seethed. What if you need money? We can't support you. Like when you need money? I smiled. She went quiet. Luna nodded at Dad. Tell her, Dad. She deserves to know. Sighing dramatically, he recounted the car loan disaster, the same story from my past life. The victim threatened to protest at his university if not compensated. He finished with a hopeful look. Sorry, Dad, no more free rides. I sighed along with him. Tough break. Really. Dad still had some pride, he couldn't bring himself to beg. But Luna, who'd been quietly gobbling her food, stepped in as the dutiful daughter. Jenny, can't you please find a way? She pleaded. I smiled. What about the family savings? Mom scowled, but Dad shot her a warning look. Luna sighed dramatically. It's my fault. Mom and Dad wanted to buy me a condo, but who knows if I'll ever get married. Maybe we should cancel it. Mom hugged her tightly. Don't say that. That condo is a steal, we can't miss it. I shrugged. Not my problem. Jenny, I know this is hard, but could you at least ask friends for a loan? You know how it looks for Mom and Dad to beg. Ah, right, the dignity of a university professor and corporate executive. Most of my friends are in the same boat. Who has hundreds of thousands lying around? Silence. Not out of empathy, but because they knew I was right. No amount of guilt-tripping would conjure up the cash. But Luna wouldn't quit. What about your boss? Can you borrow from him? Nope. What? Mom snapped. I laughed dryly. On what grounds? And how would I repay it? Between my mortgage and... Why do you even need to rent? Just sublet your condo and move back home. Then you can focus on repaying Ethan. Am I that desperate to live in a storage room again? I stood up. Let's stop contacting each other. Their shocked faces said it all, they never expected the compliant Jenny to fight back. Even Dad, usually the reasonable one, glared. You want to disown us? Remember, legal filial support obligations can't be waived. He softened slightly. Just apologize to your mom. We're family. No need. I headed for the door. Luna's your perfect daughter. As for support, sue me when you turn 60. The court will decide the amount. Jenny Smith. I paused. What? I didn't eat a bite. You're not expecting me to pay, are you? Get out. We never had a daughter like you. Music to my ears. 2 hours later, a new number texted me. Luna said she'll borrow from Mark, but if you want to come home, you'll repay it. Oops, forgot to block that one. I waited before unblocking Mom and replying, need details about the loan. Her icy response, what details? I hit record on my phone's voice memo, Mom, legally, Dad's friend is liable for the accident, not us. Why is this my problem? She fired back, don't care. You'll pay, end of story. A voice message followed, and stay away from Mark. He's with Luna now. Be smart for once. The rest were rants about Luna's superiority. I blocked her again. Flipping on the TV, I caught Mark's interview. Reporter, fans are dying to know, what's your type? Mark smiled, there's someone I've loved since childhood. I plan to propose after my tour. With his 1 million+ followers, this was huge. Reporter, never dated anyone else? Mark hesitated, no. So I was just a placeholder. Nice. But I felt nothing, Those breakup tears seemed like a past life. Reporter, we wish you luck with both the tour and the proposal. Yeah, good luck to the two snakes. Hashtag Mark proposal and hashtag Mark childhood sweetheart trended for days. I muted Twitter and watched a movie. By Monday, the hype died down. After work, I found Luna waiting outside, all doe-eyed. Jenny, can we talk? Just 5 minutes. Say no if you don't want to. Ethan's voice behind me. He stepped closer, concerned. Need backup? I'm good. Just Luna, no need to panic. Call me if you need anything. He glanced at Luna. Or call the police. I snorted. Will do. Thanks. Still awkward calling him Ethan, but I managed a nod. Luna stiffened at police. Mr. Moore, I'm her sister, would I hurt her? Ethan ignored her and walked to his car. Flustered, Luna changed tactics. Let's go to that cafe across the street. I agreed, if only to end this quickly. The second we sat down, she blurted, I had no idea Mark would say that on TV. I turned on my phone's hidden recorder. Luna added urgently, Jenny, if you don't approve, I'll reject him. I swear. Here we go again. Did anyone else send you here? I came straight to you. No one knows. Great. Let me be clear, I don't care about your relationship with Mark. Do whatever you want. I stood to leave, but Luna grabbed my wrist. I tensed, one fake stumble, and I'd be blamed. Classic victim play, but effective. Jenny, I'll refuse Mark. Just don't shut us out. Mom and Dad miss you. Luna. I looked up to see Mom, now better referred to as Mrs. Smith, storming over, scowling at me. Jenny Smith, do you ever listen? I told you to leave your sister alone. Luna, conveniently breathless now, gasped, Mom, it's not her fault, Save it, I sighed. Your daughter ambushed me. And she's the one holding me. Can't you see she's in pain? Mrs. Smith raised her hand to slap me. Trapped by Luna's grip, I dodged sideways and instinctively pushed Mrs. Smith back. Her slap missed me, instead, it cracked across Luna's cheek. Luna's head snapped sideways, her grip loosening. I bolted for the door, ignoring Mrs. Smith's screams. On the sidewalk, just as I pulled up Uber, Ethan's Bentley screeched to a halt. Get in, he called, smiling through the window. I hesitated, but seeing Mrs. Smith and Luna charging toward us, I dove into the passenger seat. As we drove off, I wondered, did he really take this long to get his car? Or was he waiting for me? Ethan dropped me at my new condo complex, furnished, thanks to his sale. See you tomorrow, Miss Smith, Assistant Smith. I blinked. Promotion? He laughed at my confusion. You seem surprised. I grinned, bold now. Promotions come with raises, you know. Done. Double your salary. Perfect. We chatted briefly, but his warmth puzzled me. Why does a CEO want to be friends with me? Sorry if I've made you uncomfortable, he said. I just hoped we could be honest with each other. I sighed. Ethan, I appreciate it, but until I understand why. I'd rather stick with Mr. Moore at work. Fair enough. You're wondering why I care. You're not exactly short on connections. And let's be real, our worlds are different. He paused, then said softly, 6 months ago, I saw you at Maplewood Apartments. Arguing with your mom and sister. I froze. That was right after Mark dumped me for Luna. I was a mess then, I admitted. You were hurting. But I also saw how they dismissed you. Reminded me of my cousin. Your cousin. She had 2 brothers. Parents spent everything on the son. She worked 2 jobs to pay her sister's tuition, barely slept. One night, she collapsed from exhaustion. I winced. That's rough. He nodded. She never asked for help. Too proud. When I saw you that day. I guess I didn't want history to repeat itself. I smiled awkwardly. I'm not your cousin. And I can handle my mom. I know. But when I saw you at the condo viewing, so tense? I thought maybe a friendly Jenny might help you relax. Actually, it made me more nervous. After lunch the other day, I saw your sister and your ex-boyfriend, I assume? The way they interacted with you, plus your urgency to finalize the condo purchase during work hours. I guessed your family issues hadn't resolved. Hence the interventions, sorry if they felt intrusive. Now that he mentioned it, Ethan had never overstepped. His help was just kindness. I cringed at my own paranoia. Though I'd argue we do have common ground, he added. Oh. Like what? For starters, your sister is a master manipulator. You must think so too. I snorted. What if I'm the unreasonable one? Ethan shrugged. I trust my instincts. He paused. Take your time with the nickname. And if you need anything, work-related or not, let me know. I prefer my team focused. His sincerity won me over. Thanks, Mr. Moore. I appreciate it. Good. Also, are you free Sunday? More overtime? Yeah, nothing planned. He outlined his request, and I blinked in surprise. Thanks for agreeing, Jenny. She's very well behaved, I promise. Sure. Though I'm not exactly an expert. Neither am I. We'll figure it out. Later, a new number texted me, Mark, demanding an apology to Luna. The money's not an issue. Stop overreacting. Unbelievable. As a cubicle drone, I couldn't block all unknown numbers, but I could mute them. I forwarded the cafe recording to his WhatsApp and fired back, legally, it's not my debt. Stop harassing me. Next, I got added to a group chat named Family Unity. An unknown user tagged me, Jenny, your mom told me everything. Filial piety matters. Apologize to your parents, like your uncle said. Uncle? Great, the meddling relatives from my past life had arrived. In my past life, Uncle Dave and his family had visited, lecturing me on obedience. Their son, Tommy, then 13, was a spoiled brat who adored Luna but loathed me. That day, Mark had invited Luna out, but Uncle Dave and Mrs. Smith pressured me to babysit Tommy. He'd kicked and screamed, refusing to listen. Maybe reflect on why he prefers Luna, Uncle Dave had chided. Luna, annoyed by our presence, still agreed to let us tag along. At the mall, Tommy collided with a clerk while running, and Mark lunged to catch him, only to nearly fall down the escalator. In my lovesick stupor, I'd shoved them to safety, tumbling down the stairs myself. A falling sign crushed my leg, leaving it with a comminuted fracture and permanent damage. Mark, guilt-ridden, proposed we get back together. I agreed, until our engagement day. It poured. Luna stayed sick, but as Mark placed the ring on my finger, she appeared soaked in the window. Mark dropped the ring and chased her. His parents nodded approvingly, Mrs. Smith held me back, unnecessary, given my limp. Dad had sighed, just let them be happy, Jenny. That was the final straw. Now, the group chat blew up. Mrs. Smith tagged me, Mark and Luna are dating Sunday. Watch Tommy. Be nice. I muted the chat. But Luna spammed me, begging me to join, for family harmony. Mrs. Smith bombarded my phone with calls, later seen in my blocked messages. Clearly, they wanted a free babysitter. I declined, puzzled. Was Luna trying to provoke me via Mark? Too obvious for her usual subtlety. Didn't matter. This time, no one would drag me into their chaos. Sunday was for Sophia, Ethan's adopted sister. After his cousin's death, Ethan's mom had taken in the younger daughter, now 8, renamed Sophia Moore. She aced her math test, Ethan had said. Promised her a day out, but I'm clueless with kids. You'd be a lifesaver. I owed him. Plus, Sophia is way better than Tommy. Sunday, I arrived 15 minutes early at the amusement park. Ethan stood with a small girl in pigtails, waving shyly. Sorry, Mr. Moore, did you wait long? No, we just arrived. Ethan smiled warmly. The little girl beside him, quiet and demure, greeted me before he could introduce her. Hi, Jenny. Hi, Sophia. I grinned, handing over the gift I'd bought, a sleek fountain pen. Sophia glanced at Ethan for approval. He nodded, and she took it shyly. Thank you. As we entered the amusement park, Ethan murmured, You didn't have to buy her a gift, Jenny. I'll reimburse you. I waved him off. It's nothing, really. He just smiled. After a morning of rides, we headed for lunch. To my horror, Ethan parked at Arcadia Mall, The same place where I'd broken my leg for Mark in my past life. I couldn't risk spoiling the day by admitting my anxiety. It's a big mall. They won't be here. But of course, fate had other plans. While Ethan parked, Sophia and I wandered to the electronics floor. A shrill voice cut through the crowd. Of course you showed up, tag along. I turned to see Tommy, 13, arms crossed, sneering at me. Stay out of our way today, got it? Ugh. Seriously? Jenny? Luna and Mark emerged behind him. Luna, make her leave us alone, Tommy whined. Be nice, Tommy. Jenny's your sister too. Luna smiled sweetly at me. Please don't mind him. He's just excited. I eyed them near the escalator, remembering my past life's accident. I knelt to Sophia. Let's stay away from them, okay? She nodded, eyeing the trio warily. Luna noticed Sophia. Who's this little one, Jenny? None of your business. Luna's smile faltered. I was just saying hello. Does Ms. Davis make a habit of interrogating strangers? Ethan joined us, stepping between us and Luna. I tugged his sleeve, anxious to leave. Can we go, please? Sophia pulled at his arm. I'm hungry, Ethan. He roughed. A teenage girl cried as her parents argued with a clerk. I want the star tutor. You promised. The superlingua is better for exams, the clerk insisted. Trust me, it's worth the extra cost. The parents, confused, nodded along. I sighed. For all their cluelessness, they clearly loved their daughter, unlike mine. The clerk looked familiar. Wait, is that the same guy from my past life? He answered a call, paled, and bolted toward the escalators. Seconds later, a scream pierced the air. Mark! Luna's shriek echoed. A loud crash followed, then a familiar wail. My hand! Someone help! On the escalator, I couldn't see the chaos, but horrified whispers told the story. 2 people fell down the escalator. Isn't that the pianist? Oh no, his hand's trapped under a sign. So Mark's hand was shattered this time. The clerk got impaled by a falling pipe. Karma, brutal as it was. Jenny! Come help! Luna raced to the escalator, waving frantically. A bystander tapped my shoulder. She's calling you. She's mistaken, Ethan said coolly before I could respond. The bystander shrugged as we ascended, Luna's voice fading. Ethan noticed my frown. Worried about them? I shook my head. Just. Losing my appetite thinking about it. I glanced at Sophia,